Always scares me.
I like to call this, oh, Jesus, as loud as could be. Holy I think I just scared the hell out of myself. I would like to call this meeting to order. Can you please all rise for the flag salute? To the right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Here.
Commissioner Alves,
Here.
Commissioner DiMattei,
Here.
Commissioner Woodward,
Here.
Commissioner Runtine, Commissioner Watts,
Here.
and Commissioner Johnson.
Here. Welcome, everybody, to today's Planning Commission meeting. It is open to virtual and in-person participation and may be observed online through the Placer County website. I'd like to make a couple of announcements at the beginning of the meeting. We are expecting a full day today of presentations, public testimony, deliberations on the items scheduled before the commission. The first is that I will be taking breaks throughout the day. I will plan a first break at lunch hour and then subsequent breaks throughout the day as needed. When we get to the housing rezone item, I will provide additional thoughts about the timing and order of the item. Considering the length of the second item, I am planning on having public comment after lunch today. Sorry to hear that, but so let me just give you a timeline real quick of what we think is going to happen. The first item is going to probably start here as soon as we possibly can and go till about 10 o'clock. I'm hoping we can get there before 10 o'clock. If we start the second item right at 10 o'clock or before, I've been told by staff that the presentation is about an hour and a half long. So that brings us to 11:30 to 11:45. We're not going to allow the commissioners to ask questions until after the presentation is done, so we kind of stay on track and we don't get derailed. So hopefully that brings us to a quicker ending to the presentation. But at the length of this, and you see how big our books are, the presentation most likely will not be done until about 11:35 or 11:45. And at that time, at 12 o'clock, we will take a break. So we can come back after lunch and get to public comment. So that's what I think the timeline is going to be after going over that with staff. Sorry to disappoint you, but unfortunately, that's just the length of this project. I'm sorry I cannot take any questions right now, but I'm going to continue reading what I'm doing. Regarding public comment, we're expecting a significant portion of the day will be dedicated to public comment on the housing rezoning item, which is the second item. So I would also ask if you are planning to provide public comment on that item, you would provide comment until that item is called. If you'd like to make public comment on today's matters not on the agenda or item 1, the Planning Commission clerk will announce when you can line up to provide testimony. We will be handling public comment for the rezone slightly different today. Staff has placed maps on each site at the end of the presentation in order to provide specific site maps as referenced for the comments and in attempt to reduce confusion over possible sites. We are asking the public to the best of their ability to sign up by sites, and I'll explain that in a minute. I understand many of you want to comment on multiple sites on the rezone process as a whole, and will be able to do that no matter what site group you choose. Our goal with doing it this way is to have maps on the screen for members of the public to reference should they want during their comment time, and also to focus on the site's specific issues. So the reason we came up with this is so we don't take more time thumbing through maps. If you live in Auburn and you want to talk about Auburn, we'll have that map and have that group. So that way it's easier for staff as well as us to take notes in that chronological order as well. The process for those people calling in remains the same. If you are calling in at the appropriate time, please press *9 to raise your hand. Please be prepared to speak at the time I open public comment for the specific item you would like to address. Each commenter will be entitled to 3 minutes of comment time. Thank you for your participation to work and ensure that each citizen who wishes to comment on the opportunity can do so. And today I will be very strict on the time. I will not allow people to go over 3 minutes, considering the length of what we're doing and considering your participation with your neighbors, that they get equal time as well. So I don't want people coming up and say, well, you gave them 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm not going to do that today. I will be very diligent about stopping people, so please don't let me do that. Please be advised that today's hearing is being recorded as well. We will move to the next item on the agenda, which is a report from the County Planning Director. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Chair DiMattei, Commissioners, and welcome to the county's new HHS building. I'm Chris Pahuli, Placer County Planning Director. I only have a brief update for the Commission this morning. First, I'd like to inform the Commission that we will be canceling the May 9th meeting. I know at the last Commission meeting I mentioned that we would have items for May 9. However, those items are not ready to go for that meeting, so we will be canceling that meeting. Our next scheduled hearing will take place on May 23rd. Second, I did want to highlight also for the Commission that the Board will be addressing the request to include the Hammond House number 1 in North Auburn on the Placer County Register of Historic Places on May 7th. So May 7th at the Board. Those are the only updates that I have this morning for the Commission. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Any questions for Chris this morning? Nothing? Nothing. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. I will now open public comment for any matters that are not on today's agenda. So again, if I hear you guys start to talk about anything on the agenda, I will ask you to sit down because I want to get this process done in a timely manner for all of us. So is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on something not on this item, on the agenda? Please come forward.
Good morning. Thank you for having me speak. My name is Ann Hendrickson, and I am a resident of Sisley Road in Penryn. I've read the results of the resident survey, and I realized that only 50% of residents would encourage paving over Sisley Road. However, the other 50% have mixed reactions. These include saving a 50-foot section of original concrete, saving all viable sections of concrete, and the option of leaving the road as is. Residents agree that speed bumps are necessary as many people already speed on Sisley Road. A few years ago, sadly, a child was hit while riding a bike. In this day and age of being all-inclusive, wouldn't it be a good idea to compromise and pave to comply with regulations while leaving as much as possible of the historic concrete? We walk dogs on Sisley Road, and many times we have felt that our safety is at risk because of speeders. Sisley Road is the shortest distance from Taylor Road to the winery. Many wine drinkers will be utilizing the road, and once it is paved smooth, speeding and impaired driving will put residents in great danger. Speed bumps are a necessity. Please don't require residents to petition for speed bumps. Installing them as the road is being enhanced would expedite the process and save money as well. We need the protection. In addition to speed bumps, wildlife signs would be an important addition. So often, wildlife is run down on Sisley Road. This breeding season, at least 4 geese have been slaughtered by vehicles. A gander whose mate was killed is nesting on our property, and she will have to raise the young on her own. I would like to read some comments from residents responding to the survey. One person wrote, "More than 50 feet of the original road should be preserved. This project should be reported throughout the county because the road is used by more than just Sisley residents. Many county residents care about preserving our part of the historic Lincoln Highway." Another person wrote, "If you must repair, please Leave as much of the original concrete as possible, as there are very few places where we can actually see the rocks of the old concrete and actually see this history. Paving Sicily would be like paving a cobblestone road in Europe somewhere. It may seem like progress and efficiency, but it is a loss of our ability to see and touch history and share that with our kids. And we will eventually forget this fantastic part of history that runs right through our fabulous community. Another person wrote, strongly recommend adding speed bumps due to drivers driving too fast. The road is used for walking and children live on the street. And I say, once you pave over history, you can't get it back. Residents have put up with the invasive winery, so please add speed bumps and wildlife signs for safety and preserve as much of the historic Lincoln Highway as possible.
Thank you, Ann, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak on something not on the agenda today? I have a question. Then you'd have to come to the microphone, ma'am. Thank you.
Teresa Powell. Do the dollar amounts on this hearing today, on the financing for the rezone, does that have anything to do with what you're talking about today, or could I talk about that now and
You'll have to talk about that
later?
later,
Okay.
when that item comes up.
So that's an environmental issue then on that?
Yeah, you can ask that question later.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody online? None. Okay, I'm going to close public comment, so thank you. We are now moving on to the first hearing item, which is item number 1 on the agenda. It is a Sunset Area Plan Amendment Package. This item will be presented by Principal Planner Chris Schmidt. Hi, Chris, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Chris Schmidt, the Planning Services Division, presenting for your consideration the Sunset Area Plan amendments. So the amendment package consists of 3 components. We're looking to make changes to the Sunset Area Plan, implementing zoning regulations. We're also seeking to amend the Sunset Area Plan to update the circulation diagrams and road sections. And lastly, looking to rezone 2 parcels on Cincinnati Avenue, totaling 26.4 acres that are county-owned. So a little background on the Sunset Area Plan. The plan area, which includes the Placer Ranch specific plan, so the area in light purple, it's all considered part of the Sunset Area Plan. It includes 8,497 acres in unincorporated West Placer County. The Sunset Area Plan covers 13.9 square miles. City of Rockland in yellow is to the east. City of Lincoln is to the northeast, unincorporated Placer to the west, and the City of Roseville to the south. A little bit more background. The Sunset Area Plan was approved by the Board of Supervisors in December of 2019. It really looks to capitalize on the project area location along the Highway 65 corridor. The casino was in the plan area next to the City of Roseville, looking to really create a job center with residential uses, educational uses, and entertainment venues to capitalize on the casino. So the 2,213 acre Placer Ranch property on the southern portion of the Sunset Area Plan, that is not impacted by the proposed changes. They have a specific plan and a development agreement. The cornerstone of the Placer Ranch project is the California State University Sacramento campus that's currently in late planning stages. So what do the amendments seek to do? There's a few objectives. We want to correct minor errors that were found in the adopted plan and also in the mitigation monitoring reporting program. We want to update some graphics to reflect recently approved projects and changes to the planned transportation network. We're looking to provide for employment and residential community by providing mixed-use commercial, industrial, and residential uses close to job centers and major transportation corridors. We want to provide housing, employment, and commercial uses in proximity to existing proposed transit. We're also looking to keep the area plan up to date and relevant through periodic updates. So I'll walk you through the proposed changes. Actually, we'll go through what the area plan actually consists of. So there's 3 documents that are the bundle of the area plan. There's the policy document, implementing zoning measures, and then design guidelines or corridor standards. And we're making changes to all 3 documents. So the first change is to allow multifamily dwellings in the business park district. And it's only the business park zoning that's south of the Placer Parkway. So you can see the gray alignment of Placer Parkway and the circle of the impacted business park zoned properties, about 23 acres. We would allow residential use on these sites as standalone, so it could be the only use. Minimum density required of 20 units, maximum 30 dwelling units per acre. So very similar to the RM30 that you'll be considering in the next item. We're also going to look to add warehousing, wholesale, and distribution as allowable use in the industrial mixed-use zoning district. This was an oversight in the document. Most of that area in purple is developed today with warehousing and distribution. The tables show it is not allowed, so that's just a simple fix. One other change is to require a conditional use permit for renewable energy facilities in the Innovation Center zoning district. That's most of the area near the landfill. So right now it's zoning clearance. You can see with this, the C there, we would require a CUP instead of zoning clearance. One fix into the development standards is to fix a label on a setback. The table shows it as a side setback or a front setback where it's actually a side and rear landscape setback. So just clean up there. Also adding some language under direction from Public Works, seeking to clarify of what right-of-way is required for projects. So you can see the strike-through underline of what's being added there. Due to the recent expansion or approval of the expansion of the landfill to the west, the proposed Athens extension is no longer needed, so that disappears. You can see the left is what's existing in the plan, and on the right shows that Athens extension is being removed. So just to be consistent with what was adopted with the landfill expansion. There are 4 figures that show circulation corridors. If they're incorrectly labeled, where the offer dedication should extend to the curb, whereas it was just showing sidewalk and a landscape strip. So just cleaning up those graphics. And then looking to allow for 20-foot tall light standards in parking lots rather than 18 feet. A lot of the industrial users have come to us for variances for 25 feet, and they've been approved. So we're just going to allow that. We don't think it's much impact to aesthetics or neighboring properties. And one of the biggest changes is to add an all residential district to the plan area. So we're calling it residential multifamily. It does have its own development standards that are a little bit different than the RM30 zoning. The RM zoning district in Sunset will be strictly residential. We are adding renewable energy because the county-owned property, there's some discussion of using a portion of that site for a solar farm. So we would allow that. Otherwise, it would just be strictly residential. So contrary to some thought, there is, residential is allowed in the Sunset Plan today, although we don't have much of it. So it is allowed in the entertainment mixed use district, which is a darkish purple, looks like Pepto-Bismol. It's allowed in the business park district if these changes go through. It's allowed in the innovation center and also in the light industrial district. In those districts today, it cannot be a standalone use. So allowing business park, RM, or residential and business park could be standalone, and also if you rezone to RM, you could do standalone residential. Otherwise, it has to be part of a mixed-use office or commercial development. So this is what that looks like. No changes to the housing or residential requirements and innovation, industrial mixed-use or entertainment, and then allowing standalone in business park in the new residential multifamily zone district. Both of those, business park and residential multifamily, would have to build at 20 units per acre, up to 30 units, so minimum 20. So no change into estimated population of the Sunset area. So we're looking at potentially 2,458 new dwelling units and a population increase of 6,095 new residents. So residential uses in the Sunset area would have to comply with our buffering standards found in the general plan. We require a 300-foot setback between residential and industrial uses that can be reduced if they show it works. So we have to do potentially a noise study, look at the aesthetics, et cetera. So we can reduce that to 50 feet if they prove it up. Allowed uses in that 300-foot buffer, you still could do commercial and office uses, open space, recreation, such as greenbelts, parks, and playfields. So the Cincinnati Avenue rezoning, these are 2 county-owned vacant properties, basically located west of the Santucci Justice Center. However, there's only access off of Cincinnati Avenue, which is a cul-de-sac south of Sunset. So the current zoning is industrial mixed use combining design scenic corridor. The proposed rezoning is the new RM zoning, residential multifamily, also combining design scenic corridor. It consists of 2 parcels, a 17.6 acre parcel on the east, and a smaller parcel on the west, 8.8 acres. There are some constraints on site. So these were former septic ponds. So there is a deed restriction in the northeast corner of the site covering 3.57 acres. So no residential development is allowed in that portion. An industrial buffer to the properties to the north. There is the UP railroad tracks on the east. So there's the railroad tracks and then Industrial Avenue you see. And then the Santucci Center are those buildings on the left-hand or the right-hand side of that picture. And a stream setback is required. There's a drainage through the southern portion of the site. So conservatively looking at the constraints, we're looking at potential of 9.8 acres of future development, which at the 20 units per minimum required is about 196 units or more. There is no change in the restrictions on residential buffer around the landfill. That's still set at 2,000 feet. The rezoning and the Cincinnati, or the BP rezoning and the Cincinnati sites are well beyond that 2,000-foot buffer. So no changes there. We did do some environmental review. There was an EIR done for the Placer Ranch specific plan and Sunset area plan back in 2019. We did an addendum to make sure the changes have no new significant or meaningful impacts. So based on the environmental analysis, the county has concluded that the proposed project would not result in any new impacts, not previously disclosed in the EIR, and there's no substantial increase in the magnitude of any significant environmental impact previously identified in that EIR. There are some technical changes, but none of the conditions change as described in CEQA guidelines section 15162. So the recommended and feasible mitigation measures previously adopted remain valid. There is one change to the mitigation monitoring program, and that is to mitigation measure 4.13-2. And that required annexation into a CFD to provide sheriff services. And the county exec's office has determined that this really should only apply to residential projects, not commercial. So we're going to clean that up to say, so residential projects or mixed-use developments with a residential component must annex into a CFD to provide funding for the sheriff's office. There is also one mitigation measure I did not listed. Since the EIR was adopted, bumblebees were added to a threatened species, so there are some mitigation measures for bumblebee pre-construction surveys and avoidance. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission take action to recommend the board adopt the addendum, which is attachment C of your staff report. The addendum is to the 2019 Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch Specific Plan, EIR, prepared pursuant to CEQA. Also recommend the board adopt a resolution to amend the Sunset Area Plan corridor design standards and guidelines to update circulation diagrams and road sections as shown in attachment D of the staff report. Also recommend the board adopt an ordinance to amend the Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning regulations to allow for multifamily dwellings in the business professional zoning district south of Placer Parkway. Add warehousing, wholesale, and distribution as allowed use in the industrial mixed use zoning district. Correct figures, graphics, and tables and text in the Sunset Area Plan document. Require a conditional use permit for renewable energy facilities in the Innovation Center zoning district. add a multifamily residential zoning district, and to allow for parking lot light standards to be 25 feet tall, as shown in attachment E of the staff report and supported by findings in the staff report. We also recommend the board adopt an ordinance to rezone the two properties totaling 26.4 acres located at 4242 Cincinnati Avenue from industrial mixed use combining design scenic corridor to residential multifamily combining design scenic corridor, as shown in attachment F of the staff report and supported by the findings also in the staff report. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions from the commission?
Hey, Chris, I have a question. What was the thinking behind why this RM zone is different for the Sunset Area Plan than it is for the rezoning effort?
So we really wanted to make sure that this county properties and any future RM zone properties in Sunset are strictly residential. The RM30 zone that's proposed in the next item is a little bit looser, and it mirrors what's allowed in RM zoning currently. So we dropped a bunch of uses, and those are shown on page, I believe it's page 8 of the staff report, and page 16 of the presentation. So the items listed on page 8 are items or uses that would not be allowed in the RM district in the Sunset area. So I can read a few of those, like houses of worship, animal raising and keeping, mobile homes, offices, child and adult daycare centers, cemeteries. So those are things we really don't want in those districts or in the RM zone in Sunset. We really want multifamily housing.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask that same question in the rezoning.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anybody else?
Chris, I'd like to follow up actually on Robin's question because I had a very similar question. I don't, as you walk through both this proposal and the next proposal, it seems like we have an RM 20//30, and an RM 30. So we are proposing that Cincinnati is an RM. What is the maximum density for an RM?
In Sunset, it'll be 30.
It'll be 30.
Correct.
Okay.
We didn't
So we
keep-
have an RM that has some restrictions to it that you just described, and then we have an RM 30 that does not have the restrictions you just described?
Correct. They are different. So the Sunset Area Plan has its own land uses, designations, like Innovation Center. You don't see that anywhere else in the county. So the Sunset Plan does have implementing zoning, so it only applies to the Sunset area. So we named it RM to try to, so it's not confused with the RM 30 that's being proposed.
Okay. It's not confusing to you guys, but it's certainly confusing
Yeah.
to me. All right,
And
so,
If I may, Commissioner Woodward, the RM, you mentioned an RM 2030. The RM 2030 is a proposed general plan designation, not a zoning designation. So currently, as Mr. Schmidt mentioned during his presentation, we have an existing RM zoning in our zoning ordinance and a proposed RM 30. This new RM district that's being proposed for the Sunset Area Plan is a bit different, and as he mentioned, also would allow for commercial scale solar facilities, which are not allowed in RM and other areas.
okay. So also tied in a little bit to Robin's questions, or actually your comments, I guess. There was an environmental study done for the Sunset Area Plan in 2019. And so is was that a specific EIR or was that a programmatic EIR?
So it was both. So it was a specific EIR for the Placer Ranch specific plan and programmatic for Sunset. So any projects that come in the Sunset Area Plan area do a conformity review. So basically the question is, what you're proposing, does it align with what was analyzed in the programmatic EIR? And it's either yes or no. So here's another project coming in, even though it's county initiated. We looked at the EIR, what's different, what are we changing, and do those impacts require any changes to the EIR? And the answer generally was no. This will fall within the scope of the analysis of the programmatic EIR.
Okay, so the programmatic EIR for the Cincinnati properties is the EIR that we would use to rezone and include in anything that we subsequently provide to HCD.
if I understand the question correctly,
I guess what
So-
I'm saying is, and we're tying these two issues together, really. So when we rezone these Cincinnati properties, we are relying on the programmatic EIR that was done in 2019 to be our baseline EIR, and we believe that that's sufficient to provide to HCD these properties
correct?
in the,
So-
okay.
So the rezoning of the Cincinnati site is relying on the programmatic EAR plus the addendum that was prepared.
Okay, so the staff report says we can include 196 lodging areas in this, in the Cincinnati properties, is that correct?
Yeah, so we're assuming a little bit under 10 acres of developable land on the Cincinnati sites,
So is that at a density of 30 or a density of 20?
20.
So why would we do that rather than provide the maximum allowable, which is a density of 30? We don't have to necessarily build a project to 30, but we could provide the density of 30, and therefore we could use that in the next proposal to HCD.
Yeah, that's that's definitely a policy discussion and HCD direction of using the minimum required, not the 30 that's maximum.
Yeah,
Okay.
And if I might add, for purposes of this item, in terms of the rezoning, I think the discussion that we've been having, I think is appropriate. When we get to the point of looking at potential inclusion of that property, if there is a recommendation to move forward and rezone it, determining how many units could be counted and how we would logistically go about it in terms of inclusion into the site's inventory via the housing element amendment. We're certainly prepared to have that further discussion about those Cincinnati properties and some potential increases of that unit yield that Mr. Schmidt mentioned when we get to that point.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
I have another question. Chris, I believe this is true, that CEQA says that EIRs don't necessarily expire. Is that correct? Is that correct? Because we've had other projects where we've looked at EIRs from 2015 and 2012, and they don't necessarily expire. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else have questions for Chris on this? You're thinking. Take your time. I have no further questions. You go ahead. Please go ahead.
So I understood what you said, Chris. I appreciate how you explained it. What would be the timing on that after we've taken action today that may or may not be what would assist what we were talking about?
One of the actions is part of the second item includes direction to staff to submit a housing element amendment, and that housing element amendment would include the collection of properties scheduled for rezone. The Cincinnati, you'll hear about it later, Cincinnati can be viewed as a potential project for inclusion in that housing element amendment. So that would be the time to have that discussion.
No further questions? Okay. Thank you, Chris. I will now open this topic up for public comment. I am now going to open public comment on this item, but please note, the public comment is for the Sunset Area Plan item and not the housing rezone program. If you're interested in providing comments about the Cincinnati property inclusion in the housing element, I would ask that you hold those comments, as you will have an opportunity to provide comment during that item on number 2, and I think you'll have more clarity. That's why I'm asking for that, so we can get to that item as soon as possible. So I will now open up public comment. So if you want to speak on this particular item, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. The last topic that we just had about the zoning, I absolutely think since you don't have to build, you should submit to HCD the most you can. It just makes sense if you're not being forced to build. We have already we're here today because we didn't put the right density and the right housing into Sunset to begin with. Nothing says you don't have to build it, so I strongly suggest that we submit to the state the most we can in an area that has the infrastructure and has received a lot of funding, both federal and a lot of taxpayer funding already. So I would like to request that. And then
Recording in progress.
I apologize, I came in a little bit late, but I didn't see anything about low and very low income percentages. I think that should be explicitly called out. We have an opportunity to put low income and actually explicitly say that it's for low income and very low income. We're not meeting the numbers. We just turned in the 2023 report with 0. And so now is the perfect time, I think, to actually take a stake in the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members of the commission.
Morning.
I have a question regarding...
Can you state your name, please?
Jeff Moss.
Thank you, Jeff.
It was mentioned that one of the changes would be to require a conditional use permit for renewable energy. And my question is that for the freestanding solar field like the picture showed? Or if I want to put solar on my roof of an existing building, am I now going to be subject to a conditional use permit also?
We'll answer all your questions at the end.
Okay, and then the only other question I had was when we're talking density on the Cincinnati property, are we factoring in that if it is low or very low income, there is a density bonus available that could drastically change the intensity of that use?
Again, we'll answer all your
Thank you.
questions there. Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, my name is Desiree Hennessy, and many of my original typed out questions were answered during the presentation, so thank you. I appreciate that the Planning Department listened to the public's request to consider rezoning the county-owned Cincinnati site to provide for high-density multifamily residential. However, it appears that the staff did not dig any deeper to identify additional areas within the Sunset Plan where we can contribute to additional multifamily. So I would like to request that that be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Amber Beckler from Granite Bay. My question on this specific item is, what would be the requirements or conditions where a project level EIR would be triggered and required under the guise of this programmatic EIR? And then my second question is, were windshield surveys done to conclude the mitigation measures under this programmatic EIR? Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
Good morning, Laura Bullard, both of them Sheridan area and the Dry Creek area. And again, I commend all of you guys. I think you are paying a little bit of attention to what I've been saying about the 32 items that can be put under the rezone concept or whatever, and taking it into consideration here. I would concur with the persons who said that we need to make sure that we're using maximum density to hopefully get us a little bit out of this little snag that we're in. But the second thing, and also, is that to look at the requiring some low and very low income housing, because I think that's the problem, right? Is that we have a shortage of that amount, and we keep getting told that, hey, it's too expensive to build, too expensive to build. Well, we need to give some encouragement to builders to actually turn around and build this stuff, because we do need to have that type of housing or whatever. And this may be the perfect opportunity or whatever to require some of these builders or whatever to come in to this area and build some of that housing that is long needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anybody else in the audience would like to speak on this? Take your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Laura Trout. My concern is, I won't repeat the housing issues, density issues and things. What I would also like to bring up is on things you're going to preclude from that area, if you're going to have any density of housing, I don't quite understand why you're going to preclude childcare and adult daycare centers. That seems like something that would be compatible use. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Fields. I'm from the Dry Creek community. Just one quick question. It's a little confusing, all these different designations. There's the RM and the RM 2030. And what I noted is there's also an HDR 2030 that's going to be discussed next. So why are we not using HDR 2030 on the Cincinnati properties? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Taylor Alexander. I just have a question. I think it was either slide 23 or 24 that showed the setbacks in the buildable area. Maybe it was 23 there. On the Cincinnati properties. I'm wondering, in a couple previous slides, they had said there may be some wiggle room for the setbacks from 300 feet to maybe 50 feet. I'm wondering if that applies to Cincinnati too, because I'm seeing a lot of this light orange area that looks like it also can be buildable. That's my question. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Anybody else? Anybody online? Thank you.
Caller, unmute your mic and give your comments.
My name is Steve Irvine. I live in the Granite Bay area. I really kind of like this planning where it's more effective planning. It's well thought out as opposed to what's going to happen this afternoon where a shotgun approach was taken. And I would really encourage the county to consider more of this kind of planning where it's properly done as opposed to what's going to happen this afternoon. But anyway, with respect to this plan, I think you need more residential in this area. It's closer to jobs. You don't need the transportation you'll need from other areas. And I would encourage you to add more units. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close public comment for this item and bring it back to the commission for questions and comments to staff. So anybody on the commission would like to ask Chris any questions or comment on what the audience has stated? I'll leave it to Chris. Thank you.
Okay, happy to answer a few of the questions. The first question about submitting to HCD, assuming 30 units an acre, direction from HCD is to assume the minimum, not the maximum. So 20 is what will be counted. The renewable energy discussion, that is for standalone solar farms, so not on a rooftop structure, but a commercial solar operation, similar to the Country Acres project that you approved recently and the board approved. Density bonuses factored in. We don't assume there's density bonuses. Of course, they are allowed if you're doing an affordable housing project. We just can't count them because we don't know if the density bonus will be applied for. I'm going to ask Lee to answer what triggers a new EIR rather than an addendum. It's really going to be an impact that was not considered under the previous EIR. So something, new issues popped up or something significant has changed that would require not an addendum, but an EIR analysis. Comments about more residential in Sunset. It is allowed today. We haven't had any developers propose it. We're trying to make it a little bit easier to build residential out here by doing a standalone. Mixed-use developments are tricky. Standalone residential multifamilies easier, but not easy to do. So we're trying to get houses near the jobs. So staff does agree. Why we're not allowing childcare, we agree. Yes, there is a need for childcare, but usually these childcare facilities are on large parcels, usually single story with a play area. We really want to have multifamily housing here. Someone can rezone to RM and do a childcare. It's not really meeting the purpose of, or the county's goal of introducing multifamily residential into the Sunset area. I think that was it that I wrote down. Restrict to low income. The county does own these sites, so we can control whether these are market rate or affordable units. If I had to assume, it's most likely or highly likely that it'll be an affordable housing project. The county would issue RFPs to develop these sites. And based on, we all recognize that there's a need for affordable housing, the county would restrict it to affordable.
Chris, I have two
Can I-
questions. Question before, I'm sorry, Lee.
Yeah, let her
All right,
talk about
I
that.
was going to first maybe just add a little bit more on, there was a question about the setbacks and perhaps being a little bit more permissive with the setbacks. That's certainly something that can be looked at. We could get more development out of the site. if you were to reduce the amount of setbacks through landscaping and other screening techniques. There will be, however, when we have the conversation with item 2, some limit as to the number of units that could be counted, that could be reasonably approved through the residential land inventory, the sites inventory that HCD would find appropriate. So even though X number of units might be able to be built with reduced setbacks, there is a limit to how many we would be able to count as part of that process. But we can talk more about that when we get to it.
That was part 1 of my question. You answered it. Thank you. Part 2 of that was where in the HCD guidelines does it say we count the minimum, not the maximum? Was it in the HCD guidelines that came out for the recent RENA update, or was it the past HCD guidelines for the regular plan that we already did that got certified?
My understanding is that it is in the guidelines that you count, for sites that are under 20 units per acre, under 10 acres, that you would count at the minimum density as a conservative number.
Sure. I'm just asking which of the guidelines, because there's 2 guidelines.
Sure.
And I have the newest one that came out with the effort we're talking about, and I don't know that I didn't find it.
We'll check on that
Thank
and
you.
have it ready for the next item.
Anything else?
Yeah, Lee Chavez, I'm the environmental coordinator. I wanted to add to what Chris said in answer to Ms. Beckler's question about the subsequent environmental review. We have, for the Sunset Area Plan, a conformity review checklist process that we go through. So as site-specific projects come through, we analyze the project under a couple of CEQA sections, 15162 and 15183, the goal of which is to determine for the specific project that's being looked at, the details of that, the conditions on the site, the resources on the site, are they somehow different than the overarching environmental analysis that was done for the Sunset Area Plan? So if there are peculiar circumstances that could warrant kicking us into a higher level environmental review, a subsequent or supplemental EIR, where we're making minor changes and the analysis is largely consistent, we can cover that with an addendum.
Thank you. Rich had a question.
Yeah, there was a comment about density bonus. And we have the minimum of 20 and the maximum of 30, but maybe you could go into a little bit more detail on the density bonus and how that works.
Yeah. So based on the percentage of affordable units the developer proposes, they may be eligible for density bonuses, and that's a state law. So it could be anything from additional height, less parking, less recreational areas, even increased density. So they would argue that they need X density to build their affordable housing project, and they would be granted that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just have a quick question for clarification, I suppose. It was a little bit squishy, maybe it needs to be, with regards to low and very low income housing and this discussion. So at what point is the determination made, if we're going to submit this perhaps to HCD in the future, I would presume that their expectation is that we would be providing very low, low, and perhaps moderate, which is I think what's in the staff report as well, those 3 categories, or is it just the 2?
It would just be the 2.
Okay.
So by including it, if we do, if the recommendation and what the approval ends up being by the board, to include it on the residential sites inventory, it would be included as a lower income unit, or lower income units, which means that it would be at the very low and low level. It would not be at the moderate income level.
Okay, so that is a done deal. If this becomes part of our proposal to HCD, that is a done deal then?
Should it become part of the proposal, and should it be approved by the board and submitted to HCD, and should HCD approve the site being included? Yes.
Okay, and just as a little bit more clarification, I think as well, you believe that we will have the actual document from HCD that we can review with regards to the language associated with 20 versus 30 density?
We have the current guidelines. I was asking if it was in the new guidelines or the old guidelines.
Yeah, we're researching, we have staff researching it, and we'll have it for the next item.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that.
It's old. Yeah, it's old. Anybody else? Okay, I'd like to thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. I'd like to bring it back now to the commissioners for deliberations and see if anybody else has any further comment on this item. Seeing none, I would like to ask for a motion on this item, please. Anybody?
Get my glasses here. I would recommend we take action to recommend to the board the adoption of the addendum attachment C to the 2019 Sunset Area Plan / Placer Ranch Specific Plan EIR prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and supported by the findings in the staff report.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Rentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Alves,
Yes.
and Commissioner DiMattei.
Yes. Item number 2, please.
I'll further move that we recommend the board adopt a resolution to amend the Sunset Area Plan corridor design standards and guidelines to update circulation diagrams and road sections, attachment D, and supported by the findings in the staff report.
I would second that.
I have a first and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Rentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Alves,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
and Commissioner DiMattei.
Yes. Number 3, please.
Further recommend the board adopt an ordinance to amend the Sunset Area Plan implementing zoning regulations to allow for multifamily dwellings in the business professional zoning district south of Placer Parkway, add warehousing, wholesale, and distribution as an allowed use in the industrial mixed use IMU zoning district, correct figures, graphics, and tables and text in the SAP document, require a conditional use permit for renewable energy facilities in the Innovation Center, IC zoning district, add a multifamily residential RM zoning district, and to allow for parking lot light standards to be 25 feet tall, attachment E, and supported by the findings in the staff report.
I would second that too.
First and a second. Get a roll call, please.
Commissioner Rentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Alves,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
and Commissioner DiMattei.
Yes. Item number 4, please.
Further recommend the board adopt an ordinance to rezone 2 properties totaling 26.4 acres located at 4242 Cincinnati Avenue from industrial mixed use combining design scenic corridor IMU-DC to residential multifamily combining design scenic corridor RMDC, attachment F, and supported by the findings in the staff report.
Second that as well.
We have a first and a second. Get a roll call, please.
Commissioner Rentine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Alves,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
and Commissioner DiMattei.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Considering we're running pretty close on time, looks like what I kind of asked at the beginning will probably come to fruition as far as public comment after lunch. The next hearing item is listed as item number 2 on the agenda in the Housing Needs Rezone Program. I appreciate the number of people here today that are interested in this item. I want to make sure that everyone is able to participate in today's hearing. Therefore, I want to outline the thoughts as to the order and timing of this item so everyone is on the same page. I will reiterate what I said earlier today. We will have the first staff presentation, which I understand and it is quite lengthy. I'm asking that the commissioners allow staff to provide the staff presentation uninterrupted and jot down notes during the presentation, as commissioners will be able to ask questions of staff following the presentation. I am thinking that we will break after the commission's questions and answers with staff. I am thinking that we will be somewhere around lunch hour based on where we are at the time I will make a decision about the duration of the break. Once we return, I will open public comment. If you have not already gotten a speaker card, please do so now. As stated earlier, we have organized public comment by sites, followed by general comments, and last by remote participants. I encourage everyone to provide their comments within a 3-minute time limit so that everyone has the opportunity to speak. Also, I may call for a short period breaks during public comment as needed. Once we close public comment, we will ask staff to provide response to comments received, and commissioners may have additional questions for staff based on the public comment received and their response from there. We will move into commissioners' deliberations. Mood lighting. See, I got everybody to calm down. This is great. I want to thank everyone in advance for their cooperation as we consider the important topic. Now I'd like to ask Crystal Jacobson, Acting CDRA Director, to provide introductory remarks for this item.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners, and welcome.
Thank you, Crystal.
I'm Crystal Jacobson, Acting Director of the Community Development Resource Agency, and I wanted just to provide some opening comments. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
And just context to this item before you this morning. So since 1969, California housing law has mandated that local governments plan to accommodate the housing needs of all individuals within their communities and regions, and this is achieved primarily through the general plan with a particular focus on the mandated housing element within the general plan. So our housing element is mandated, one of the few, and it is required to be updated on a regular basis. Over the years, the county has adopted housing elements for each of the state's cycles. We've 6 cycles so far. So the first cycle started in the 80s, and we adopted our first cycle housing element in 1984. The last cycle is the 6th cycle, which was adopted in 2021. So the methods by which local jurisdictions have met conformance requirements under the state housing element law have really evolved over time significantly from the first cycle. So as we implement housing element now under the new laws for the state's 6th cycle, it's evident that significant changes are expected from local jurisdictions, and so I wanted to just talk about that. For the first time, really, housing element law has real teeth. The state is taking a firm stance with new statutory requirements signaling a shift in approach where there are really serious consequences if you are found to be in noncompliance. So that's really why we're here today. Recent state laws, such as AB 72, underscore the heightened emphasis on local accountability, compliance, and enforcement by the state. So this law strengthened the California Department of Housing and Community Development's ability to enforce housing element law. They can refer violations to the Attorney General's office. And so the state has now really dedicated resources to this sort of new authority of enforcement. They have additional staffing and dedicated teams within HCD. They have a housing accountability unit, and the state attorney's general office has a strike team. So they really coordinate with the attorney general office on ensuring that local jurisdictions are in compliance. So this really demonstrates and underscores, I think, their commitment to enforcement and sort of this new day that we're in under this 6th cycle. So additionally, housing advocates and local watchdog teams across the state are increasingly vigilant, providing information to authorities on enforcement. So they're looking out to see what local jurisdictions are doing and really working to feed that information to the state. So we're kind of under a new landscape here. So the landscape has shifted significantly. I would say continues to shift with new laws coming out, and enforcement measures now stricter, consequences of inaction potentially impacting even routine permitting. So things like pulling a building permit to do your kitchen remodel, or putting, solar panels on your roof or a roof remodel. Those are permits that we issue on a regular basis, building permits, right? That everyone has a right to submit and that we issue on a regular basis. That is at risk if we are found in noncompliance. So what constituted compliance back even in 2021 when the board adopted the sixth cycle and that was certified by HCD, our housing element is certified by them, that really no longer suffices. So we must adapt or risk losing our land use authority. So I know this is a really difficult item to consider, but we are here because we need to be, right? So the housing element rezone item before you today is a program that's identified in that sixth cycle housing element. We have committed to implementing that, and that's really the reason we're here today. It stands as a crucial implementation requirement to retain the county's statutory requirement to be found in compliance. So this is a critical element of our housing, it's a critical program, of our housing element that we need to implement. So that's why we're here. And we are required to have that program completed by May. So May 15th is our deadline. You will hear more about this from our planning staff today. They will share more on the background and analysis that's been prepared and which needs to be considered by your commission today so that we can forward an action onto the Board of Supervisors and move this program forward. As I will say, this program is considered a top priority in our office and by the county and critically important for the county to retain its land use authority. So staff have been working diligently to implement it, to comply with the law, and rezone properties to meet 100% of what has been determined by the state to be our unmet housing need here in Placer. So I want to point out what may come up today or something you have heard about already is a provision in the state government code that allows for an option to request an extension of that May date to complete the program. And so it's allowed if the county has completed rezones at density sufficient to accommodate at least 75% of our requirement. So it's the 75-25 split where you can work on the 25%, ask for an extension for the 25%. In requesting that extension, the county would have to make special findings, and we're prepared to talk about that today if you have questions. But I wanted really to take this opportunity to share our concerns with that approach of splitting this up. We are not in support of that option as we believe it comes with significant risk and cost. HCD could challenge the validity of our findings, putting us at risk of decertification of our housing element. And again, if the housing element is decertified, we are at risk of losing our land use authority. We could be put under a moratorium and not be able to do, issue building permits, for example. So additionally, I want to point out that if we do extend this and do that 25%, it has to be done in a year. But that also requires additional county funding and staff resources to do that. That would be putting us back at this. So we believe we have options for you to consider today to forward on to the Board of Supervisors. Understanding from Chris, and he'll talk more about this, but there's various different ways that you could frame this up in terms of properties to select from to where we can meet that 100%. So with that, I just want to note that I believe through diligence and a commitment to achieve a resolution in this matter, I'm certain that we can kind of navigate this challenge and land in a position that meets the requirements and gets us to compliance. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, thank you, Crystal, and good morning again, Commissioners. Before I begin the staff presentation, I would like to offer some additional context to what Crystal just added. The item before the Commission today is a result of a tremendous effort on behalf of county staff and the consultant team to bring present a package of actions to comply with Placer County's 2021 Housing Element Program 1. When the board adopted our housing element in May of 2021, it was acknowledged that our land use planning fell short in accommodating sufficient lower income units. Initially, our team pursued an overlay zone approach to meeting that shortfall, However, following the Clovis decision last year, we'll talk a little bit more about that later, our team adjusted course and pursued a rezone approach to a new multifamily zone district that would meet state density requirements. The team reviewed the housing elements candidate list of rezone properties, identified areas of growth and additional properties for potential consideration as part of a rezone effort, scored and ranked sites based on objective criteria, engaged with property owners and the community, and initiated the requisite environmental analysis to meet CEQA requirements. This effort has led us to today, and while we'll no doubt hear concerns and criticisms about the approach and process, I'm proud of the work that our team and of being able to deliver a package to the Planning Commission that aligns with the Board of Supervisors' directives to be limited in scope, in only addressing the shortfall and not including much of a buffer, include only voluntary participants, voluntary property owner participants, and to include sites throughout the county and in appropriate areas. So today's presentation will be a team effort featuring the county's subject matter experts and our environmental consultant. As noted, it is a long presentation, but one that complements the report package and provides the essential information for the public and commission to consider the staff proposal. Our team has organized the presentation into various segments. I'm going to provide an overview of the current staff proposal, including some updates to the site list based on recent developments with some property owners. We'll then take a step back, and Callie Kettinger Cecil will cover some important background information. She'll talk about how we arrived at the proposed site list, the extensive public outreach that's been completed, and responses to some of the common questions and concerns that have come up while working on the proposal. From there, Nikki Strigan, our county housing manager, is here to talk about affordable housing. She's also going to talk about the county's housing ordinance and our efforts to develop workforce housing throughout the county. Lee Chavez and Nick Papani will then address the programmatic EIR, including mitigation measures and alternatives that have been studied. And finally, I'll conclude with a brief wrap-up and remind the Commission of the actions requested. So to start, the staff proposal is a package of actions and entitlements aimed at complying with HE Program 1. It includes a general plan amendment to introduce a new land use designation, as well as a zoning text amendment to establish a new zoning designation and amend allowable land use tables.
Sorry.
The package also directs staff to prepare a housing element amendment, as I mentioned earlier during the previous items, response to public comments, and incorporate new sites into the inventory, revise program HE1, and then add some new programs, and I'll talk about all of those in a little bit. Lastly, the package includes a rezone of 15 properties from their current zoning to this newly created multifamily zoning district, RM30, which we've talked about a bit already. So as I mentioned, the package includes a resolution to amend the general plan to adopt a new land use designation, high-density residential 20 to 30. This designation will establish a residential density range of 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. It's important to note that the density specified in the general plan does supersede the allowable densities outlined in various community plans. Additionally, the resolution would mandate that design guideline standards outlined in the county's multifamily and mixed-use design manual would supersede any design standards of applicable community plan areas. And again, all of this is being done so that there isn't an inconsistency between the general plan and the various community plans. The staff proposal also includes an ordinance to establish a new zoning designation, residential multifamily 30 or RM30, as we've been talking about. The ordinance would set a residential density ranging from 20 to 30 units per acre, aligning with the state requirements for a municipal, an urban area. We did model this district, as was already talked about earlier, after the existing residential multifamily zone. So it does include many of the same permitted, conditionally permitted, and prohibited uses as that RM district currently in our zoning ordinance. We believe that this RM30 district and designation may have utility outside of this rezone program. So it was crafted with this in mind to not be overly restrictive, given that we may have need to use it in other areas at other points in time. It's also worth noting that as drafted, most residential uses in this newly formed district would require a zoning level clearance, but any of those non-residential uses, the uses that came up in previous conversation, or a previous item, would require a conditional or minor use permit, so some level of discretionary review prior to allowance. In addition to establishing the RM30 zoning designation, the ordinance would also amend the zoning code related to non-conforming uses. This amendment would allow property owners and users of rezoned sites some flexibility to continue their existing uses and potentially expand, enlarge, or reconstruct. This provision specifically targets the properties that are listed on the rezone list that have current uses, or maybe they currently have structures on the site. The staff proposal also includes direction for preparing revisions to the housing element that will need to be in alignment with the final board action. Following the board's decision on February 13th to establish a list of 19 sites for potential rezoning consideration, staff developed an initial draft housing element amendment based on those 19 sites. This draft underwent a statutory 7-day public review before it was then submitted to HCD for their 60-day review period, and that submittal was done on March 12th of 2024. The submission package to HCD comprises a discussion on transitioning from the zoning overlay to a rezone approach, adjustments to the shortfall of units from 1107 to 1219, modifications to the residential land inventory to provide for these 19 sites, a fair housing site assessment, which is required by state law, and then new housing programs. Staff anticipates receiving a letter from HCD in the next couple of weeks on that initial draft. We have had preliminary comments or preliminary conversations with HCD about the draft. They do believe, or they have indicated that there will be comments, there will be things needed to be changed, but nothing too significant based on what was submitted. We do know, however, that revisions will be necessary based on their changes, but also based on the final list of rezoned properties. All 19 properties are not going to be rezoned. We know that we'll need to make changes to the housing element amendment before all is said and done. There definitely will be changes to the land inventory, to the fair housing site assessment, which will also be based on that final list of properties, and those proposed housing programs. Staff will prepare a revised housing element amendment following the May 21st board action, undergo another seven-day public review period before submitting to HCD for another 60-day assessment. Once we receive comments back from HCD, it will need to be brought back through the Board of Supervisors for final adoption. So again, the recommendations on the housing element amendment will still need to go through additional levels of scrutiny before it is finally acted upon by the board. I did want to mention that the initial amendment that I've been speaking about was submitted to HCD, introduces 5 new programs that would support that preliminary list of 19 rezone sites. And although they may need some revision, it's likely that some of these programs might need to stay in the amendment. So I wanted to outline them very quickly. Program 50 targets non-vacant sites. There are now only 2 non-vacant sites that are on the list. At the time that we submitted the list of 19, there were 5 non-vacant sites. Currently, there are 2 in the staff proposal. The program would aim to facilitate development by establishing an outreach and coordination program connecting developers, builders, and owners. Program 51 addresses non-vacant sites by requiring adoption of a policy to ensure that new housing developments on those occupied sites would provide some assistance to residents that would lose their housing should the site be developed. Program 52 focuses on large sites to facilitate affordable housing development, prioritizing the processing of subdivision maps, including affordable units, and offering them an expedited review process and incentives. Program 53 would aim to mitigate fire impacts on vulnerable communities by identifying and prioritizing fire mitigation strategies. That program was included due to a site in the Tahoe area as well as the sites on Lincoln Way. That's why the program was included. Program 54 would reduce living costs for future lower income households not served by transit by working with transit providers to address barriers and identify funding for transit services. So as I mentioned, we will need to modify or include new programs based on the final collection of properties. I'll just highlight maybe one example is that if the Cincinnati property is ultimately included in the rezone package, it is very likely that we will need to include programs specific to that site, given that it's a county-owned property and we're kind of mid-cycle with our housing element. There may be programs that need to be added to facilitate and fast-track the ultimate development of that site. So wanted to mention that that is would be something that you could expect, some programs centered around it based on that final collection of properties. And lastly, the staff proposal contains an ordinance to rezone 15 properties from their current zoning to RM30. The staff report package identifies 16 properties. So I wanted to explain why I'm saying 15. After the materials in the staff report package went to publication, staff was contacted by the owner of Site 13 at 3066 Penryn Road. They indicated they were no longer interested in participation. This site is just north of Sites 17 and 18 on Penryn Road, and those two sites are currently subject for of a filed application for an affordable housing development. Site 13 is currently zoned neighborhood commercial and at 2.6 acres could accommodate a yield of 52 units. Based on previous board direction to only include properties and with property owners that are voluntary participants, staff would be recommending that we revise the request here to 15 properties rather than the 16. So even with the removal of Site 13, staff's proposal continues to exceed the target requirement of 1,219 units. I'll show here the removal there. With the revisions to the staff proposal, staff is recommending a rezoning package that includes 15 properties with a potential yield of 1,254 units, which features a 35-unit buffer. This staff proposal would meet the obligations under HE1 and would likely require only minimal revisions to the housing element amendment that was previously submitted. An alternative approach would be to examine this list with the inclusion of the 2 Cincinnati Avenue properties. If those properties are included, there would be options to have a small buffer by including them and these properties, this list of properties here, or potentially remove some of these properties from the rezone. Under this approach, there are multiple paths forward to meet the 1,219 unit goal, even with some limited site removal. However, I should note that this approach would require more extensive revisions to the housing element amendment, and there would be further HCD scrutiny, particularly around the furthering fair housing goals, would be something that we would be concerned about should we head down that path. So before I complete my segment of the presentation and turn it over, I wanted to draw your attention to a couple of additional developments that have emerged since the publication of the staff report, demonstrating the sort of ever-evolving nature of this program. Two property owners previously opposed to the rezone, despite their sites being included initially in the program and analyzed in the EIR, have now expressed interest. It's important to note that due to legal noticing and the timing of those notices, neither property can be considered for this rezone package. But if subsequent rezonings are directed by the board, these properties could be considered in the near term and potentially used as buffer sites. The first property is situated on the southwest corner of PFE and Antelope Road. It's in the Dry Creek community. It's approximately 4.3 acres with a potential yield of 86 units. It's identified in the EIR and in previous packages as Site 1. It's zoned office professional. It's also located proximate to the approved 600-unit subdivision Creekview Ranch and the proposed 300-unit subdivision Mill Creek. The second property is listed on Masters Court in North Auburn and is 2.9 acres, which could yield about 58 units. The site identified as Site 35 in the EIR and in previous documentation is zoned commercial plan development. It's adjacent to the Les Schwab Auto Center right here off of Willow Creek and Highway 49, proximate to county-owned property. Staff has spoken to the property owner about their interest. They've indicated that they are somewhat interested, so not fully committed, but have expressed some level of interest and wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of that. So once more, I'd like to emphasize that the three property owners who have requested removal, including two property owners that previously signed affidavits this February indicating their agreement to participate in the rezone, along with the addition of two property owners who had previously been hesitant, underscore the challenges in relying solely on voluntary participation and does support staff's proposal to complete this rezone task now and fulfill the requirements of HE1 with known and voluntary participants. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Kettinger-Cecil.
For the chair, do you want us to wait until the end? Okay.
Yes. If we could write all our questions down, as I've been doing, that way we can get through this quicker.
Okay.
And we can come back and
that's fine.
Staff will come up as we have questions for them. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Callie Kettinger-Cecil, Senior Planner with the Planning Services Division. The next portion of the presentation will provide a background of the housing element as well as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, shorthand to RHNA. I will also provide a review of the site list, including the site list refinement process and how we got to the list that we arrived at today. I would also like to provide a summary of the comments that are received as well as provide responses. The adopted housing element is a detailed analysis of the overall housing context in the county. It considers information related to existing and future population, existing infrastructure capacity, constraints to developing housing, and goals, policies, and programs to achieve the housing objectives and demonstrate how the county will continue to accommodate the county's fair share of regional housing needs. In the adopted housing element, the total RHNA, or Regional Housing Needs Allocation, that was assigned to the county is 7,854 units. The housing element demonstrates that there is sufficient land zone to support moderate and above moderate income levels. However, the housing element also shows that there is a insufficient amount of land available for lower income. The housing element identified a total of 3,409 units for the lower income category. The housing element includes a projection of units from approved and planned projects, anticipated lower income development allocated in the specific plans, 406 units that were already zoned at a higher density, projections for accessory dwelling units in manufactured homes. And this assumption has been adjusted. Initially, the housing element identified 206 units for approved and planned projects. However, those projects either did not move forward for various reasons or constructed different numbers than were anticipated. Therefore, the approved and planned project unit assumption has been adjusted from 206 to 94. So what this table is showing is this is what we already have. And when you take the residential capacity of 2,190 units and subtract that from the overall RHNA, you get our shortfall. So that shortfall is 1,219 units. That is the number that we are required to demonstrate that we have sufficient land zoned to support that number of units. So as I mentioned, the shortfall adjustment did have an impact on our obligation. This table here shows what was identified in the housing element as well as the adjusted numbers. Martis Valley, Schaefer's Mill, Hopkins Village did not construct the units anticipated, and Sabre City actually wound up constructing more than were anticipated. So our shortfall has changed as a result of those development changes. Next, I'm going to discuss how the housing element intended to resolve that shortfall, the shift in approach from an overlay to a new zone district, and how the list that is before you today came to be. Program Housing Element 1 is the program that was adopted and identified in order to address the shortfall. And Program HE1 anticipated that an overlay zone would be done to achieve that shortfall. So I'd like to take a moment to explain what an overlay zone district is before I start really getting into the nitty-gritty. So an overlay is very similar, or it's the same as a combining zone district. Some examples of existing combining districts in the zoning ordinance include a combining agricultural, combining aircraft overflight, combining development reserve, and combining special purpose. There are more identified in the zoning ordinance, but these are just examples. So if you applied that overlay zone to, say, a commercial site, what that zoning would then look like is general commercial, combining housing opportunity, combining design corridor. Staff actually began developing a housing overlay district in winter 2022, and that is what we were anticipating would be used to achieve this program. What's important to note about the overlay and why it would have been a very beneficial path forward is it would have maintained the base of zoning. What I mean by that is this C1 would not have changed, including the permissible uses. However, now that we're changing it to a new zone district, that changes the base zoning. So in April of last year, there was a court case between the city of Clovis and a party named Martinez, and the result of that court case was that an overlay cannot be used by governments to achieve their RHNA. So at that point, we had to change our approach. We reevaluated the residential land inventory, which I'll go into in just a moment. We also looked at expanding the list, first starting with the candidate rezone sites that were identified in the housing element. We also wanted to include the HCD guidance for a buffer to address no net loss requirements and prevent future rezones down the line, and the HCD guidance was for a 20 to 30% buffer. So the residential land inventory is discussed in both Chapter 4 of the housing element as well as Appendix A. Appendix A includes an inventory of planned and approved projects, an inventory of the specific plans, an inventory of vacant and non-vacant land available for multifamily residential uses, as well as sites noted as opportunity areas from the state tax credit allocation opportunity maps. The candidate rezone sites identified in the housing element were noted as sites that could be rezoned to accommodate lower income RHNA units. 36 candidate rezone sites consisting of 47 individual parcels, totaling 165.45 acres were identified, and that was the basis for the reevaluation. In addition to those sites, 19 of the candidate rezone sites were identified in the Housing Strategy and Development Plan that was prepared for background information for the housing element. The density for the rezone sites noted in the housing element were based on that housing overlay as well as a realistic density assumption calculation. So the densities that were noted for the sites in the housing element are different than what we're working with today. So as I mentioned, staff began the reevaluation of the site list with the parameters described in government code, including undeveloped sites that are zoned for residential use, undeveloped sites that are zoned for non-residential use where residential use is allowed, for example, commercial and commercial plan development zoning districts, residential zone sites that are capable of being developed at a higher density, and sites zoned for non-residential use that can be redeveloped and rezoned for residential uses. We also used criteria from that government code section that is also included in the HCD guidebook, including the size, if it was identified in a previous housing element, and its existing conditions, including if it's vacant or non-vacant and underutilized. So we started, as I said, with the candidate rezone sites in the housing element. So that was 36 sites. We also included additional sites from the inventory, but that were not noted as candidate rezone sites. We also included sites where potential multifamily development proposals were known to staff, either through pre-development meetings or discussions with property owners. And at that point, the list was expanded to 69 properties. Once that site list was compiled, and I do want to mention that that site list was necessarily large because we did want to include as many willing and voluntary property owners as possible. So once that list was compiled of 69 properties, staff began immediately outreaching to the property owners to determine their willingness to participate in the rezone program. We also presented the list at 13 different MAC meetings between June and August last summer. And following these meetings, there were several property owners who approached the county to see if county staff would be open to adding their sites to the list for evaluation. Other public meetings for the program included the EIR scoping meeting, 2 workshops before the Board of Supervisors, a draft EIR meeting in February, as well as a meeting before the Airport Land Use Commission, also in February. And staff also provided information before 2 additional MACs, including the Horseshoe Bar Penryn MAC in November and the Granite Bay MAC in both December 2023 and March 2024. Staff has also had numerous meetings, phone calls, and email correspondence with the rezoned site list property owners, as well as members of the community. A lot of the feedback we have received was that there was a lack of public notification, so I'd like to take a moment to talk about the public notification that has been done. And what this table shows here is the public meeting or hearing body, the legal requirement, and the notification that was done for the rezone process. In all cases, we met all legal requirements. In some cases, we went above and beyond those requirements. So notices were done per the applicable laws for all of the MAC meetings, the Planning Commission workshop, the town hall, the EIR notice of preparation, the EIR scoping meeting, the Board of Supervisors workshops, as well as the Planning Commission draft EIR hearing. In addition to the notifications for the public meetings, notifications were also provided for the notice of preparation, the release of the environmental impact report, as well as the release of the final environmental impact report. So next I'll get a little bit more into the site refinement process. So as has been noted, the site list has been reduced from its original large number. And I also want to note, because I had mentioned that we were approached by several property owners at the MAC meetings to evaluate their sites for consideration. Those include sites 9 and 10, located at Cookrealo Road, sites 32 and 33, that are located on Penryn Road, south of Interstate 80, site 73, located on Blitz Lane, and site 74 on Bell Road here in Auburn. I would note that none of these properties have made it on the list that is before you today. With these added properties, the list was expanded to include 74 sites totaling 250.1 acres. So as I mentioned, we cast a necessarily large net in order to elicit as many willing property owners as possible. We contacted property owners via standard and certified mail, email, and by phone. And all 74 properties were included in that initial study and notice of preparation. That number has been reduced to 72 from the notice of preparation to the draft EIR. And the reason for that is because sites 32 and 33 have very significant cultural resources, and the United Auburn Indian community raised serious concerns regarding the development of those sites. Those sites did not move forward, and the list of sites that is noted in the draft EIR and the final EIR is 72 properties. I'd also like to take this moment to acknowledge that throughout the draft EIR and final EIR document, it does acknowledge in multiple places that while the total list does include 72 properties, the ultimate number of the ultimate number of sites to be rezoned is likely to be far fewer. So on November 27th, staff presented the list to the Board of Supervisors, and at that point, we had heard from 29 property owners who did not want their sites rezoned. 6 of those property owners were unresponsive to county attempts at contact, and the board directed staff to only consider willing property owners, including the unresponsive owners. The resultant site list at that point included 45 properties. At that hearing, the board also directed staff to install signs on the sites. Staff continued outreach efforts and made contact with 30 of the 45 property owners as it related to signage. And at that point, 5 additional property owners rescinded participation. So 15 property owners representing 22 sites provided property owner sign installation authorizations in January. That does say January 2023. It should be January 2024. That was January of this year. And installation of the signs occurred the first week of February. On February 13th, a second workshop was held before the Board of Supervisors. Staff provided potential rezone list scenarios for the board to consider, and at that point, the board directed staff to continue consideration of 19 sites totaling 70.3 acres with a potential unit yield of 1,430 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 2,025 units at 30 units per acre. The board directed removal of several controversial sites, including Site 58 on Florence Lane, Site 74 on Bell Road, and Sites 60, 62, 64, and 63, which have been noted at various points from both the board, the Planning Commission, and members of the public as the Edgewood sites. So none of these sites on Edgewood Road moved forward after that. Signs that were installed on those properties were removed following that hearing. Following the February 13th and February 22nd February 22nd draft EIR hearing, as well as after the publication of the legal notice for today's meeting, the owners of Site 9 and 10, as well as the owner of Site 45, have rescinded their participation. As noted earlier in the presentation, Site 13 has also rescinded participation, and therefore, the staff proposal includes 15 properties totaling 61.5 acres with a potential unit yield of 1,254 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 1,761 units at dwellings at 30 units per acre. This is 35 units over the shortfall of 1,219. So next, I'm going to get into the rezone site details, and the Planning Commission as well as the public can follow along. The information I will be discussing next is found in Attachment J of the staff report, and that begins on page 706. So Attachment J is the rezone site details. I'm going to go through this relatively quickly, but I do think it's very important to provide context for each of the sites. So first we will start with Site 7. Site 7 is zoned farm with combining development reserve with a combining 4.6 acre minimum. The ranch is a proposed project that is located here, and this project is also surrounded by Brady Vineyards. The site does have a tributary to Dry Creek that flows through this area. This is noted as a floodplain area, so development of the site would be required to adhere to general plan provisions regarding floodplain development, as well as the floodplain damage prevention ordinance found in county code. This site could potentially yield 54 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 81 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Each and every one of these sites would be subject to a subsequent conformity review as well as a design review. I will be going into that in more detail later, but I think it's important to understand that each of these sites would be required to undergo that review. In addition, each of the sites would be required to submit for review the following technical studies, reports, and plans as described in the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. Each of the properties would be required to prepare improvement plans, a drainage report, lighting and photometric plan, air quality emissions analysis, a biological resources assessment, and this section of the attachment does detail all of the potential special status species that may be found based on habitat data. Properties would also be subject to participation in the Placer County Conservation Program and receiving a land authorization conversion. If there is a aquatic feature, including a wetland, vernal pool, or a stream, then the development would also be subject to the county's Aquatic Resources Program, which is a component of the PCCP. Projects would also be required to submit a noise management plan, construction traffic control plan, transportation study, and a Phase 1 environmental site assessment. A sewer and water availability will serve letter would be required, or a capacity analysis if required by the serving agency. A floodplain analysis if there is floodplain on the site, and then payment of fees including PCCP land conversion fees and special habitat fees for areas that are within the Dry Creek. They are subject to Dry Creek watershed drainage and improvement ordinance fees, school impact fees, park and recreation facilities impact fees, sewer connection fees, and fire protection development fees. So that is what will be required for all of the sites. Attachment J does include that. I'm not going to go over that for each and every site, but I will go over the existing zoning and surrounding development. So Site 8 is located just south of Baseline Road. The city of Roseville is to the north. There is a little bit of commercial to the east, and the majority is surrounded by residential. There is additional commercial and industrial further to the east and to the south. This property is 6.9 acres and is located at 8101 East Drive. The site is currently zoned residential single family with a combining residential single family combining agriculture and a combining minimum building site of 20,000 square feet. Site 8 is surrounded by residential developments with high-density single-family development to the north and east of the property and within a 1-mile radius of educational, medical, recreational, and commercial services. The site is near existing sewer infrastructure at the intersection of Americana Drive and Baseline Road. At 6.9 acres, Site 8 could potentially yield 138 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 207 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. The next proposed property for the rezone is Site 11, which is located at 5780 13th Street in Sheridan and is currently zoned general commercial combining town center. It could potentially yield 16 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 24 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. It's located in downtown Sheridan. Highway 65 and the Sheridan Lincoln Boulevard is located here, and there is a old vacant commercial structure located on the site. Next, I will go over proposed rezone sites 17 and 18. I do have site 13 crossed out here because, as has been noted, that property owner does not want to participate any longer, so I'm not going to go into the details for that site, but I would like to talk about sites 17 and 18. As mentioned previously, these are subject of a development application that has been submitted for a multifamily residential development consisting of 240 units. These two properties are under the same ownership and therefore are described together. These two properties would be subject to the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program and would be required to undergo a design review as well. Site 23 is located in Granite Bay. It is located on the Bayside Fields area. Bayside Church is down here. We have Sierra College Boulevard to the west and Cabot Stallman to the east. The overall site is approximately 14.6 acres, and the property owners have indicated that they would be willing to rezone a 3.2 acre portion of the site located here. It is important to note that there is a wetland preserve located to the north, and any development of the site would be required to avoid that area. This property is currently zoned farm with a combining minimum building site of 20 acres, and if it were to be rezoned, could potentially yield 64 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 96 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Next, we have Site 25. This is a 1.7 acre parcel located in Granite Bay at 8950 Auburn Folsom Road. This site could potentially yield 34 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 48 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. There is a existing mobile home park to the north, and Auburn Folsom Road is here to the east, and Eureka Road is to the south. It's important to mention this is right across the street from Site 26. Site 25 is right here, and next I will go into Site 26. This is a 17.5 acre parcel that's located at 8989 Auburn Folsom Road. It is noted in county documentation as 18.1 acres, and in the housing element is 17.5. As a site that is larger than 10 acres, additional information such as a constraints analysis is required. And based on that constraints analysis, staff has determined that there's a potential buildable area of 2.3 acres, and the unit potential is based off that 12.3 acre area. So we are noting the unit potential for that site to be 246 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 369 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Next, we have Site 29, which is located at 3865 Old Auburn Road in Granite Bay. It is currently zoned residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building site of 40,000 square feet. Old Auburn Road is to the south, and this is adjacent to a project that was formerly called Placer Retirement Residence and is now called Sequoia Grove Gracious Living. And the intersection of Sierra College Boulevard and Old Auburn is just further down the road to the east. If this site were to be rezoned, it could potentially yield 96 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 144 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Next, moving up north and east in the county, we have Site 34, which is located here in Auburn off of Highway 49. Luther Road is to the north, and the City of Auburn boundaries are adjacent to the east. This is a 12.8 acre parcel, and it's currently zoned commercial plan development with a combining design corridor. It could potentially yield 112 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 168 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. Similar to Site 26, this is noted in county documentation as 12.8 acres. There was a constraints analysis that was done, and that constraints analysis showed a potential buildable area of 5.6 acres, and the unit potential is based off of that acreage. Next, we have Sites 42 and 43, which are located not too far from where we are sitting today, just north on Highway 49. Dry Creek is to the south. There's a subdivision adjacent to the west. The sites 42 and 43 are zoned general commercial, combining design corridor and combining aircraft overflight. I would like to note that these sites are the subject of conditions of approval that were adopted by the Airport Land Use Commission on February 28th. That is because there is an aircraft overflight combining zoning designation, and there is a portion of the site that is within a compatibility zone that does not permit multifamily residential uses, so that area would be required to be avoided. However, the balance of the site could be developed with residential uses. That area that could not have residential uses could support, for example, a parking lot. Next, we have Site 51, which is located just south of the previous Kmart shopping center. It is near the Gateway Commons project. Here we have Plaza Way to the west, and then there's an existing mobile home park to the south. This site is zoned commercial plan development, combining design corridor and combining aircraft overflight. If this site were to be rezoned, then it could potentially support a unit yield of 36 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 54 units at 30 dwelling units per acre. And then finally, we have sites 71 and 72 located on Lincoln Way. The site is generally surrounded by the city of Auburn. The site boundaries are shown in red, and they are currently zoned residential single family. If they were to be rezoned, site 71 could support 58 units at 20 dwelling units per acre and 87 units at 30 per acre. And site 72 could support 90 units at 20 per acre and 129 at 30 per acre. Combined, the total unit count of both sites could be 148 at 20 dwelling units per acre and 216 units at 30 per acre. I would like to note that these two sites here are the subject of an active code enforcement violation, and county staff has been working with the property owner to resolve that violation. So with that, I conclude the description and summary of attachment J, the rezoned site details. And next I would like to get into a little bit about what are we talking about future site development, what is that going to look like? So first and foremost, we don't have any active development proposals for these sites with the exception of the application noted on sites 17 and 18. Projects would be required to undergo a subsequent conformity review. They would be required to provide reports and studies that I mentioned earlier. If the results of those technical studies and reports determine that the impacts from the project would result in more severe impacts than were previously identified, then additional CEQA analysis would be required. That additional CEQA analysis could be in the form of an addendum or an additional site-specific EIR, depending on what the issue is and the level of complexity. Another example of how site development may work in the context of traffic, because we have gotten quite a few comments related to transportation. Each of these sites is required to submit a transportation analysis to take a look at if they need to do any road improvements, and if those associated improvements would also require further CEQA analysis, then that would also be required at that time. Sites would also be subject to a design review agreement to ensure compliance with the multifamily and mixed-use design standards. The public would receive a notification in the mail. That notification radius is is mailed from 300 feet, everyone who's within 300 feet of the property line, or the nearest 30 properties if the 300-foot radius includes fewer than 30 properties. The design review agreement for these sites would be subject to a hearing before the zoning administrator, and they would be subject to appeal. So someone could submit an appeal. It would then go to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission's determination is also subject to appeal, in which case the project would go before the Board of Supervisors. So next, I'd like to discuss the public comments that have been received for the project. Comments have been received at each and every one of the public meetings, including the town halls, MAC meetings, workshops, as well as comments received on the EIR and the housing element amendment. The vast majority of comments share similar concerns and included comments regarding the merits of the program, opposition to sites on the list, impacts to community character and property values, impacts to public services and infrastructure, and a desire for more county-owned sites to be used. Comments received on the EIR, as well as prior to today's hearing, are included in the report package. So before I get into the difference between a CEQA-related comment and a non-CEQA-related comment, I'd like to provide some general responses to the frequent public comments that we have received. In regards to overconcentration, these sites are generally spread out through each of the districts. We are working with voluntary property owners, so To the extent that sites are spread out, it is based on the property owner participation. With regards to amenities, staff has prepared maps and exhibits that show the location of services, capacity of, and we've also discussed that if and when a project is proposed, capacity of infrastructure would be analyzed. If the existing infrastructure is not adequate to support a project, the project would be required to construct improvements such as replacing an existing water or sewer line with a larger pipe to ensure there is capacity to serve the system. Projects would also pay fees associated with infrastructure at the building permit stage, and property owners and residents would be subject to taxes that support services. We've also received comments that the project would dramatically increase crime and have impacts to property values. I would note that those are social and economic considerations that are more for the decision makers than would be appropriate to be analyzed in a CEQA document. With regards to wildfire risk, the EIR does include a detailed analysis of wildfire risk in Chapter 10, as well as Program HE 53, which specifically targets wildfire mitigation. We have also received comments that people are losing wildfire or losing home insurance because of that risk. I definitely feel for that. I've lost my insurance myself, so that's absolutely a problem that faces everyone in the county. Projects would be required to obtain that insurance. How they obtain it and where they obtain it is not really the subject of what we're looking at today. Regarding specific plans, we've received many comments that we should be looking at specific plans to increase the densities and affordability requirements there. I would note that each of the specific plans have their own negotiated development agreements that outline their obligations. And as noted earlier in this presentation, the specific plans are providing 1,190 lower income units for this housing cycle. Regarding roadways and transportation impacts, traffic is discussed in Chapter 8 of the Environmental Impact Report, in the Master Response Number 4 regarding traffic safety, as well as the local transportation analysis that is included as an attachment to the staff report. Future development of the rezoned sites would increase traffic on local roadways, and site-specific transportation analysis would be required. All roadway improvements would be constructed to county standards to ensure safety. Regarding HCD guidance for large sites, I will get into that later in the presentation. We've also received comments that the EIR is insufficient due to its programmatic nature. We received many letters calling for virtually all of the sites to be removed. We've received comments that the project would result in what is called spot rezoning, that schools, fire districts, and law enforcement are not funded sufficiently to support more residents. We've also received comments that acknowledge the need for more housing, but that none of the sites are appropriate for that housing. We've also received comments that issues such as aesthetics, drainage, flooding, wildfire, and habitat impacts are inadequately addressed in the EIR. We also received a number of comments that the program should consider more county-owned properties. In response to that, programmatic EIRs are a valid and often used document for projects, including in Placer County. An example of that would be the programmatic EIR that was prepared for the Sunset Area Plan. And the EIR Master Response 5 also discusses programmatic versus site-specific EIRs. Regarding certain sites to be removed, the board does have ultimate authority to rezone sites. We are providing this information, however, that there are a number of people who have concerns over the sites that have been selected. Regarding spot rezoning, in virtually all cases for this project, staff is proposing to rezone from an existing residential zone district or a zone that already permits residential to a residential zone district. Furthermore, spot rezoning can occur under state law if that spot rezoning were in the public interest. Regarding insufficient funding, future property owners and residents would pay taxes to fund services. Regarding the inadequacy of the analysis as it relates to certain areas. Staff feels that these topics are adequately addressed and notes that concrete evidence regarding claims of insufficiency have not been provided. A very common comment and criticism that has been stated is that the windshield surveys that were done were insufficient. I think it's important to note that a windshield survey alone is not the basis for the cultural and the biological report where that did occur. In addition to the windshield survey, the consultants also analyzed existing reports for cultural resources that were available based on other projects that had gone forward. And as it relates to biological resources, the county actually has quite a bit of information on potential habitats based off of the extensive mapping that has been done for the Placer County Conservation Program. Biologists also analyze other information such as occurrence data. So I think it's important to note that the cultural report and the biological report, which did include a component of windshield surveys, did include additional information beyond that. Regarding county-owned sites, we did review that. Thank you, Kelsey, that's much better. So county-owned sites were reviewed, and in fact, 406 units were identified on the Placer County Government Center. And as occurred in the previous action, we are also looking at the 2 sites that are located in the Sunset Area Plan on Cincinnati Avenue. In addition, maps of county-owned properties were included with the staff report. Staff did look at other county-owned sites. The vast majority of the county-owned properties that are owned and controlled by the county include rights-of-ways along roads, as well as storage yards and equipment facilities, and parks and open space areas that would not be appropriate for the program that is before you today. So in short, we have looked at county-owned properties, and to the extent that we identified county-owned properties that could support the program, we have done so. So I want to talk a little bit about CEQA, its basic purpose, and discuss the comments received. So we generally received 4 different comment types. We received comments regarding the CEQA analysis, including comments about the project description and the scope, the physical environment, and the different CEQA resource areas. We also received comments regarding the HCD guidebook, the regional housing needs allocation, as well as the fact that this program is a state mandate. Many comments indicated that the county should either take action to not comply with the state law or to outright sue the state. That is a very common comment that we have received. We also received comments regarding zoning and the general plan, including the design corridor zoning, comments regarding spot rezoning, and then comments about the community plan versus the general plan. And then comments that are really for consideration for the decision makers include funding for services, economic and social impacts, and merits of the project. So this is a very wordy slide, but I think it's really important for people to understand. CEQA is a public disclosure document. It identifies the physical environmental effects that may result from a project. What it doesn't look at is social impacts, economic impacts, or the merits of a project. In addition, the existing of something like potential wildlife habitat, the existence of a special status species, or a floodplain, or extreme slopes, etc., does not mean that a site cannot be developed. CEQA requires that these impacts be disclosed to the appropriate decision makers and the public, and mitigation measures identified and imposed to reduce potentially significant impacts. Many commenters have stated, both in written form and at hearings, that the project would not have environmental impacts. Staff has never indicated that. There will be impacts. Mitigation measures have been identified to reduce potentially significant impacts. And decision makers can approve a project with significant unavoidable impacts provided that a findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations is also adopted. I think that's a really important thing to stress. I think a lot of people have this perception of CEQA in environmental review that because there is the existence of something or a mitigation measure has been applied, that means a project cannot move forward, and that is not the case. In addition, as it relates to responses to comments, CEQA is very specific in the evaluation and response considerations. What I mean by that is a comment that says, I don't like this project, is not considered a comment type under CEQA. So a comment that is general, in addition to what I previously said, a comment that is general, the response can also be general. So in other words, the level of detail that's provided in a comment can be matched with the same level of detail in a response. The public may note that many of the responses from the final environmental impact report do include statements such as, this is not a CEQA measure, or the environmental document was not revised based on that. And that's because the comment itself was very general, did not specify in detail and supported by factual evidence how a specific portion of the EIR was insufficient. Having said that, the final EIR does include a number of master responses to frequent comments, including those that are not required to be analyzed under CEQA. Personal views of the project do not receive specific responses in the final EIR, though they are important. So I'd like to provide some examples of a CEQA-related comment versus an example of a non-CEQA-related comment. So an example of a CEQA-related comment would be specific to the potential physical environmental effect and the conclusion of the analysis, specific to a resource area, and includes supporting evidence such as references, evidence, or other factual support. An example of a non-CEQA comment topic would be social effects, economic effects, personal opinions of a project. And as it relates to the rezone program, comments that discussed HCD compliance, requests for specific properties to be removed from consideration, those are also not CEQA comments. Compliance with zoning designation is also not a CEQA-related comment because CEQA is not a zoning document. Responses to CEQA comments and CEQA-related comments were responded to in Chapter 2 of the final EIR. Responses regarding how and why a specific comment did not change the analysis and conclusions of the report is included, as well as references to portions of the draft EIR where the commenter's concerns were addressed. For example, if a comment raised a specific concern regarding, say, wildfire, then the reader was directed to the wildfire chapter of the EIR. We also provided information on procedures when it was appropriate, also referenced other comments where an answer had already been provided, and in limited cases, a non-CEQA-related response was provided for informational purposes. We also included master responses, including Master Response 1 for non-EIR and administrative issues, Master Response 2 for social and economic impacts, Master Response 3 for county-owned sites, Master Response 4 for traffic safety, Master Response 5 for programmatic EIR versus site-specific, and Master Response 6, school impacts. We also received a number of comments stating that sites that are larger than 10 acres are not permissible under HCD guidance. There are 2 sites on the list that are over 10 acres, including sites 34 and 26. HCD defines a large site as a site that is over 10 acres, and the guidebook states that these sites are not appropriate for affordable housing unless the housing element demonstrates development of affordable housing on a similarly sized parcel, that there's other evidence that the site is realistic and feasible for affordable housing, and that the housing element includes programs for how development would work on the site, including future subdivision. The housing element does include a large site analysis, including information on potential buildable areas based on known constraints. It includes 2 examples of affordable projects within the prior planning period, which I'll get into in a moment. And it also includes program HE52. So HE 52 is a program that was included in the housing element amendment that is under review by HCD. This program is not unique to Placer County. There are other jurisdictions that have, if not the same programs, similar programs to address development of large sites. And the purpose of this program is to facilitate development of affordable projects that support between 50 to 150 units. The quantified objective for this program would be the facilitation of development on sites 34 and 26. The two examples included in the housing element of large lot development include Vicara and Montesa in Whitney Ranch. That is a 19.74 acre project with 435 multifamily units, including 264 low-income units. And this project is an example of what is known as a mixed income project, in that there are low-income units interspersed with what's called a market rate unit. Terracina at Whitney Ranch is 11.7 acres, and this is an example of a 100% affordable project, and it has 288 units. Finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about the extension of time that was mentioned by Crystal Jacobson. There is a provision of state law that discusses a one-year extension provided 75% of the sites are rezoned. I should note that the existing list before you does achieve the shortfall with voluntary property owners, as well as provides a small buffer. This extension would require an equivalent to 915 units to be rezoned, as well as a resolution finding that the county has been unable to complete the rezoning because of circumstances beyond its control. It would require a work plan submitted to HCD to accomplish the remaining rezoning within a one-year time period, as well as include criteria and approach for additional sites and budget allocation for seeker review and housing consultant. This approach is uncertain and untested. We would be entering uncharted territory, and HCD would need to know which sites would be rezoned in the next year and may not approve an approach where the sites are unknown. I think that's a very important consideration. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I would like to introduce the housing manager, Nikki Stragan, who will provide a discussion regarding affordable and workforce housing in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Welcome, Nikki. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner DiMattei, members of the commission. Nikki Stragan, Principal Planner and Housing Manager with our Economic Development group. Here today to talk a little bit about what affordable housing is, a little bit about the criteria that's used to compete for a really common tool that's used to fund affordable housing, and then some other tools that the county has to support affordable housing. So I'll start by talking generally, and I'm on the tail end of a cold, which is why I sound like this, but thanks for bearing with me. Generally, I'll talk about what affordable housing is, and generally that does mean that when a household is paying 30% of its income, that is affordable. Anything beyond that is considered a cost-burdened household. So you take a look at some of the average and median home prices or even rents in the county, median home price now being $659,000, and the monthly payment that's needed to afford that, and in comparison to median household income, which is right around $114,000 for a household of four. So let's assume that's two working parents, or one full-time working parent and one part-time working parent and two children. Then an income like that makes home ownership attainability pretty difficult. You can see that the affordable monthly housing expense for that median household, that household making median income, is just at $3,000 per month. When we look at lower income housing, on the kind of high end of what is considered a low income for a household of four, we see $85,000 per year income. Again, that can be two working parents, 2 children in that household. That can also be 1 working parent and 3 children. But their affordable monthly housing expenses are even lower. A kind of simple thought exercise to think through is, who in your community is making incomes at this level. And so here's a snapshot of who qualifies for affordable housing. I think some of you have seen this graphic before in some of the handouts that have been provided for other rezone hearings, but these are the typical types of salaries for people in various professions, categorized by extremely low, very low, and low income. So we're talking about teachers and childcare workers, home and health care professionals, retail sales folks, people who are janitors and cleaners, those who work in our hospitals as medical assistants. That isn't to say that all affordable housing is strictly for our workforce. I mean, this is a great slide that shows that this is synonymous, affordable housing is synonymous with our workforce, but there are others in our community who may be on a fixed income, who may be seniors, or who have disabilities, or who are veterans that may not be working, who also are in need of affordable housing. So I'll talk a little bit about how market rate housing is sort of an absolutely different animal than building affordable housing. It is because the funding sources needed to construct it are layered and varied. In fact, some of my colleagues refer to the funding sources as a lasagna of funding. And so it's difficult to cobble that together. But one of the really kind of common tools that's used is a low-income housing tax, or low-income housing tax credits. So it's a very traditional source used to fund housing. It's a very complicated system. I do not, claim to be an expert in it. I'm learning about it as I meet and talk with more affordable housing developers. But some of the items on the screen before you show the criteria used to evaluate those applications. And so that scoring system is based on a couple of things. Number one, it's based on location. So applications that score high are in proximity to schools and healthcare and transportation and amenities like shopping centers and parks and those types of things. Applications that score high also have a range of affordability levels and unit mixes, so they might achieve very low and extremely low income levels in a mix of studios and 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and maybe 3 bedrooms for families. They're also looking for efficient development costs. So when we look at cost per unit, is that competitive? Is that reasonable? And is it efficient? In almost all these cases, on-site programs are proposed. So childcare, job training, access to health, support for people to help make healthcare appointments, and educational programs are afforded to the residents in order to provide them, additional support. And then compliance with regulations like fair housing, as well as the developer team experience is scored. So a lot of the criteria that I've listed on the screen aligns with the criteria that has been established in HCD guidance that staff had used to select the sites that are before you today. I'll talk a little bit about a tool that the county has to advance affordable housing. So the Affordable Housing and Employee Accommodation Ordinance is the main tool that we have. So that sits in Placer County Code Section 15.65. It was adopted in October of 2020. And it prescribes that residential projects that are over 100 units are required to build their fair share of affordable housing, so 10% affordable housing. Residential projects that are between 8 and 100 units have to pay a fee. In some cases, those developments have proposed an equivalency proposal and built on site. The common equivalency that we've seen to date is the use of accessory dwelling units, but otherwise a fee is prescribed in this section of the code. Non-residential development in the Sierra Nevada and Lake Tahoe area, so commercial and office and retail uses have to pay a fee as well. Specific plans under this code are required to build on site. And then, as I mentioned, there are equivalency proposals, and those are allowed in accordance with section 15.65.120. The fee that is paid There's lots of buzz around the fee as of late, not only from community members, but I was at the board on Tuesday talking about the annual adjustment. So there was some discussion about that. But the current fee is $2.59 per square foot, and that was identified based on the original fee was identified based on a series of nexus studies, one done for the east side of the county and another done for the west side of the county. That was, of course, completed in 2018, and then it was brought to the board for consideration prior to adoption of this ordinance in early October of 2020. The fee can be used for, so those dollars are collected at building permit or prior to building permit, and those sit in what's called the Housing Trust Fund. And those can be used to construct affordable housing. They can be used to leverage first-time home buyer and down payment assistance. They can also be used to acquire and rehabilitate existing multifamily properties. To date, some of those fees have been used for a couple of projects. One of them was Mercy Housing at Rock Creek, which is over here on the Government Center campus. That's a 79-unit development. Funds have been committed from the Housing Trust Fund, and actually these were committed from a specific plan, not directly derived from in lieu fees, but from Riolo Vineyard specific plan for a development called Sabre City Park Estates. It's sponsored by HTP Sabre, also an entity from the Housing Trust Placer, which I'll talk about in a moment. In cycle to date, so the Planning Division brought forward the housing element APR, and in cycle to date, as far as achieving our lower income, very low and lower income RHNA numbers, no units have been built for very low income, 118 units have been built for low income, and 201 units have been reported. This is through the housing element cycle to date. 201 units have been constructed for moderate income. The majority of those are accessory dwelling units. So Commissioner Dahlgren, I know you had mentioned something this morning. I don't have a lot of data on the actual obligations within the specific plans, but what's been reported to date in our housing element APR, by and large, we see those in the form of ADUs. So, those are, as far as numbers up on the board, you see the bullet points here on Mercy and Sabre. We have some ADUs that have been developed. Related to the in lieu fees, we also have an agreement with Housing Trust Placer. So that is a private housing trust that advances affordable housing development and the preservation of affordable housing in the county. Their mission involves providing financing and services to create opportunities for low-income households. They are recipients of some of these in lieu fees, so we have an agreement with them that says we can sweep some of those dollars over to them, and they'll be leveraged for grant applications or some other purposes to advance the development and construction of affordable housing. And then, of course, under our kind of new group of housing, our housing team under the CEO office, we're working on a number of other partnerships and programs and solutions to sort of crack this nut as far as how to solve some of our housing needs and achieve our housing goals. So I'll pass the presentation on to Lee Chavez with Environmental Coordination.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Commissioners and Chair DiMattei. I'm Lee Chavez. I'm the Environmental Coordinator for the county. I have just a few more slides on the CEQA process to cover. I'm going to go ahead and start with the steps, the major milestones for the CEQA process. The process started with the notice of preparation that was released on October 20th. And the review period for that ran until November 20th. The NOP release also included an initial study. The initial study was prepared to determine what resource areas should be explored further in the EIR. The analysis in the initial study, as well as the mitigation measures presented in the initial study, are a part of the final EIR. The majority of resource categories were discussed in brief within the initial study, and the detailed analysis of the impacts was conducted actually within the EIR's analysis. So the next step in the process was the NOP scoping meeting. The county held the scoping meeting to accept comment on the proposed project on November 3rd, 2023. The next major milestone was preparation of the draft EIR, which was released on February 2nd, 2024. And that, of course, that's the bulk of the analysis, appropriate mitigation measures, the alternatives analysis, and all other CEQA statutorily required sections. On February 22nd, that should say 2023, I'm sorry, that should say 2024, not 2022, we had a meeting to accept public comment on the draft EIR, and as Callie mentioned, responses to all written comments received during the public comment period, as well as all verbal comments at the public comment hearing were responded to in the final EIR. And then that final EIR was released last Thursday on April 18th. Before moving on from this slide, I did want to touch briefly on our CEQA notification process. For the draft EIR, in addition to publishing on our website and at the State Clearinghouse, we published the notice of availability in the Sacramento Bee and the Sierra Sun. We mailed the notice of availability to 1,308 recipients, which included the 1,155 property owners. These are the property owners within 300 feet of individual parcels. The NOA went to all relevant state and federal agencies, all city and county jurisdictions within or neighboring Placer County, all servicing districts, including districts such as water, fire, school, Native American tribes, all known HOAs, community organizations, and environmental organizations, all municipal advisory councils, and in addition, we emailed the notice of availability to all individuals who had expressed interest in this or any housing-related proposal or CEQA project proposal. We also placed hard copies of the document at the Cedra Auburn front desk, the Cedra Tahoe front desk, and the county clerk and all Placer County libraries. The final EIR followed the exact same noticing procedures, except that we excluded the agencies that did not comment on the draft. So with these notifications, we exceeded all CEQA notifications requirements for an EIR. So I did want to touch on the EIR methodology. In total, and we've covered this a bit, but the county was considering up to 72 individual properties for potential rezoning. That list of 72 properties has since been narrowed down through Board of Supervisors input and property owner decisions. However, the project description articulated by the EIR has not changed. All 72 parcels are analyzed at a program level in the EIR. This was a conservative approach taken to ensure that any properties ultimately chosen for rezoning had adequate CEQA coverage. This approach is appropriate for a program-level document where the exact composition of the sites was subject to change as the list was refined. The full analysis of all 72 sites in the draft EIR ensures that all sites have been analyzed at a program level, regardless of what composition the rezone list ultimately takes. So I also wanted to touch on the type of EIR chosen to cover the project. The draft EIR analyzes Housing Element Program HE1 comprehensively in what is defined as a program EIR by Article 11 of the CEQA guidelines. Because Program HE1 is a project as defined by CEQA that is subject to discretionary review and approval, Program HE1 must have environmental review under CEQA. Article 11 of the CEQA guidelines identifies several different types of EIRs that lead agencies may prepare depending on specific project circumstances. According to the CEQA guidelines, a program-level EIR is appropriate where there is a series of actions that can be characterized as one overarching project. In other words, the project consists of logical parts in a chain of contemplated actions. So use of a program-level EIR analysis for the Housing Element Program HE1 is appropriate because it is a comprehensive rezoning program of multiple properties where we do not have the ability to analyze the impacts of individual development projects that may ultimately come forward because we don't yet have those site-specific development plans, designs, or proposals. In other words, we would not be able to adequately analyze the site-specific impacts of developing individual properties without site-specific development details. Once projects do come forward, and we know those site-specific plans and proposals, we will be able to perform the conformity review that Callie mentioned previously, and that conformity review will affirm the mitigation measures that must be implemented pursuant to the program EIR, and to determine whether subsequent CEQA analysis is warranted due to site-specific conditions or impacts that were not addressed by the program EIR. Nevertheless, in order to ensure that the impacts of the HE1 program as a whole were considered, a number of studies were conducted that support the program EIR. Those include air quality and greenhouse gas emissions modeling runs that assumed future build-out, a biological resources assessment, an environmental noise assessment, including noise modeling of a hypothetical project of up to 90 units in the Auburn-Bowman area, a transportation impact assessment with site-specific runs of the county's VMT tool to determine whether future projects at the maximum dwelling units individual sites can accommodate are able to achieve the county's VMT thresholds, and historic records or historic resources assessment with a California Historical Resources Information System record search and an assessment of the built environment. So the EIR looked at the comprehensive list of resource categories considered under CEQA. Those are on the screen in front of you. I'm not going to run through them all, but they are the full complement of standard resources that are typically considered in a comprehensive EIR. And as I noted earlier, a subset of the resource analysis occurred at the time of the initial study, where there was enough known about the anticipated impacts to either dismiss the issue or to provide adequate mitigation in the initial study. An example of this is the issue of light pollution in the resources category of aesthetics. The initial study concluded that there could be a potentially significant impact resultant from light pollution, and it imposed a mitigation measure that requires a lighting plan that demonstrates dark sky compliant lighting. And this mitigation measure is part of the larger EIR. So overall, the EIR presents a total of 97 mitigation measures to address the potentially significant impacts identified in 10 resource areas. It identifies 6 significant and unavoidable impacts, including 2 impacts that are cumulatively considerable. And it presents 3 project alternatives, 1 no project alternative, which is standard and typical of all EIRs, and 2 action alternatives. And now I'm going to go ahead and turn the dais over to Nick Papani. He's going to talk a little bit more deeply about those mitigation measures and alternatives.
Morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Nick Papani, Vice President with Rainey Planning and Management.
Good morning, Nick.
Getting towards the end of the presentation, so I'll try to make it exciting, even though it's about CEQA. So just a quick note, our firm was hired by the county to prepare the environmental impact report for the proposed project. And so, as is our normal case, we worked closely with county staff in preparing the draft and final environmental impact report. I'm going to touch a little bit on mitigation measures that were developed as a result of the environmental analysis. As you can see here on the screen, there were several categories for which we identified mitigation measures. Those items in bold were identified as significant and unavoidable potentially. We'll talk about that on the next slide. I would note, as a matter of course here, that in some cases, the potential impacts that you see here just generally described are a result of looking at the totality of the project. We know that in reality, there's going to be a smaller list of sites, but as defined in the EIR, the project is 72 rezone sites. So when we look at, for example, air quality, we have to look at build-out of potential future residential development of 72 of the sites and look at those combined emissions, which is a pretty big number. And hence the operational air quality impacts were determined to be significant. If you were to look at individual sites and their build-out, those sites would be below the air district screening criteria for operational emissions. But because we are required to look at the whole project and not segment the project, you're probably familiar with the term segmentation, we have to look at the combined totality. So that's why some of these impact categories, are conservative in that they are based on that total potential build-out as we have it defined in the EIR. So I'm going to move to the next slide and talk a little more about the specific significant and unavoidable impacts that were identified in the draft environmental impact report. And I want to also make a note before we kind of jump in on a few of these that in some cases the significant and unavoidable impacts are identified due to the programmatic nature of the environmental document. And I'll give an example of that is the construction noise impact. So we utilize as a threshold for the construction noise analysis that if a particular project's construction would increase ambient noise levels by 5 decibels, that would be a significant impact. There's a mitigation measure, 7-1 that's included that requires each project as it might come forward to prepare a construction noise management plan that would identify different measures that would be implemented. Some of the standards are making sure that all equipment has factory installed mufflers. Could also be temporary sound barriers. But because we don't have specific development plans for each site, we were not able to conduct a construction analysis for each site. And so we said conservatively, while most construction would probably be below that 5 dB threshold, there may be some cases where construction would not be minimized to below that 5 dB. That's going to depend on site-specific factors in terms of elevation, screening of other buildings that are already existing. So the analysis conservatively says there may be some cases in which we can't maintain that 5 dB or less ambient increase. And so that's why we've concluded that construction noise could be significant and unavoidable. In reality, once the individual analyses are done, it may be that all sites can be below that 5D or below increment during construction. So I'm going to touch on air quality just a bit here, impact 4-2. Based on a review of the Placer Air Pollution Control District screening thresholds, all individual sites would have operational emissions that would be below the actual threshold of significance. But again, we're focusing on the totality, and so that's why we find a significant and unavoidable air quality impact, because if you combine all sites and look at their emissions, they're substantially over the district's threshold. But again, individually, the sites would screen below the threshold. So the mitigation basically requires individual sites as they come forward in terms of a development plan that they have to implement operational emissions reducing measures. And that'll be determined on a case-by-case basis by the county through subsequent analysis. Historic resources is also identified here. That's impact 6-1. Basically, 17 of the rezone sites have built environment resources, structures, simply put. So since access to each of the sites was not secured through this process, there's a requirement for an analysis if any one of those 17 sites, should a development application come forward, A qualified architectural historian would have to evaluate those structures, determine if they meet any of the criteria for historical significance. And then it's a question of, can the resource be avoided as part of the development plan? If so, the impact will be less than significant. But if there's a need to demolish a historic resource, that would be a significant and unavoidable impact. So again, this is conservative, as it may be found that these 17 properties that have structures, those structures do not meet the California Register criteria for significance. So that'll be determined as individual applications may come forward for those 17 sites. Construction noise, we already discussed that 7-1. Impact 8-5 is vehicle miles traveled. Potential future residential development, again in totality, would result in a significant vehicle miles traveled impact. It was reasonably determined by the county that project site mitigation strategies would be feasible rather than focusing on a community-wide that would apply to all sites. That's still kind of evolving. A community-wide kind of VMT mitigation, looks something like an impact fee program. Jurisdictions are kind of looking at that, but that hasn't really been developed. So the analysis focuses on what can specific sites do that individually trigger the county's VMT thresholds. So we have a list of the sites up there. Those are the sites that would be required to implement site-specific VMT strategies. But because the effectiveness of those strategies is uncertain, the impact is conservatively determined significant and unavoidable. The cumulative impacts, cumulative operational emissions impact we already talked about. Essentially, they use the same threshold. The cumulative threshold is the same as the project level. And then combined GHG emissions, greenhouse gas, would exceed applicable district thresholds. And so we have mitigation measures to require reduction through specific future design of sites. So let's hop over to alternatives. As is required in any EIR, we had to look at a range of alternatives that could foster informed decision-making as the decision makers deliberated on the project. And so we identified a range of CEQA alternatives. This table up here on the screen it's from the draft environmental impact report, and it's really just a culmination of the preceding analysis. So it's kind of a summary tool that's an industry standard, but really you have to read the preceding analysis to kind of understand how we get to these conclusions here and these comparisons. So we have here on the screen, of course, the no project alternative, which is a CEQA requirement. Every EIR you see is going to evaluate that. That's basically that these rezoned sites stay in their current condition. We also have a reduced sites alternative, which is the willing property owners only. And that consists of 47 rezoned sites, down from 72, and with a total acreage reduction from 235 to about 180, and a unit reduction from a max of about 5,300 to a minimum of about 3,600. Which of course meets the requirement of 1,219 for the shortfall. A similar alternative, but further reduced, is the far right-hand side, reduced sites, smaller unit buffer, which basically is the willing property owners minus some additional properties that the county staff looked at and have pretty significant environmental constraints or based on Board of Supervisors feedback. So that takes the sites from 72 to 20 and a unit range of a max of 2,400 to about 1,600. So what an alternative needs to do pursuant to CEQA is avoid or substantially lessen one or more of the project's significant impacts. And so that's what we have to make sure that these achieve. And they also have to achieve most of the basic objectives of the project. So that's how these alternatives were designed. And in terms of some of the impact categories you can see there, by reducing the total amount of acreage and total amount of development, that reduces the potential impacts to on-site resources, and including biological or cultural. Obviously, with a lesser development potential, you're going to have reduced vehicle miles traveled and reduced potential noise impacts. And so that's kind of where we generally, see those reductions there from the reduction in units. So we have to look at what we call the environmentally superior alternative. And if we look at the two action alternatives, let's say, because the no project would be the environmentally superior, but CEQA requires us to identify another alternative that is beyond the no project, because one that achieves the objectives, and that would be the smaller unit buffer, which is the 20 sites, as it would have about 65% reduction in the number of residential development. And so I think I'm going to wrap it up there in terms of a couple of CEQA pieces we wanted to hit, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Pahuli.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're nearing the end here. So in closing, and similar to the comments that Ms. Jacobson made earlier at the beginning of our staff presentation, the conversation and decision before the Planning Commission is a difficult one. It's perhaps not easier that these conversations are happening across the state. We are not alone in having these conversations. In fact, other municipalities, even in our SACOG region, are having these same conversations as we all look to collectively meet state housing requirements, some would say maybe onerous state housing requirements, and take steps to address the very real housing crisis that is present here in the state and in Placer County. Staff does appreciate the passion and the care that the community members have shown about their communities in participating in this process, and the genuine care, or genuine concerns, I should say, expressed about growth and the changing landscape of their neighborhoods, much of which began well before this six-cycle housing element began, and we determined that there was a need to address sites through additional rezoning. As planners, we absolutely need to balance the desires of the existing residents while planning for potential growth, while preserving open space and the charm of existing communities. And we need to provide for housing opportunities for current and future residents of our community at all income levels. Ideally, this comprehensive planning would have already been completed. And as the Commission knows, we have kicked off a comprehensive update to our 1994 general plan, where this comprehensive planning will take place so that we are appropriately prepared for the next housing element cycle, the seventh cycle, which it will begin in 2029, which sounds far away, but really isn't very far away. However, for this sixth cycle, staff's job is to provide a path to address the current shortfall within statutory timeframes, which we have a package before you for consideration that does just that. In summary, I want to again outline that staff's proposal is consistent with previous board directives in that, one, it narrowly be tailored to meet the shortfall requirement without incorporating much of a buffer, which is what we have before you. It recommends 15 properties, which, as I think I mentioned earlier, is only a 35-unit buffer. I should also note that 9 out of the 15 sites, or 60%, were previously identified in the 2021 housing element as candidate rezone sites. So they were identified, back in 2020 or so, that they were potential rezone candidates. 2, The package does not force rezone any properties. Every site that is being brought before you today has a willing property owner. And 3, the selected sites are suitable for rezoning and workforce housing development. Our staff has scored and ranked each one of these sites based on the state's requirements and as some of the criteria that Ms. Strigan mentioned during her presentation as far as being appropriate for funding sources to develop workforce housing. Not only have we done that, but we've also vetted these sites with the development community. We've talked with affordable housing developers about the appropriateness of these sites. And we have also submitted these sites to HCD for their review and comment. And although we don't have a formal letter back from them, at least in verbal conversations with them, they don't appear to have any concern with the sites that have been submitted to them. So with that, I'm pleased to offer up staff's proposal for the Commission's consideration. As a reminder, the actions on this slide are the actions that, that you will be considering at a later point during today's proceedings. I don't know that I need to go into detail on them because we will come back to them at a later point. But we do have the slide here that outlines the resolutions that would be required, as well as the ordinances, and then also the direction to staff to submit a housing element amendment. All of those would be recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. So with that, I want to complete or close our staff presentation, and we will be available for comments. But I will take a seat back over there.
Thank you, Chris. We're going to have tons of questions and comments from our commission to our staff. It is 11:51. I'm going to recommend that we take a break for 30 minutes to come back at 12:21. I do want to get this back and going. I don't want to have you guys sit and wait too long, but our staff does need a break. So I will close this up, and we will return at 12:21. I'd like to bring you guys back in. Thank you for the break. We will now continue with commissioners' questions or comments to staff. So any commissioners have questions, which I'm sure there's a ton. Who would like to go first? Ladies first.
Thank you. I have a question for Nikki, and this isn't for this meeting. I know I apologize for emailing you at 6 a.m. I didn't get the slides until last night, so. Can we at some point in time get a map that shows all of the affordable housing that's planned and part of the negotiated agreements with the specific plans? Hey, Chris. Just so we can visually see it. I mean, I love the numbers. Thank you for providing that. But I would love to just see where they are throughout the county and where they're planned to be. And I know a lot of those were already included in the RENA that got approved, that got certified. But that would be helpful. Thank you.
That's all you have?
That's all I had. They answered all. They answered all.
I guess we're going home early. Anybody else have questions for staff? I'm in shock, actually, right now.
I have like 25 or 30.
Perfect. Thank you for taking up the slack.
I'm going to take your time, I guess. And I'll try to move through these quickly. The first one was actually for Crystal, and she doesn't necessarily have to answer it. But can you clarify what the overlay, this overlay really was supposed to do in the HE, the original housing element? Or anybody?
Yes, so the overlay would have enabled the same residential density that is proposed in the RM30, but it would have maintained the base zoning. So for example, if a site was zoned commercial and it had that HO overlay, you still would have been able to do the commercial uses, but if you wanted to do residential, you could have done it to those densities that are proposed with RM30, which is the 2030 density. So the density has not changed, but the approach to the zoning has.
Okay, and so HCD accepted our housing element in 2021 without comment on that particular issue, right?
Correct.
They included it with, or they initiated or included it in the program.
And HCD even gave us an award for presenting our housing element successfully in the allotted time.
That was part of the criteria for providing us with a pro-housing designation in 2023.
Right, and so in 2023, as a result of a court case that affected another city, HCD gave us 1 year to solve this problem. Is that true?
I can provide some clarification to that, and just for the record, Clayton Cook, counsel for the commission. So that court ruling basically said that an overlay is not a permissible means to meet the rezone obligation. The interesting part in that ruling is HCD had, much like Farrar County, had actually approved a housing element that allowed for it. And if you read that ruling, the court ruling is actually very significant in that it chastises HCD for allowing this, even though the statute wouldn't have allowed it based on the court's interpretation. So you don't have HCD really saying that the overlay doesn't work. What you have is a court opinion saying HCD was misguided and could not have allowed the overlay. So based on that ruling, then, in that court decision, then the county can no longer pursue the overlay based on that court direction. And it doesn't really matter what HCD says. Of note, HCD has been somewhat silent on that ruling, and you could hypothesize as to lots of reasons for that. But the court direction is now clear that you can't do an overlay.
Yeah, and I don't, we're not doing debate or anything, but I just make sure that I've got this clear. HCD embraced our housing element. They sanctioned the fact that we were using an overlay to get this job done. Then, as a result of a court case that affected another city, they were chastised by the courts, and as a result of that, they are maintaining a relatively silent posture and telling us to get this done in 1 year.
Yes, it's effectively taken what was a 3-year program to rezone and turned it for our county into a 1-year plan.
Yeah. So, well, I'll let everybody draw their own conclusions about that. My apologies for being a little bit disorganized here, but you're jotting down questions as you go along here. In sites, I think it's 17 and 18, you say that, this is for Callie, you say that that site would give us 240. Was that for 20 or 30?
The 240 unit figure is actually derived from the application that has been submitted for those sites.
Right. So what is the application proposing? In other words, what is the density the application is proposing?
I'm not aware of what the exact density is. It does fall within that 20 and 30 range.
Okay. Consistent with 20, you think? Okay.
I'm just saying the acreage is a little over 10, so 240, closer to 11, so 240 would be pretty consistent with the 20 density.
Callie also discussed the process associated with working through a specific proposal. And you discussed that it would go through the DRC, I think, to the zoning administrator, and from the zoning administrator, it could proceed on appeal. Correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. It could be appealed.
And do you recall what the actual cost would be to a citizen who wanted to appeal a zoning administrator, decision?
I don't know the exact fee. We can pull that up. I believe it's at least $540, but it may be higher than that since it was increased in July.
We'll check on it. We think it's pretty close to 900.
Yeah, I think it's between 800 and 900. So a citizen who appeals a zoning administrator proposal on what is a very contentious, I think we would all agree, set of potential proposals, would be obligated to spend about $900 out of pocket, and then also spend the time to actually appeal and develop an appeal.
The appeal fee is $727. If it's
Okay.
within an airport overflight zone, there's an additional $200 fee. Yes, that is what the fee is.
Okay. There was, and I don't mean to use an improper term here, but I guess an implication in your discussion about that you have reviewed county-owned properties sufficiently, and at this point, the staff believes that you have reviewed all county-owned properties sufficiently at this point to make a judgment on all of them. And so I think, is what you said. And so the specific question I have is, if we extended a year, is the contention of the staff that there would be no consideration for additional county-owned properties in any proposal that came forward?
We did review the county-owned properties. There's an attachment to the staff report that shows all of the county-owned properties, and I do not believe, based off the analysis we have done, that additional year would bear out additional county-owned land. That would be sufficient for the program.
But that didn't include going back to the negotiated agreements with the current specific plans other than Sunset area, correct?
Right, but the
That's
question
correct.
was about county-owned properties.
Correct, the Sunset area plan had a county-owned property.
Yes, yes, it did.
Okay. There was mention also, Callie, about large site developments. This is going to be a hard question for you to answer, I suspect, but you did talk about it. So you mentioned that many other jurisdictions support large site developments. Do you know how many roughly?
The statement was that other jurisdictions had similar programs, if not the same program. I can certainly get the information about exactly how many. Give me just a moment here. In the meantime, while I'm getting that information, I'd be happy to entertain another question.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for that. So I'm going to move on to the housing expert, and my apologies, I didn't catch the name. Probably should know it, but I didn't catch it. So,
It's Nikki Strigan.
Nikki, okay, very good. So, if I got this right, you said in this housing cycle, we have had a 118 low and no very low houses approved in this housing cycle. What does in this housing cycle mean?
The housing element cycle is an 8-year period between 2021 and 2029.
Okay.
Each year, we're required to submit an annual progress report to HCD. We're in the 3rd year of that 8-year cycle right now. I was reporting the numbers out to date in the 3-year period, so we're 3 of 8 we're in.
So since March of 2021, Placer County's produced 118 low and no very low housing.
We have not produced any very low-income housing units, correct?
So in your expert opinion, how effective have our in lieu fees and our policies in Placer County been in producing low and very low income housing?
I think that's a very big and good question. We are also 3 years into having an ordinance and a fee, and we've also lost some tools. We've been, one of those big tools being the redevelopment agency, right? So, I think there's a big history to the comment, the question that you're asking, and I would say the ordinance having gone into effect January of 2021 and the fees going into effect January 2021, it's hard to tell, right? We're only a few years in to having those as well. We've otherwise used other tools like housing element policy and conditioning and development agreements and those kinds of things. But that's a great question, and I don't have an answer for you, but other than, there's a lot of history behind that.
I'd perhaps also just add that, that as Nikki mentioned, we are early in the cycle. We do have a number of pending projects that should move the needle on the very low and low income, in the low income categories, especially in the specific plans. So we have projects that are underway in Placer Vineyards that have a pretty sizable build requirement. They're currently in for tax credits to get funding for a project that's nearly 200 units of affordable housing at the very low and low income level. So I think in another year or two, I think we should see the needle move on some of those numbers.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to say how much I appreciated the staff presentation, the thoroughness, and the deep dive into each of the topical areas. So it helped not only us, but it helped the public understand how we got to this point in time. In addition, I really appreciated the focus that you put on early in the presentation on public outreach, because I have been fearful listening to some of the presentations and questions we've been getting in prior meetings that we had not done an adequate job. It feels like, in retrospect, some folks just didn't see or receive what they were supposed to, I guess. I don't know. But it seems like the effort was there and very strong. And I think that's very important in this day and age, that we make that effort and we make it strong and we make it stick. So besides that, I have a question or two, mostly focused on parcel number 34. I spent 25 years in North Auburn before my family moved to South Auburn 2 years ago. I was on the North Auburn MAC for a decade, and I feel like I don't own 49, but I feel like I understand it. And so when I saw that 34 is greater than 10 acres, which means it's going to be subject to a substantial number of potential units there, and then saw later that the CEQA document presentation showed that there were several sites that were required for VMT mitigation, but not 34. So I'm kind of curious if the CEQA person could explain that, or anybody else that you think is more appropriate. Thank you.
Katie Jackson, Engineering Manager with the Placer County Department of Public Works. The VMT analysis was conducted in accordance with our transportation study guidelines that have been adopted by the Board of Supervisors. Each site on the list, all 72 of them, were assessed using the county's VMT tool, which looks at areas that are currently considered low VMT generating areas. And that's what Site 34 was found to be. The North Auburn area has a mix of residential uses along with jobs and goods and services. It's close to retail centers, it's close to medical hospital facilities, that kind of thing. So the mix of land uses in this area does contribute to a lower VMT for housing uses.
So if I could repeat that back, there's a lot of activity. This would not add enough to generate the amount of increase, 5% or whatever it is, in VMT to make it rise to the level of needing extra mitigation at some point.
So what we look at for VMT is a comparison to the existing baseline. And what we look at for VMT also is a VMT per capita rate. So we're not saying that traffic's not going to increase with the development of Site 34. What we're saying is that the trips and the VMT generated out of the general North Auburn area and Site 34 in particular, the VMT is 15% or more below the countywide unincorporated average for VMT per capita.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Sure.
This might be for Chris. You'd mentioned in the presentation the 75% compliance extension and then able to go up to the 25%. You also mentioned that jurisdictions throughout the state up and down are going through the same process. Are there other jurisdictions that you're aware of that have applied for that
Not that I'm aware of. We have spoken with HCD as well to ask if they are aware of any other jurisdictions. They are not. They've said that perhaps one jurisdiction might have used it in the 5th cycle. We have not been able to verify that, but we're not aware of any jurisdictions that have pursued that route.
In your opinion, is it based on the risk that everyone's looking at the risk factor and not wanting to go through the process and then end up back right where we're at today?
I think that's part of it is the risk of the work that needs to be done in order to get to the point to request or to prepare for the extension. You have to rezone 75% of the property, so you're pretty much on the precipice of completing the task, perhaps. The other component is that through conversations with HCD, we have indications that we would have to identify all of the sites that would be rezoned as part of the housing element, similar to the way that the current housing element is structured with candidate rezone sites. So you would need to actually identify and prepare analysis behind those potential sites to make up that 25%.
So you don't just send in a blank slate, you've got to identify just like we are today.
That's our understanding at this point, but needs further verification if that's the route that we head.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I guess it deals with in lieu fees. I don't really know specifically what we're talking about there, and that's probably what my question is. But in affordable housing, the challenge oftentimes is the improvements that are required, the infrastructure, the mitigations that are required, and those types of things can be what really drives the inability to have affordable housing. So I heard the word used being in lieu fees, and so I guess that's the question. You know, some of the developers that may come forward may be nonprofits or they may be for-profit. There may be different tax structures that they apply for and that kind of stuff. I guess, how do you address that, or is that addressed in this?
So the in lieu fee is required for projects that have between 8 and 99 units. And so I think that's different than what you're talking about, which is financing for affordable housing projects. There are a number of tax incentives that are available for affordable developers, as Ms. Striegan noted in her portion of the presentation. But the in lieu fee is required of market rate development, and that in lieu fee is $2.49 or 59 cents? $2.59 per habitable square foot of the market rate portion of the project.
Okay, so that's for the under 100 units. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
And so what are some of the tax incentives that we're talking about?
You're talking about the lasagna, right? Let's talk about the lasagna. So tax credit financing is one component. County contributions are another. A developer would apply for some kind of construction loan. Right? There's a whole bunch of layering that they would do, an affordable housing developer would do. The most powerful thing that we can do in local government is we control the fees, right? Parks fees, traffic fees, building permit fees, all of those things. And that's one way we can leverage in lieu fees to offset some of the costs of development. Otherwise, the affordable housing developers are on their own, so to speak, to cobble together what they need in order to advance affordable housing. But go ahead, Chris. Do you have something?
I was just going to say, I think that's a really important point, is that the in lieu fees could be used to provide that local contribution, which many affordable housing developments, in addition to layering tax credits and other financing mechanisms for those projects, not only rely on, but also get extra consideration through the tax credit or through the competitive tax credit process when they have local contribution. And many jurisdictions use in lieu fees or their housing trust fund or whatever their funding source is of local dollars to meet that contribution approach.
So are there any less than 100 developments that have low-income housing?
Yes, Mercy Housing at Rock Creek is an example of a project that applied for and was awarded low-income housing tax credits.
And they don't pay in lieu if they have low-income housing.
Correct.
No in lieu
Affordable
fees.
housing projects themselves
Right.
are exempt from the
Okay, all
ordinance.
Okay, maybe one more question. I'll kind of change the subject here a little bit. I think maybe I understand a little bit better what we were talking about on the taxes and the fees and that kind of stuff, but it's probably a big topic that really the supervisors are going to have to deal with that probably more than us. But at any rate, there was discussion of wildfire in the environmental document. And most of the discussion that I saw, now I may have missed something, I could have, because there's a lot of pages here, but most of what I saw talks about the suppression ability, fire stations, that kind of stuff. But I didn't really see anything in there that addresses things like, the CAL FIRE just recently has updated their fire risk analysis that says that this area is a high risk or a medium risk or whatever. I didn't see any reference to anything like that in the document. Is that there?
It is there. Chapter 10 of the draft EIR is the wildfire chapter. There are maps that show that fire severity areas in relation to the rezone sites. And the sites that are on the list that are within or proximate to a high fire severity area are sites 71 and 72 on Lincoln Way. So it does include the fire severity information.
And those are identified in that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about, it dovetails on Richard's question about in lieu fees. The ordinance 1650, Article 1650, that talks about in lieu fees, it also talks about equivalencies. Can you explain that? I understand it because I read it, but a lot of the public doesn't get it. So if you could explain what the equivalency does and what's the purpose of it?
Yeah, so our county code provides for, as was mentioned earlier, that if there are over 100 units in certain circumstances, you have to build the units as part of the development. Those homes, in the case of a for sale project, would need to be sold at a moderate income level. It would be 10% of the units sold at a moderate income level. But it does provide for, the code, as you mentioned, has an equivalency proposal where an applicant can propose an equivalent or better proposal to meet that requirement. We have had recent examples of equivalency proposals where developers, rather than building units and selling them at a for sale or selling them at a moderate income level, have instead chose to construct ADUs to meet their affordable housing requirement. Under the equivalency proposal section, the decision is made by the hearing authority. So many of those projects have either been decided by the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors to grant an equivalency proposal. One of the more recent examples is the Creekview Ranch project, which is nearly 600 units. They are providing 60 units of ADU to comply with that requirement. We should note that those ADUs would be able to be counted as low income. They are not able to be counted as very low income based on our housing element and based on HCD guidance.
And we are capped at some point with our being able to count ADUs through HCD as low income, just they're not going to let us build all ADUs.
No, there's no cap to the number that we can count when they are produced. So when they are produced, there's two things. There's the production and the numbers that we report on an annual basis as part of our annual progress report. We will be able to count every ADU that's produced, and if they're under 750 square feet, we will be able to count them, at least until we are told differently, that we would be able to count those all as low income. What we were capped with doing is is part of our residential land inventory for purposes of our housing element. We were capped with the number that we could count. And I will say that we are pretty much on target with those numbers that were counted. It was fairly aggressive. I think it's 390 390 units in our housing element that we're taking credit for, and that seems to be tracking with the numbers that are actually produced at that smaller size that we're able to count at the very low, or at the low income level.
Yeah, maybe a couple questions. I mean, maybe I need to just kind of clarify this a little bit, and it might help people too if I do. The applicant, when they apply, is going to do a checklist, environmental checklist, and then it eventually ends up with the design review committee, or the design review committee. And if there's a CEQ document, then this is my understanding, you can correct me if it ends up with the zoning administrator, and then there's really a one-stop appeal opportunity after that with the Board of Supervisors. Is that pretty much summarize the process?
Close. The projects, irrespective of the environmental analysis that needs to be prepared, will be heard by the zoning administrator. In our code, the multifamily projects subject to a design review require hearing from the zoning administrator. So all the projects that would be proposed would result in a hearing in front of the zoning administrator.
Okay. And if there's appeal, it'd go directly to the Board of Supervisors from that?
No, it would go to the Planning Commission on appeal, which could be further appealed to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Yeah, that's important understanding. And then let me see, I did, there's a few roads like Baseline and Vineyard Road. And when I'm driving them, those are very busy roads. And the access to a couple parcels are on those roads. And so have we addressed the future of those particular roads in terms of what ultimately they're going to end up like?
So without a site-specific proposal, we don't know exactly where that access would be. We can assume that it would likely be off of perhaps those arterials. A transportation analysis was done for the EIR, as well as a local transportation analysis that was looking at the level of service impacts. And so we do have an idea of, just based on the units that we are estimating, what that potential traffic impact may be. But as noted in the presentation, future site development would be required to submit a site-specific transportation analysis.
Okay. And so there's other projects out there, a lot of activity in the future planned. And so I guess I would anticipate that those roads are going to change a lot in the future, and that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, they absolutely would change in the future. I think it's notable that, for example, Baseline Road will be heavily impacted by development such as Placer Vineyard. So what it looks like today, regardless of the rezone program, is going to be quite different than what it is or what it will be when that project eventually builds out. Katie, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
Katie Jackson, Engineering Manager with Public Works. There are planned widening projects for Baseline Road. I'm not aware of any at the moment for Vineyard Road, though.
Has there been a look at the Vineyard Road too?
Vineyard Road would be studied with each individual application that comes in, not just for the rezone project, but for any project that comes in on Vineyard Road. We would study the capacity of that roadway and measure the level of service, level of congestion associated with the project.
Okay.
I think it's also important to note that there is a pending application for a project called the Ranch that, again, is a proposed project, has not been approved, but plans would, associated with that, would require significant upgrade to Vineyard, at least the south side of Vineyard Road in front of that subdivision.
I know that we've also looked at another project that has been, I guess, approved that's south of Vineyard Road too at, I forget the name of the crossroad there, but yeah, there's another project we looked at.
Yeah, perhaps it's the Double S Ranch, which is an approved subdivision, or it could be even further south, perhaps.
Oh, and as well as Morgan Ranch is out there too, isn't it? Yeah. So there's quite a bit of development that's gone
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one quick question for the staff. Do any of the statutes that are related to the general plan, the housing element, or even the rezoning process have or provide for private attorney general activity? In other words, a citizen jumping in and coming up the works?
Yeah, so the statutes do allow for any private entities to challenge any of these housing element adequacy provisions as well, and there was a recent bill passed that allows the Attorney General to actually step in if there is a private third party that pursues a lawsuit. So yes, that is a real risk as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, just two reattacks, I guess. The first is, I was going to let this go, but we've talked a lot about in lieu of fees, and honestly, we're a third of the way through this cycle, and we are apparently somewhat comfortable with 118 units. So let's backpedal to 2020, when we had state law and mandates from HCD that drove us to build a housing element in March of 2021 that recognized that we were deficient. So how did we do in the previous cycle using the incentives that we currently have that have been modified maybe a little bit? And why would we presume that we will be successful in this cycle using those same incentives?
So I think it's important to note, as Ms. Jacobson stated at the top of the presentation, the sixth cycle is very different from the fifth cycle. The incentives are different, the implications are different. As it relates to the actual ordinance itself, as Ms. Stregan noted, it's relatively new. It was adopted in 2020. I think that the incentive programs that we have today that were not available in the fifth cycle, as well as this rezone program, which we did not do in the fifth cycle, those two things in tandem are intended to support additional affordable housing. Does that answer the question?
Not with the specificity that I'd like, though. What specific incentives have we changed from this cycle that weren't present in the last cycle that have made us conclude that we will be fine now?
This is Crystal Jacobson. I would just say that the sixth cycle housing element includes many more programs that we're required to implement, so those incentives, and this is one of them that's totally different, that gets us to where we need to go. I would say it's just, like I mentioned at the top of the meeting, right? It's just a completely different landscape with the new housing element that we're under today, the sixth cycle one, is much, much more robust than the fifth cycle. So I don't have the specific programs here, but there are many more that we still need to work on, incentives, so to try to drive the production of affordable housing.
Okay.
And many of them we've done already, smaller programs. This program before you today is the biggest, right? It's a big chunky program that's super difficult, but there are others, lots of incentive programs that we have worked on and that we continue to actively work on with Nikki's team.
But this program is not a Placer County initiative. This program is an HCD directive, right?
Well, it was proposed by Placer County as part of our housing element. So yes, it's a Placer County initiative that we pitched to HCD as doing something that would bring us into compliance with state law. So it was our proposal, and we have committed to it, and we had to do that to come into conformance with state law. So yes, it's a HCD mandate, but we had to show how or demonstrate how we were going to be in compliance, and so this was our proposal that they certified.
Okay, final unrelated question. We've been trying to nail Jell-O to a wall here. So if a chunk of Jell-O falls off the wall between now and when the Board of Supervisors meets,
some landowner comes in and says, I don't want to do that anymore? What happens?
There'd be options in front of the Board of Supervisors, depending on how they would like to proceed. It is certainly within their authority to rezone the property, even if the property owner decides that they don't want to participate. Through previous direction from the board, they have indicated an unwillingness to rezone those properties with unwilling property owners, but that would ultimately be a decision in front of the board in terms of whether or not to proceed with rezoning to make that 1219 number or to pursue a different path.
Okay.
Anybody else?
So the two individuals that notified you that they may be interested, how would those be considered, or can they not be considered?
They cannot be considered as part of this action that is in front of you and will be in front of the Board of Supervisors. As I mentioned during my remarks, if the board is interested in pursuing those, or if the Planning Commission is interested in recommending, and if the board is interested in pursuing those properties, they could be part of, let's call it a Phase 1B rezone effort, where the county would initiate that rezone or complete that rezone. All of the work has been done. The environmental report, we would have to put a report package together, run that through the Planning Commission, and then on to the board to complete that rezone. Alternatively, if the decision is not to proceed through a county-initiated effort to complete those rezones, it would be up to those property owners. Again, all of the work has been done, but they would have to file an application to request a rezone of their property, and they would have to work it through the process.
Same apply for the Cincinnati properties?
No, the Cincinnati properties are scheduled to be heard by the Board of Supervisors on May 21st, and could be included in the housing element submittal.
Okay, thanks.
So let me see if I get this correct. The property in Dry Creek that's come up as a potential, the owner said they were interested. If we and the Board of Supervisors agree, it's just adding to the number to give us a buffer. It's not taking away another property in Dry Creek. It's not a substitution.
That's
It's
correct.
supplemental.
That's correct.
In your view. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, another
Okay,
follow-up.
maybe I'm asking the same question that she just asked, but if the properties that can't be considered at this time that want to come back in, then if the 1B is following the program, then it would be very difficult to change the zoning on what has been approved before, right? So if the supervisors approve this list of properties, and you come up with some more properties in the future to downzone some of the properties that have already been identified, won't happen, is that correct? Or not likely to happen?
Maybe I could assist with this a little bit. The reason they can't be included today is because of the Brown Act requirement, and those properties would have to have notification that they're included in. It is certainly within your Planning Commission's direction to direct staff to add those properties in or to come back with information containing those. So it is something that you certainly have the capability to provide in terms of a recommendation. It's just that we can't take action on it because it's not listed as a property.
It wouldn't
intended for
really
rezone.
solve the problem for the supervisors to anticipate those.
Right.
A follow-up to both those previous questions, though. If we end up between 75 and 100%, these would not necessarily be additive. In other words, they could in fact be counted against our commitment to HCD if we do the proper Brown Act notification and determine that they would be viable alternatives. And the board then subsequently, a year later, would put those into a presentation to HCD. Is that correct?
That is a possibility. Again, I would, as I emphasized during my presentation, this process is proven out that property owners are pretty fickle when it comes to this process, especially given that there's been no financial contribution on their part. And so we have had, as I mentioned, property owners that have indicated interest, signed affidavits of interest, and pulled out a week before hearing. So I think staff would express some reservation and some concern with the approach, but yes, as you explained it, that is a possibility.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if ultimately we settle between 75 and 100, and these individuals appear credible, they could in fact be presented to HCD a year from May 15th.
Yes, and as I mentioned, one has indicated an interest, the other lukewarm, perhaps, interest. And the total number of units between the two is 120, perhaps? I think so. Somewhere around that range. So it doesn't get that close to if you were at 75% to the 1219.
If they were to be added, they would strengthen the annual reporting, I guess, for next year. It wouldn't, it'd increase the buffer and then strengthen your next annual report?
I believe there would be a handful of options available. One, they could be rezoned and not included in the housing element, and should we need them in the future, should we come into a no net loss issue where we need to add sites, those would be sites that were already rezoned and then could be added. The prospect of completing the rezone, doing a Phase 1B, and then adding them to the inventory opens up another review with HCD of our housing element. I think at least at this juncture, staff would likely not advise that approach or that course of action, but that is something that could be done.
Yeah, and if I could just talk in terms of timing, I think it might be an appropriate time to now based on Chris's comments, but there is a large task in front of you today, certainly. But I wanted to talk briefly about the importance of making a determination or a recommendation today. As staff has noted, there is a statutorily imposed deadline for this rezone of May, and that also includes that general plan amendment to include those sites in it as well. Missing that deadline could result in decertification of the housing element. It could also result in the state HCD determining that our housing element is not substantially compliant. And there are a lot of enforcement mechanisms that HCD can pursue. Some of those have been mentioned today, and I can go into them more if you'd like. But those are the repercussions. And yeah, I'll go into them in 1 second. I think it's worth noting that even on the path that we are today, we know that we're going to need to modify that housing element amendment to include in potentially the Cincinnati sites, and we have property owners that are now no longer voluntary. And based on those deadlines, that means that once we amend that housing element, we have to send it out and do a 7-day public review, then a 60-day HCD evaluation period. During that time, there is a lot of unknowns as to how HCD will react to our actions. It is certainly within their discretion to say that we are no longer substantially compliant with our housing element. If they did that, then that opens us up to enforcement. So we are already kind of on that deadline, and we are close to it, and there's a lot of unknowns. And this is not just a practical exercise either. We found out just a few weeks ago, March 26th, the city of Portola Valley had its housing element decertified because of a failure to complete their rezone program. They were supposed to complete it by January 31st. So that means that decertification occurred less than 2 months after they missed their deadline. Now that city is subject to builder's remedy, and they had a plan to get in compliance by May, and that was not significant enough to HCD to keep them from decertifying. So this is it's a very real scenario in terms of implications, and what we've seen from HCD in terms of how they have acted towards these kind of gray areas is that they take the first few jurisdictions that try and bend the rules or get crafty with resolutions, and they make test cases out of them, and they publish this, much like City of Portola Valley. And that is enough from their perspective to scare people into compliance. So we are just, that is a very real scenario for it here. And so I wanted to go into some of the enforcement mechanisms. I know I've mentioned it before, but I think it's significant. The biggest one is probably builder's remedy. And that is something that is available if we do not have a HCD certified housing element. So if they've decertified or they have determined that we're no longer substantially compliant with our housing element. And builder's remedy basically means that eligible projects do not have to comply with local zoning or land use laws. So that means they can be taller than would be allowed. They don't have to require setbacks. They can be built in areas that we wouldn't identify for housing. So open space, parks, housing developments can come in for those. For example, the city of Santa Monica, they had 14 projects that came in to seek builder's remedy because their housing element wasn't certified. All of them were taller than 10 stories. 3 were 18 stories in height. And what we have seen in the past few weeks is that courts are ordering projects to proceed under builder's remedy. Because a lot of instances you have jurisdictions subject to builder's remedies, but they are denying those projects, and those projects are going to court.
Can you guys please turn off your ringers? Thank you.
Just in the past 2 weeks, we've seen 3 Los Angeles Superior Court rulings where the court has upheld builder's remedy. Developers pursuing these projects without compliance of local land use or zoning jurisdictions. And there are 2 pending bills to actually limit the extent of builder's remedy because of the drasticness of its nature. So that is probably the biggest one. There is another risk of litigation. AB 72, which was passed in 2017, appropriated funds to the Attorney General to enforce its housing laws. The Attorney General then created a strike force in 2020 to specifically go after local jurisdictions that were not in compliance. There have been lawsuits filed by the Attorney General. San Bernardino was a recipient of one of those. Fullerton, Coronado, Huntington Beach, they've all been sued by the Attorney General for not complying. HCD also is able to suspend the local jurisdiction's land use authority. Ms. Jacobson spoke about this earlier. They can actually initiate a moratorium that prevents the county from issuing any building permits. So that is not just new development projects, those are renovations that people want to do to their houses, kitchen remodels, those kinds of things. The county would just not be allowed to issue a building permit for it. So that would stop everything. The city of Beverly Hills is currently subject to a moratorium, and they're appealing that ruling. The Attorney General is also seeking to implement a moratorium on the city of Huntington Beach. Another potential possibility is monetary penalties. Non-compliant jurisdictions can face court-ordered penalties of $10,000 to $100,000 per month. Those are tripled after 3 months and sixfold after 6 months. There was an article published that said the monetary penalties against the city of Huntington Beach could be anywhere from 1.2 to 7.2 million. The Attorney General is also currently sponsoring a bill, SB 1037, that would allow them to seek those civil penalties from the date of the violation. Right now, those penalties are only imposed after a court ruling, but they're supporting a bill that would basically say, once you're in violation, once you have done something that they deem as non-compliant, then those penalties start being incurred. And then the last one, lost funding. There are a lot of funding sources from the state that would no longer be available to the county. That includes Community Development Block Grant Program, Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, Local Housing Trust Fund programs, infill infrastructure grant programs. I think these are located in the staff report. Basically, we would be cutting ourselves off from some of that state funding that we would otherwise have potential availability for.
Would that include transportation funding?
On the list is SB1 transportation, planning grants, and general transportation funds, so yes. Regional transportation funds, so yes.
Well, you answered almost all my questions. After say these properties go in to the RHNA, but they have to go through their own study of compliance. If they don't comply, then we have to pull them out. what is the timeline for the county to have to go, now we become a shortfall? Is there a timeline that is put in place? You have 6 months, a year to go find another 5 acres to get back to our 1,219? If, say, we go through with this, 3 people come and try to pull permits, but it doesn't comply under whatever reasons.
I would say at this point, staff feels confident in the list of 15 that those sites are not going to be, removed via HCD action. So that wouldn't be a concern. If we do fall into a no net loss issue, which is a little bit different, so if we complete our rezone but we don't have a buffer and we fall into a no net loss, sites are developed that are on our list that are not built as affordable units or not built at with the number of units that we've calculated as part of our projected yield, and we fall into a no net loss scenario, the county's obligation would be that within 180 days, we would have to find additional sites to rezone, an additional site or sites to rezone to bring, to close that shortfall.
Okay. Also, on page 66, under growth management, said it's a tool for local governments to use, prevent urban sprawl, and preserve natural resources and agricultural lands. Considering Site 8, 7, and 29 that are ag properties, would that help prevent from those being developed or being taken off our list?
So those sites, let's start with Site 23, located in Granite Bay, that is zoned farm. The farm zoning designation permits more than just agricultural uses. As an example, there is a church and soccer fields on that site presently. The church is actually on a separate parcel to the south. The other site, that is Site 7, is zoned farm with a development reserve with a 4.6 acre minimum. Again, residential uses can go there. Regardless of the rezone program, someone could construct a home there today. And then as it relates to Site 8, that is zoned residential single family with a combining agricultural zone district. There's nothing in the HCD guidebook that speaks to zoning designations for agriculture and not being able to use them. And the agricultural zone districts that are in the zoning ordinance do permit residential uses. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that rezoning these to residential multifamily is necessarily not allowed. What the guidance provides is that we look at sites that permit residential use, and these sites do permit residential use.
Yeah, but for agriculture, you're residential, you're allowed 2 units, one above 1,200, one below 1,200, correct? So how would it comply with high density?
It doesn't, and that's why we're rezoning.
Right, but can we protect it under ag, I guess is my ultimate question. I guess I could raise a motion to do that. So I answered my own question, thank you. The rest you answered. Does the rest of the state, are they past their deadlines, or are we kind of towards the end, or are there other municipalities that have longer deadlines than we do?
That's a bit hard to know because everyone's on a little bit of a different cycle. So everyone within our SACOG region is on the same cycle that we are. So jurisdictions that fell into the same situation as Placer County, where we had a shortfall that we were making up through a rezone. So for example, Sacramento County, they have to complete their rezone because their rezone was, or because their housing element was adopted a little bit later than ours. They have 3 years from that time frame. So I believe in the next few months they have to complete theirs. But everyone that would have fallen under the same time frames as us would have had the same 3 years to do it. There is a provision in state code that if you don't submit your housing element on time, if your housing element is not certified in time, then you only have 1 year to complete your rezone. So the fact that we did submit ours and get certified in time, we had 3 years as opposed to 1 year. But I am aware of multiple jurisdictions in the state that have that 1-year time frame to complete their rezones rather than the 3 years.
Okay. Then ultimately, it's to the discretion of the landowner. If they all get put in today, they could sit on them for the next 8 years, and we'd still be in compliance, and we just have to relook at it 8 years from now. So if a landowner is willing to do that for the community, I guess then they're willing to do that. So just want to clear that. I have nothing else. I'm done asking questions. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, go ahead. No.
I'll just say, just a continuation to your statement. Once a property is rezoned, what's the time frame before that project or that property would need to be replaced by another project with a viable plan?
I believe it's it can be on our residential land inventory or sites inventory for 2 housing cycles. So 16 years before, if it's not developed, we would have to find replacement sites. I believe that's correct, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, Clayton, real quick, when you listed your laundry list of enforcement actions against a variety of cities, you kept mentioning city. Just to confirm, the county is held to the same criteria and same regard as city, correct?
Yes, same requirements.
I think no commission meeting would be complete without butting heads with you a little bit, Clayton. So, look, I just want to say, again, recapping, in 2021 in March, we submitted a housing element which was sanctioned by HCD. In fact, it was sanctioned and we were awarded some type of recognition because we did such a good job on a housing element. Now in 2023, there is a court case unrelated to Placer County where the court orders and basically chastises, your word, HCD for accepting housing elements with overlay. And so HCD's response to that is silence, and you have 1 year to fix this, Placer County. So I'm a little uncomfortable being so deferential to HCD, frankly. And when you look at all this laundry list of stuff, this is a laundry list we heard in 2021. Now, I appreciate the applause, but we do need to be very cognizant of the fact that these guys understand HCD far more than I do. But nonetheless, we heard the same laundry list in 2021 as well, and we've heard this all along. And yet in the staff report, we say, according to HCD's Housing Element Implementation and Annual Progress Report dashboard, the housing elements of 206 jurisdictions out of 539 total jurisdictions statewide are out of compliance with state housing law. Reviewing actions taken in non-compliant jurisdictions, it appears that litigation from the state and third parties is the most common potential consequence of non-compliance. So while we list all these terrifying things like builder's remedy, et cetera, the truth of the matter is the most common thing is litigation. So if you lay this down, what we're really getting to here is we're saying that in May, on May 15th, we could submit, in theory, or become non-compliant. And what you're basically driving at here is that while they could do all of these things, more than likely they would try to take us to court. So that means that in 1 year, we're going to build a case, if you're HCD, we're going to build a case against Placer County in 1 year and get it through the judicial system to sanction us when we may be at 66% or 55% or wherever we ultimately settle on this thing. And we will have shown great effort to HCD to solve this problem, a problem that they gave to us in 2023. So I guess that's a little more debate than question, but there you have it.
Yeah. Are you okay with the response?
Yeah.
And I do appreciate the back and forth, by the way, Commissioner Woodward. So, yes, HCD's primary mechanism is going to be filing lawsuits. There is one caveat to that, and that is builder's remedy is allowed by statute once they decertify. So but the existence of builder's remedy and that being used really depends on the developer coming in that wants to build on that site and how far they want to push it. It is nothing initiated by HCD. Once they decertify, they would take no further action. It would just depend on if there is a developer eyeing a site that they could not build on otherwise, that they now see an avenue to go build, and no way of the county preventing them from building. So that is a real possibility that would be out there. And in terms of kind of the risk assessment of it, I would say that our job is to let you know of the potential downfalls, and then it's certainly your decision and the board's decision to decide whether you want to gamble and take the risk on it or not. It's just our job to let you know of the potential downsides so that you have all the information to make your decision.
So I haven't read Martinez versus Clovis, but is it safe to say that the overlay process is maybe what got us into this situation within the state, that there wasn't enough teeth to force low and very low income developments?
I think that's exactly what the case was, the premise around the case was that because the overlay did not require that housing be built on the site, that it was an ineffective method to meet your lower income obligation.
Yeah, so while we all probably have heartburn with this, the scenario wasn't necessarily HCD's fault that we're in this scenario, that they're following the guidelines, not that I support them, but it's basically now we're at the point where there's rules that are requiring us to do these things, and it's unfortunate that we only had a year to do it.
Okay. Any other comments? If there's none, I would like to get to public comment, as you guys have waited here diligently. Sorry about that. I will now open public comment. You will have 3 minutes to come up to the podium. We'll wait till Megan gets back, and then she tried to take off on us, and
He's making a Starbucks run for us.
yeah. But I think there's a order to you guys have your numbers, can you call them, please?
Yeah.
Kelsey, thank you.
We're gonna go through the group cards first, so I'll start calling them. And of course, if you have a site card, you can always talk about other sites during your 3 minutes. All right, anyone with site cards for 9 and 10? Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Pull that map up.
Hello, I'm Teresa Powell, and I chose 9 and 10 because those seem to be the area that was being most punished by all these things you've got in there, the Morgan Creek and Pine Vineyards and Creekside, and now you want to do all these. They took those out, but they've got added more in that same area. They're sort of overrun, and the same with Granite Bay, because they have, in their own design, they've provided for these senior homes and whatnot, and you kind of putting things in places where the community plans have already kind of done what you're wanting them to do. But my takeaway from everything I've heard is the state of California is a dictatorship. We, the people, have lost our rights to plan or refine our own community growth plans, and we just have to take a back seat and let us run ramshot over us. It's not right. Now, we have a May 15th deadline. Mr. Pahuli says canceling the May 9th meeting, rescheduled to May 23rd. How are you going to meet your deadline if you're canceling your meetings? It doesn't make sense. And then the fines that he says if we don't do it, well, it's $1 million to $7 million. I did penciled out at $667,000 per build, per door, and all the units, 7,854 units. If you only collect the lower level, which you call the affordable mortgage home price from $94,000 up to $429,000, you're in the hole $2,802,786,001. If you divide that deficit amount by the amount of units, the 7,854 units, you could give 7,854 people $356,860.96 in their pockets. Or you could pay their rent for a year. $715 for an extremely low person. You could pay $715 a month for 41 years. $1,348 for 22 years. $2,310 a month for 154 months. Or 10 years and 4 months at $2,847 a month. And for 7 years and 9 months, you could pay $3,835 a month to these people. So you're wasting all this money building all these things that we have no say in anymore. We have to sit on our hands and watch the state take over and destroy our communities. We're going to be $2 billion in debt. I'd rather pay a $7 million fine and get over with it. So anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I borrow that 7 million? Anybody else like to speak at 9 and 10? Seeing nobody, we will move on.
Site 8.
Go for it. No, you right there. You are right there. So got it. We got you.
Made it. Laura Trout. Site 8 is just down the street from our home. What I talked about last time and what I'm still mostly concerned about is infrastructure. We're in the ag res area. No curbs, no gutters, no sidewalks, no bike lanes, no lights, no. And east, where this project is scheduled to be built, there is a stop sign. There's a stop sign a block over on Milnes. There's a stop sign a block over on Oak. And you have to go over 4 streets to get to our only arterial light off of Baseline coming into Dry Creek area, or this particular part of it, to get to come in off an arterial light. If you put hundreds of apartments on East, which is right off of Baseline, the cars don't have anywhere to go except for down Central to try to get to either the school, if they're taking their kids to school, or to get to the arterial light, or to fight stop signs. The other thing I'm concerned about is the kids that are going to be walking those streets where there's no sidewalks and no gutters, streets, no bike lanes. I don't know where they're going to ride their scooters and skateboards and skates and whatever else they've got. There are generally not even shoulders. There's a lot of culverts, a lot of ditches, a lot of misidentified grasses that you can't tell that you're going to step onto a ditch that's 1.5 feet deep. The county stopped maintaining the rights-of-ways decades ago. We maintain them ourselves now. I've been maintaining ours for 25 years in front of our 10 acres. I can't tell you how many broken bottles and decomposing diapers and everything else I pulled out of there. I think I said before, I've had more tetanus shots than I ever want to have. Those kids are going to be walking in those ditches. There's nowhere for them to walk. If the streets are filling up with cars trying to get to stop signs to get out onto Baseline, which doesn't have adequate access, your transit is far from even being a consideration. It's not realistic. I would rather see something positive done. It's not about saying we don't like low income. I've got ADUs on our property. I house a couple of senior citizens other than myself. I'm a disabled veteran, but I've got a couple of people that have served time on a fixed income, very low income. We're making it work. The low income is out there. it's available. It can be made better available if we're managed better. Your ADU management is abhorrent. They're behind nice gates and they're behind over garages and they're housing kids going to college, and that's not the purpose of the ADUs. There needs to be some oversight. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Bullard, and today, by the way, I wear my daughter's, we are country, because I wore my daughter's belt buckle that she won for one of her champion lambs. And the deal is the Dry Creek community is sort of like, I saw a picture this morning of Central Park in New York, and I'm like, wow, there's like greenery in the midst of all of this development and stuff. But I'm thinking, aren't there developers who are just like salivating, going, oh, I'd love to get my hands on that. I know there's people who want to get their hands or whatever on the Dry Creek community or whatever. But we are like that little Central Park, okay, that little place that allows for country kids to be able to do their thing and to raise their lambs and all of their animals in that particular spot. And I'm asking you not to ruin it, okay? A couple of things that struck me from today. I did not see, and I just want to make sure that this happens, did not see in your recommendations, because this happened, I remember at the February meeting, there was something where the Board of Supervisors said, didn't we ask you to look into the Cincinnati project? And you said, well, you never gave us specific instructions. So I just want to make sure that we're giving specific instructions to them, that we're going to add the Cincinnati property. The other thing is, I think if we need to go for an extension or whatever it is that we need to do to be able to consider this other site that has been recommended, or the man is willing to put his property up or whatever, we need to take that time to do that. Third thing, the widening of baseline really freaked me out or whatever. Part of the deal is, if you've ever looked at that or whatever, there's 2 lanes on the Roseville City side, and there's 1 lane coming in plus a turn lane on the county side. In order to widen that section, you're going to have to be buying out a whole ton of properties. I'm talking maybe 30 or more properties. Are we going to do eminent domain in order to widen that section of it? Because you can't widen it there. So just as a thought process. Again, I'm still concerned that there are 32 things or whatever that can be done, and a whole lot of them may mean that the developers decide not to to build the low-income housing, and as a result, you're going to be given 180 days to find new properties or whatever, and so all of us have to be freaking out and looking over our shoulders at any moment to see what you're going to take. Years ago, I had an accounting class, and the professor said, you know, whatever time you use today is time you will never get back. So invest it wisely. What I'm telling you is that if these properties get used up, it's properties we're never going to get back. Please invest it wisely.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Latino, and I live just down the street from, I'm sorry, now I'm going to cry.
That's okay. We have Kleenex. You're okay.
Anyway,
Take your time.
I'm within the 300 feet of the baseline property, and I've lived there for 31 years. My children grew up there, and, you know, their plan is to live there after we're gone. And by putting in apartments right next to us, you know, it completely ruins the entire neighborhood. And I don't know why, with all of the land there is, that you chose all these rural neighborhoods. Right. What made you do that? Why did you choose all these rural neighborhoods where people enjoy the open space, you know, having animals, kids play freely? Why would you choose rural neighborhoods? You know, I get upset every time I drive down Baseline. You're going to build houses all the way, the entire stretch of Baseline, all the way to I-5. I'm sure you could have put 1,200 low-income houses there, you know, in all of those projects. So it's like, why are you picking these rural neighborhoods? You know, I've been to all of these meetings. I've listened to everyone, you know, be upset like me. And it's like, it's just going to completely ruin our lifestyle. So anyway, I don't have all the facts like some of the other people. I'm just here to cry and tell you that please don't do this to us.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Brenda Timmons. I also am speaking about Site 8. I completely agree with the other women. Thank you for that. We are starting to look like Central Park. If you go down PFE, they're putting all these homes up and down PFE. You go on the other side of us, Baseline, they've got homes all the way down. We're asking for this little section in all of that to please leave it alone. You can work with the city maybe. I don't understand why the county and city does not work together in planning for these low income and housing all together. I think that's something that I didn't really realize the county and the city do not work hand in hand in making these decisions. I think that should be looked at more so that the cities have influence. They have plenty of spots. If you go around Roseville, you go around, there's a lot of homes that could be taken down and you could put apartments where they're needed. They don't need to be out where we are, where we're trying to have a different style life. Roseville started off as a suburb of Sacramento. They're suburbs of Roseville. And that's not really what the initial plan was for Roseville. I think we should consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from 8? Seeing none, we'll move on.
All right, anyone with Site 7?
Hi, my name is George Brown. I had the privilege of spending more than a decade on the West Placer MAC and got to learn about the general plan and the county general plan and our community plan and how they pretty much walk hand in hand in various aspects. The county general plan and our plan are similar documents in that they both outline the growth that governs smart and well thought out planning. They both spend a lot of time talking about the importance of agriculture within the county and the differing lifestyles that are allowed within the county and how the county had wanted to direct dense development to cities and to specific plans. We have a specific plan that's right on our border. It's got 14,000 homes in it, and I'm curious to know why there's not a lot more high-density housing that would fulfill that obligation within Placer Vineyards. I think that's a question that it boggles my mind because I know when it came through the MAC, I was on it, and they presented high-density housing on their plan when it was approved at the supervisor level. The rezoning in Dry Creek really satisfies none of the general plan and the community plan goals. It is not the place for high density taking up ag and ag-res land. It also affects those people that are surrounded by any rezone. Because according to the general plan, if there's a change that they need for sewer and or water after it's been built out, and they're within 300 feet of that, those adjoining landowners it'd be incumbent upon them to pay to upgrade their systems to hook to the city or to the county city and city water and sewer. We did a quick math test on that, and it was about $45,000 between permits, hookups, and labor for someone that's within 300 feet to change their system over should they want an ADU, or should they want to remodel and add a bedroom, or bring their family in. Those are huge concerns for people. So I really ask that you rethink this. I feel like we're doing this in a panic, and it's a knee-jerk reaction to the state basically twisting our arms, and I think that there's leeway there. I really believe that we haven't identified and pursued the gaps within what they're telling us to do and what they're expecting us to do and the time frames they're expecting us to do it. Thank you.
Is his mic turned on? Yep, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Reedman. I live in the Dry Creek area. First I want to say that I don't applaud the effort of notification because it was a failure, and I don't give out participation trophies. I think it should have been a little more well thought out. The slide up on the board is actually very deceiving about lot number 7. The ranch, which is a proposed subdivision, is actually 600 feet away from that. It wouldn't even qualify for notification. Yes, to the north is Brady Vineyards because that used to be part of the Brady Vineyards parcel, but directly to the east is a residential parcel with 3 homes on it that's going to be in the shade the majority of the day for the rest of its life if you put an apartment building. The across the street from it is not the ranch. Across the street from it is 2, 3, 5 acre parcels with homes on them. They're res ag. Residential property that's res ag is not just residential property. In any case, as far as vineyard, I have some paperwork right here that was taken from a 14-day summary that they did on speed on vineyard, and we averaged about 4,300 cars a day. The maximum speed was 99 miles an hour. You know, well, it's 45, it's close enough. And you'd be surprised at how many of those people actually go much faster than that. These monitoring signs weren't more than 200 feet away from a stop sign. So they really don't even have an accurate measurement of how many people are actually speeding. And it's a very dangerous road. No shoulder, no bike paths, no anything. It's a very dangerous place. And children are going to end up in that road, and hope to God none of them die. It really does not seem fair to have Dry Creek carry such a large load of the low-income housing. We already have Sabre City. Just lots 1 and 2 that want to go back on the lot. Now what I'm hearing here is, well, we'll get these all approved and that's okay, and then we can rezone 1 and 2 too, just in case we need more. So you want to make Dry Creek pay more. Where does this come from? This is a rate of Dry Creek. That map, all those subdivisions and all those little lots where you want to put apartments is nothing less than an unwilling assault on the people of Dry Creek and a rape of the land. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Hello, my name is Tammy Reedman. I'm with the Cowboy. Our way of life, you've heard me plead for the children. That is my main concern. Vineyard Road is very dangerous. We talked, Robin, you think the school might put a path there. It's going to cost a lot of money to do that. I don't know if you know that that's flooded and it's dangerous. Those kids are still going to be on that road. That road is very, very dangerous. They want to put the ranch in. You know what they're going to do? They're going to put a sidewalk in front of that ranch and a turnaway. They're not going to do anything else to Vineyard. They're not going to add a lane. They're not going to change it whatsoever. Kids are going to be on that road. I live a Western lifestyle. This is my buckle, not anybody else's buckle. My husband has buckles. My grandkids, my kids, they all were raised this way. Kids on my street, they're all living that life. When you take this away from us, where are our children going to be able to do this? They're going to sit in their video games and not be outside. I worry for our children's future. Please don't take our ag land. There's so many other choices. When we moved to Dry Creek, there was a buffer between Roseville City, Antelope, and North Highlands. Okay? We had ag land and there was nothing. Channel 3 did a story on the news, and he stood on the county line and said, if you commit a crime here in Sacramento County, you'll probably get away with it, and they won't punish you. If you commit a crime over here in Placer County, they will find you, they will catch you and punish you. So don't come here. Well, now you're building houses from Antelope all the way up almost to the city. You have no more buffer. Morgan Creek is going to be a sorry sight. We are going to lose our ag land. Our precious little city needs to be protected. And we've been hammered with many, many, many sites. You guys should have planned a long time ago to put some of this low income in there. Quit coming after the ag land and making developers like David Cook rich. Please go where they're developing already and already approved. Go back and tell them you need to go back and put this low income in there like it's supposed to be. Don't come after us anymore. Please, I beg you, protect our kids' future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Hi, my name is Kathy Fields, and I also live in the Dry Creek community, and we are less than half a mile from Site 7. We've heard so many statistics today. We've seen reams of paper today. We've heard so many technical questions today, and very technical answers, and so much work has been done. But I want to take you back way, way, way down to where I live. I'm on a private road, a dead-end road with 11 homes on it, 2 acres or more, each house with livestock. The ranch is supposed to go in across the street from Eva Lane, which is, we live on Vineyard Road in Eva Lane. The ranch is supposed to be over 400 homes. You've heard about the road and the dangerous conditions. One of the mitigating factors that the ranch developers are going to bring forward is to put 2 what are they called? The turnaround? Roundabouts. Roundabouts, thank you. A roundabout at each end. So now we're going to add roundabouts into our country road. The traffic study that Rick referred to is raw data at this point. But I can tell you that 90 miles an hour is not unheard of out there, especially at night. It's dark, there is no lighting, it's dangerous. The ditches on the side, you've heard somebody talk about broken glass and stuff. When we mow along our road, we come across all kinds of broken glass, garbage. People chuck it out the windows they go by. When the ranch first started proposing to the MAC meeting, we were told that any widening, possibility of widening on Vineyard would be up to the county, so they're not going to take that into consideration. They are going to propose a, I forget the footage, buffer with a sidewalk and landscaping and then a wall and blah, blah, blah. So if widening becomes an issue, something to think about is who is going to have to pick up that slack. Because are you really going to go in and tear out everything that they just did when they built this very nice housing project with 400 houses in it? Because we're on the other side of that road. So then what happens to our property? Does that become where you're going to widen that road? I can't explain what it means to us to live out there, and we've been there 30 years. Both of us grew up on acreage. We moved there for a purpose and a reason, and it's what gives us peace. And I don't want you to take that away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Haynes, and I also live in Dry Creek community, and I assure you that there are hundreds more people who wish that they could be here to address you today, but the timing of this is obviously very difficult. Right now we have a Facebook group with over 1,000 people on it who are really interested in what's going on today. I just wanted to say that one of the most glaring issues with the site selected in Dry Creek for 7, 8, 9, and 10 is that the zoning change is much too extreme. Every single site proposed for rezoning in District 1 is currently zoned for low-density residential agricultural use. That makes every agricultural site in District 1 uniquely inappropriate for rezoning in this program. especially since the goal of the board at the outset of this program was to identify sites with commercial designations set up for the kinds of densities we're talking about. So we'd be moving from non-intense use to super intense use, and surely a good cornerstone or cornerstone of good planning is compatible use. Is the proposed use the same or complementary to surrounding uses in the scale, traffic, and operational impact? Are the characteristics of the proposed uses and aesthetic design harmonious with adjacent properties? These are the basic questions that must be asked. Livestock so near a parking lot should be a huge red flag. Clearly, county staff has not looked closely enough at these properties as individual sites as anything more than a superficial evaluation. With actual boots on the ground from the outset would have immediately indicated that these extraordinary densities are completely incompatible for our community, our agricultural community at that. Furthermore, even if a future affordable project does actually arise for these sites, there would be no guarantee that there would be sufficient and acceptable mitigation measures for that project, because we've seen this happen so many times in our community before. Current residents have zero faith in that their concerns would be adequately addressed in many areas, such as the implications for our school, the proximity to our livestock, the impact on crop production on adjacent properties suddenly under the shadow of new buildings, the natural environment and wildlife, the traffic flow, the underdeveloped infrastructure, potential water table and sewage issues, many of which, by the way, would require tens of thousands of dollars out of pocket for current rural residents on septic to remedy, many of who themselves are on fixed or low income. Like, they are low-income people themselves, and they would be out of pocket for this. I had one guy get an estimate, it was $120,000 for his property. We just don't believe that the concerns would be adequately analyzed or addressed by any of these guys who came up here and said, hey, here's what we're going to do to mitigate. We just don't think that would be adequate. We don't think it would be good planning. Basically, rezoning to RM30 would leave only two options for these sites, both of which directly contradict the general plan, the Dry Creek Community Plan, and the goals of the housing element itself. You'd have either one, a site that is unusable for RHNA projects and void of any flexibility for feasible future compatible development that actually benefit our county, or two, a site that is usable for RHNA projects, but only in a way that is undeniably incompatible with the existing nature of our community and will indeed destroy it. So I urge you to remove agricultural sites, all of our properties, 7, 8, 9, 10, from the inventory, and seek every avenue possible for deadline extension with HCD. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Haynes. I'm from Dry Creek. I picked Site 7, but I'm here for 7, 8, 9, 10, and apparently now 1 and 2 as well. It's evident that this rezoning initiative is fraught with issues and complexity, and I applaud you all for trying to sort through it all. But we feel that due to especially the types of rezoning approaches for this program, and especially the ridiculous boosting of densities, which my wife just talked about, that this is just by and large inappropriate. To me, and to many of you, I'm sure you agree, this looks and feels more like a hostage situation than a civil process. This crisis should not be shoved on us due to rushed rezoning. And since I joined this conversation in February, all I've seen is haste, fear, and scrambling to navigate threat after threat from the state and its legislature. And I've heard those concerns echoed today. If we allow the state's irrational demands to suspend good judgment in the zoning of precious property in our county, the end result is going to be this: the ruination of decades of thoughtful planning in our unique communities. I have walked personally in nearly every court in Country Lane and Dry Creek talking with neighbors, and the vast majority of them vehemently oppose this spot rezoning in our community. We're frustrated and we're fed up. The tragedy is that forces that are making these demands on our communities are far removed from the reality of lifestyles of our communities and the will of the people living in our communities. It's not too dissimilar to the plight of our founding fathers under British rule. And if this were colonial Boston in 1773, the tea would be flying. This is nothing short of redensification without representation. Just like the American colonies, we have power seeking to impose their will on our lives that are far removed from the knowledge of what would be good for us in our communities. We believe their demands are outlandish and disrespectful to the properties and lifestyles we have bought and cultivated with our own hands. And our only hope for saving our communities is you. As you deliberate today, please consider where your allegiance should lie. Is your job to truly represent the people of this county who put our elected supervisors in their seats to thoughtfully exercise land use authority over our own property in Placer County? Or is your job to cave to a tyrannical state legislature who's hell-bent on ruining communities across California by imposing their will to accomplish their agenda through hostile threats and a complete absence of any adherence to wise community planning practices? I believe that your allegiance should be to the people in this room. The extension route is still on the table. Make no doubt about it. Every new commercial property that's added saves a rural community. If an extension can be procured, there are more properties to be added. Just this last week at our MAC meeting, Mike LaFortune made a presentation on April 17th about the project at Woodside Homes in Placer Vineyards. He said that they were voluntarily adding 40 units, which could be obviously boosted up to 80 units for their project in Placer Vineyards, and more may come. A legal path to extension by 75% is not outright noncompliance, especially in light of the Martinez versus Clovis. It is justifiable given our bind. Make it happen.
Hi, my name is Craig Watts. I'm also from District 1. I'm going to start with a quick quote from the county website. Placer County government mission: to provide responsible, efficient, and effective public services that promote the health, safety, well-being, and environmental resources and preserve the rich heritage of our region. Now, if you look at this map, there's not going to be much heritage of our region left if we continue down this path. And a lot of us have huge concerns about this, our proposed way to address the RHNA. As you look in the past, we've had the last couple years, and we have implemented 0 houses. We have a lot of concerns as residents. Is this new plan actually going to get us to where we are? We have brought up builder's remedy. What you guys are asking of us people in our community is essentially builder's remedy. You're throwing the general plan out, you're throwing the specific plan out, you're coming to us saying we're gonna go around this and step aside this, and you guys have no say, we're putting this in your community. That's what the state is threatening to you guys. Don't threaten that to us. We need to come up with a solution that will actually solve this so-called quote-unquote problem of low-income housing. Because some of these properties, property number 7 that is located on here is in a floodplain. It's gonna be tremendously hard for a developer to ever develop that problem. You guys are playing this shell game. We're gonna rezone this property. No one may never be developed, but it's so-called hits your quota, and then 16 years from now, when it gets bumped off the list, we have to do another one. But when you guys make this decision, and you start the precedent of coming into our rural communities, the domino is gonna fall, and there's gonna be no lands left that for people like us and my constituents here to live the rural lifestyle that we want. We just want to live our quiet rural lifestyle and be left alone. And you can obviously see how upset we are, because what we hold dear to us is not money, it's our way of living. We enjoy our way of living, and it's no amount of money and developer is, I just really hope that you guys will take that into consideration, because these decisions that are made in so-called crisis, this crisis is gonna end 10 years from now, and that area is gonna be destroyed, and there's no getting it back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Dean Shanklin. Obviously lives in Dry Creek. I just want to say that Dry Creek is not accepting being the low-bearing fruit of this situation. Several of these properties from throughout the whole county are being thrust upon Dry Creek. I realize that a ton of the land in Placer County doesn't have sewer lines, so it's automatically excluded. Federally owned Indian reservations, I understand, but you're taking a rural community and gutting it. Not only with RHNA, but developers in general. So just using your own statistics from your PowerPoint today, you're saying that if we pass this as is, that's 1,254, we would be above the 1219, no problem. Cincinnati Avenue, if you're going to include that, that adds another 196. That puts us at 1450. So now we're way above the 1219. Lots 7 and 8, which are near and dear to my heart because they're just down the street from me, that's 192 units. You could add Cincinnati and you could back out lots 7 and 8, which is Res Ag, and still be a net gain of 4 on this situation. So we've been constant in our MAC meetings, our Board of Supervisors meeting, and our Planning Commission meetings that 7 and 8 9, and 10 are just inappropriate. We're not saying there isn't appropriate sites out there. We're saying those ones are inappropriate. I want to say you guys are named the planning department because you guys plan. You guys were given a task and you had to plan. But you're not problem solving it correctly. You might be throwing a lot of stuff at the wall, but to put 74 sites up and only 15 of them remain, that's kind of an indication that you probably didn't do enough homework to begin with. And I don't know your name, county council, on the end. You sat for 20 minutes and gave all the reasons why we all should be scared that if we don't pass this in full totality on what's going to happen. And we end up having 3 minutes to try to counter that. That's not really fair. In the 3 minutes I have, whatever I have left, I'm just going to tell you that I applaud Woodward for coming up with some tough questions for you guys and not being just succumbing to whatever you guys say. Oh my God, I'm so scared that 15 other counties are facing this or that. This is Placer County. You know, we were founded by some tough people, and we're just not going to cave in just because the state automatically says to do something. And this is wrong. Take 7, 8, 9, 10 off the list. That's what my recommendation to you guys, and I hope that's going to be your recommendation. And I just wanted to say one more thing. Some of you I know live in rural area, and you wouldn't want it next to you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is KJ. So born and raised Placer County, from Auburn, Lincoln, Loomis, now in Roseville. I'm the property owner for Site 7. So, yeah. Hi, guys.
Can you state your name again, please? I'm sorry.
Karmjeet Sanders,
Thank
full
you.
name. Go by KJ.
Ah,
Keep
yeah,
it
perfect.
easy.
Thank
yeah.
you.
So, I understand, like, hey, we are a rural community. We always have been. But we can't be so adverse to development. Everyone's saying, oh, the roads, we need to have safety, we need to have the roads. When people are developing that, if I were to do number 7, right now it would just be a single family home. How much income would that bring in property taxes to the schools, to the fire, and that, versus if we were to do this RM 20 to 30? I think it's 54 to 80 some units that would be going there. Property taxes on that would be doing a lot better for the community because we'd be getting more revenue as a county that could be used to get better infrastructure, better roads, better schools. When you're doing development, you also, I don't want it to be a crappy area. I'm sorry, I had the chance to go other places. I came back after school to come back to Placer County, worked here in the county because, hey, this is the best place to be. So I fully understand the whole wants for, hey, we need to have development done right, and you can feel like, oh, we're getting this pushed on us, but I would rather have it in discussion internally with everyone here at the county versus having the state come down and be like, hey, no, we need this here, we need this here. So that's why I appreciate that you guys made the big list, reached out to all the different property owners, and gave us the opportunity who wanted to volunteer. We're not forcing it onto the property owners. It's only the ones that have, all of us that have actually like agreed with, yeah, this is a need that we have as a community. We need more housing. We saw the median housing cost here. We know it's very expensive. No future generation is going to be able to get housing, so we need to have these types of developments done. So that's why I'm for, and I'm urging you guys to continue this process, work out the kinks as much as we can, but why run the risk of, hey, let's get to 75% and do another year? Who knows what that actually gets us? So we have these properties right now. People are encouraged about it. Property owners are for it. We're not forcing it onto someone, which I know is something that absolutely should not happen across the board. So I just wanted to let you guys know, like, hey, we appreciate all the work, staff. You guys have been, there's a lot of information. This is a lot of work, and appreciate all you guys. Just wanted to let you guys know, like, hey, there are people that do support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yep. Site 11.
Okay, so
Can you wait till you get to the microphone, please?
Sure, my name is Jim Miller.
Jim, can you wait till you get to the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank
My
you.
name is
I know
Jim-
we can hear you, but thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Jim Miller. I am on Campfire West Road in Sheridan. That is a really, to really put that map in perspective, you should have the whole western side of Placer County. So for those residents, and being a coach that I am, go 12 Bridges High School, to build a team and to build a successful place for low-income people, which we are the low-income people for Placer County. We're all low-income. Most of Sheridan are rental properties, not single-family. Well, they are single-family rentals. But to build a successful team for a platform for these people, they're going to have to go to places like the DeWitt Center. They have to go to places like Thousand Sunset. They have to go down to Kirby Hills. Our local fire station is not a quarter mile or, 1,000 feet from where this site is. It's actually down off of Wise Road. That fire station is a volunteer fire station. It's unmanned. To go and get food, we either are going into Lincoln or going into the little local mart. You can't afford that. That's for people coming in and going out to the lake. We don't have busing. We don't have that infrastructure to get these people to the, what's that word? Jobs. Well, the schools, they have that. But just getting them into the services here at DeWitt or down in South Placer, it's not there. I think, and then also the other side of it is you're going to endure these people to those of us that live in Sheridan. It's not really Sheridan, it is the Twilight Zone. And the things that do go on there, I mean, it's almost inhumane to allow these people to come in and endure this stuff, especially when we are field dressing or butchering. We have animals, and we do that. We take our lambs. Sorry, Laura. We take our lambs and we butcher them and we eat them, or the hogs or a cow, and that's in Sheridan. Unfortunately, that will be a rude awakening to some people that are going to be on the third story of this quarter acre, or 1/8 of an acre that is being put out there. I think as a planning committee, you could find a different place. It is 0.1 acre or 0.08 of an acre. So it is a very small piece. Thank you.
It's beautiful. Next, I think that's it for number 2.
All right, sites 13, 17, and 18.
Donna Delano here from Penryn. Thank you for listening. I'm a 24-year resident. As you can see, we're angry and frustrated, but more than everything, we're confused about the plan for high-density rezones. Since it was announced in 2023, I've learned far more than I think most people should have to learn about planning and development. As I understand, in 2019, when the Sunset Area Plan was approved, there was already a shortfall of affordable houses. People ask you to course correct and stop letting large developments pay in lieu fees. Sorry, I gotta catch my breath. So what happens is you create a new ordinance, equivalency. So now, instead of having to pay pathetically low in lieu fees, developers get the luxury of transferring affordable units to later phases. Will any ever be built? From what we can find, all new projects in the pipeline are using equivalency. We need those houses yesterday. So they shouldn't be allowed to be transferred to someday, unless, of course, the actual plan is to pass them on to Auburn, Granite Bay, or my little Penryn. As for the plan, it hardly seems like a plan at all. It's not cohesive, it's not orderly, it's not a fix to the problem, it's just a continuation. Can you explain how finding random parcels someplace in the county and putting 3-story apartments next to anything is a plan? It seems like you'll have to play catch-up for an unforeseen impact and that our taxes will go up to pay those fixes. Under state law, you are supposed to look at projects' compatibility with adjacent parcels. How are three-story apartments surrounded by single-family homes or farmland considered compatible or comparable? I guarantee that Penryn has no three-story apartments. The plan, this plan lets new development go on its merry way, building exactly what they want. You throw COVID money at the infrastructure and affordable housing keeps getting transferred until the end of time. And what do we get? We get to absorb the shortfall, more traffic, overcrowded schools, strained public services, probably new taxes, and a pattern of growth that's not a pattern. It's chaos. So please don't let this happen because you live here too. One more thing. With taxes, don't they have to be voted on before they try to raise our taxes? It has to go to the voters. This can't be just added into everything. So do you think anybody's going to say yes for new taxes right now with inflation and gas and PG&E and insurance and everything coming on? I don't think it will ever pass if it goes to the voters. Thank you.
I'm Muriel Davis from Penryn, and I have two things I'd like to mention. I would request that 2 slides be corrected. Number 49 should also include 17 and 18 as people who have commented and asked that those 2 sites be removed. I did not see 17 and 18 on that list. Also, slide number 71 talked about the vehicle miles traveled. Well, 17 and 18 should be included in that slide too, because Penryn Road is a major artery in and out from I-80 to go to the Del Oro, the schools, and the mandarin orchards and everything. So I would request that those 2 sides be corrected. And here are my comments. Because the rezone project has a programmatic EIR, any future development on an RM30 zone parcel is covered by this EIR, and no further environmental review is required. Developers can build the allowable units by right on RM30 zone parcels, and neighbors need not be notified, but a design review may be required. Developers can build on RM30 zoned parcels regardless of affordability. If a market rate project is built on an RM30 zone site, then the county will need to find another site to absorb that loss of affordable housing. Affordable housing developments, people should know, do not need to pay property taxes. The county has selected an unfair number of rural parcels that do not have the infrastructure and the facilities and the amenities that the state requires for affordable housing projects. In the case of the sites, I have 13, but I didn't know it was removed, 17 and 18 selected in Penryn, to rezone them would violate our Horseshoe Bar Penryn Community Plan for that area, which is called the Penryn Parkway, and also increase the population of Penryn by 100% or more. I think this is the only location that has such a drastic impact. P.S. I wrote this. Rezoning these rural parcels is a gift to developers who will be allowed to build high-density housing on land that they normally would not be allowed to build. I asked the PC to recommend to the Board of Supervisors to remove 17 and 18 sites from the rezone project. Thank you.
Thank you, Muriel.
Hi again, Ann Hendrickson from Penryn. Thank you for having me speak. I'm here to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed high-density rezoning in Placer County. This action would not only affect the developments in question, but the future of our county as well. Accordingly, Penryn is unfairly saddled with the brunt of the development. This could increase Penryn's population by 100%, which is completely unjust. When it comes to high-density zoning changes, there are factors to consider beyond just the immediate increase in population: quality of life, infrastructure, Traffic congestion, air quality, and strain on resources like schools, utilities are all valid concerns that don't seem to matter when it comes to the EIR. One critical issue that requires urgent attention is the impact of air quality. The Environmental Impact Report has shed light on the alarming levels of pollution that would be emitted by these high-density projects. This poses a serious threat to health and well-being of our residents, particularly vulnerable populations such as children, the elderly, and those with respiratory conditions. Furthermore, our area is already burdened with existing sources of pollution, including heavy traffic on Highway 80 and the emissions from Union Pacific Railroad tracks. Adding more emissions from densely populated housing developments would only exacerbate the problem and further compromise the air quality we breathe. Clean air is a fundamental human right, and it is incumbent upon us to ensure that any development decisions prioritize the health and safety of our community. Therefore, I urge you to carefully consider the approval of this high-density rezone. At hearings I have attended regarding different developments in the county, I've heard this phrase, significant but unavoidable, in regards to air quality more than once. If we keep allowing developments to get by with no concerns to air quality, we would be putting residents at risk. Parcels 17 and 18, which will be developed by a company from Southern California, would increase pollution and contribute to many concerns, including air quality. In a nutshell, the EIR states that the plans of these housing projects have not been developed enough to figure a plan to mitigate the air quality problem. This designation of substantial but unavoidable. I don't find this acceptable, and averaging the project's air quality doesn't make sense. I suggest if we are being saddled with this rezone project that we dictate that these properties may be senior housing and at the minimum per acre, which would help mitigate this issue. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Site 26.
Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, afternoon, morning
Afternoon,
somewhere.
yeah. I came at 8. I came an hour too early, but
Yeah, it's all right.
I wasn't even going to speak, but I sat in my car and I wrote some notes. So, and since I'm afflicted with CRS, can't remember stuff.
Can you,
I'm gonna go.
me too, can
Yeah.
you step up to the mic,
Yeah.
please?
Stephen
Thank you.
Lair.
Thank you, Steve.
35-year resident of Granite Bay, direct neighbor to Cabot School, Site 26. It's been a great 35 years of enjoying the direct access to the lake. I've gone through the school hundreds, if not thousands of times in my daily walks. In the last few years with my Malamute Kita. When school is in session, it's possible to walk along the trail next to the creek and bypass the school to comply with no public access rule the school has when in session. It's a serene, quiet forest back there along the creek, which is adjacent to Folsom Lake State Recreation Area. I have seen the fish swimming in that creek. I have been startled in the evening walking through there when 5 or 6 deer come charging out of the scrub and scare the crap out of my dog and me. Or I see the eyes of raccoons and skunks when I scan the forest with my flashlight at night. I have seen and heard the coyotes yelping, howling, talking to each other at night. I think one of them ate my cat, by the way, but that's okay. I have seen the pair of bald eagles recently return and sit perched high up on the digger pine on the ridge above, and I've heard their unique screeching sounds. I have seen hawks dive bomb snakes, clutch them in their talons, and take them off for dinner or lunch. Speaking of snakes, there's a lot of rattlers back there, by the way. Wear boots if you're going to walk back there. There's also an abundant species of bird life in that area, including woodpeckers, turkey, and owls. In the 35 years, I have also seen mountain lion and fox on the Site 26. Black bear just about a half mile away over towards the entrance to the lake. There's a lot of wildlife in there, folks. I lost my place here. Oh, Indians once lived along the American River and adjacent streams, including here, where they hunted, ground acorns, and lived a good, plentiful life. The evidence in grinding bowls are all around. I once found a 3-inch spearhead laying in the washout there. These are cultural resources. This place is extraordinarily special, not just for me, but for anyone who takes the time to visit there. It's a very spiritual place, scary at night, but wonderful and natural. I know the property very well and offer anyone, including supervisors, commissioners, or media, a guided nature walk. You guys know how to get a hold of me. Developing this to multi-story housing would be a travesty. Once you pave over this area, it will stay that way forever. All the natural wonders that I mentioned will be pushed out. Some of the humans, such as myself, a senior, and a lucky steward of the land, will also be pushed out. Yes. And this is a $12 million property, and a $12 million property, who's going to put that kind of development on there? I don't understand it.
Hello, my name is Donna Hogue. I'm a almost 40-year resident of Granite Bay. I'm also a business owner in Granite Bay. On a quick side note, Cheryl Berkema asked me to share just something she noticed today. We are curious as to why there was not a VMT, the vehicle miles traveled, scheduled, or needed for sites 25 and 26 in Granite Bay. It wasn't there on the list. Our Chief of Staff for District 4 has submitted a request to CHP for the statistics for accidents and deaths for the multiple years at our major Granite Bay intersections. So we're curious about that, why that wasn't on there. But what I'm really here to say is, Mr. Pahuli, yoo-hoo, I know you've been busy, I've been watching you. But you commented right before lunch. He closed out his comments by saying that he understands the need to balance the desires of existing residents and understands the concern over the loss of charm in our existing communities. Well, this is the time to take action for that balance. By leaving property 26 as is, you are asking Granite Bay to absorb over 25% of the 1,200 plus high-density units needed to satisfy the requirement. From my seat back there in the 4th row, I was looking out the window over here at the big building next door, and it's got 6-foot-tall letters that say "Justice" on the building, right next to the flag. The definition of justice is what is just, especially by it is defined by, especially by the impartial adjustment of conflicting claims. Well, the people of Granite Bay have a conflicting claim. Just understand that ours is a rural community due to our community plan. Just understand that you propose to plop up to 369 high-density units right on the shores of Folsom Lake, right next door to Cavett Junior High, and right in the middle of hundreds and hundreds of single-family home property owners. Just understand the traffic corridor on the already widened Auburn-Folsom Road. I don't know if there's a proposal for double-decker. It's already been widened. It's already a nightmare of traffic. Just understand our desperate need to speak up now and ask for the just decision that the impact of high density on property 26 be radically reduced, and also understand that we believe that the mitigation of the current concentration of affluence, as stated on page F43 of the amendment, is none of the government's business, and this is an insult to the citizens of Granite Bay. Thank you.
Site 23. Site 25. Site 29. Site 34.
Hello, my name is Desiree Hennessy, and I've given a copy of my letter to the clerk prior to the meeting. I am concerned that the mitigation fee schedule for development of any of the PCC special habitat areas is not sufficient to protect the land and biological resources and deter development. I will use Site 34 Canal Street here in Auburn as an example. Site 34 is a 12.4 acre parcel and has the following PCCP special habitats: riparian 4.8 acres, riparian buffer 5.1, and a stream system of 0.5. That's a total PCCP coverage of 10.4 acres. Therefore, that's over 80% of the parcel is PCCP special habitat. If we use the fiscal year 23-24 special habitats fee schedule, I've calculated the following fees if a developer would choose to build in these special habitats. In the interest of time, I'm going to not go into the details, but the total equals $970K. In speaking with one of the planning staff a couple months ago, they indicated that the fees are so substantial that deters the developers. Well, in this case, with the RM30 zoning designation, it only equates to $3K per unit. So I have asked the Board of Supervisors at their meeting on Tuesday, and I hereby request that the Planning Commission, along with the planning staff, revisit the special habitats fee schedule and amend the fee schedule to provide for an amount to truly protect the special habitats within the development area. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Easton, and I'm an implant. I'm from the state of New Jersey, born and raised, and was fortunate enough to meet a woman who lived in this beautiful town. I don't want it to be a
Can you
city.
get closer to the mic, please? Ed, thank you.
I do not want it to be a city.
You can pull it up, sorry. You don't have to do squats today.
That's good. I'm getting old. Now, like I said, I was born and raised in New Jersey and lived in low-income housing myself. That's what I was born and raised in. Fortunate enough, when I came here to California, I met this lady, and we married, and voila, she was born and raised here in Auburn. It's a beautiful city. I love it. I've come to really enjoy the whole. Anyway, we built a house in Colfax, and we lost that house. So now we're in Auburn. Don't make us move again. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
My name, excuse me. My name's Jim Turney. I just retired from Placer County last year. Well, it's been a year now. But anyways, I live off Holly Vista Way. And right behind our house, I guess it's 34. I guess it's like 5 acres. They want to put 117 units or 112, something like that. So it's going to be 2-3 story, maybe. Right now, it's all clear. We got the woods to see. We got the wild animals and stuff like that, foxes, deer, turkey. Not only that, the whole top of that hill is all serpentine. And that's, if people don't know what serpentine is, that's where asbestos comes from. So anyways, we just don't want to see 2-story, 3-story behind our place. I mean, I've been here, I was born and raised here, so Auburn's grown, I know, but we don't want low income. Thanks.
Thank you.
Site 42. Site 43.
My name is Charlene Kelty. I live off Dry Creek Road, not too far off of Highway 49. And to tell you, I'm really nervous right now. I thought this was going to be like an hour meeting. I didn't know I was going to spend my whole day here. And I know we need low-income housing. But first of all, I hate seeing any ag plowed under. We're losing a lot of our ag land as it is, and it just bothers me to have ag land plowed under. Secondly, Highway 49 is a mess already, and if you're thinking of adding more housing or more homes to it, it's just going to add to it. I live off Dry Creek and right there at that light, and sometimes it takes me 10 to 15 minutes just to get to Bell Road. It is a mess. So adding more homes is just going to make it worse. Secondly, I just wrote these notes, and they're all over the place. I was not notified as to that this was happening, and I've been reading it in the newspaper, and I really don't understand some of the language that you all used. You used VMTs and all kinds of things, and this is my first meeting to come here. Secondly, fourthly, if you add more low-income housing, which means probably people with children, Rock Creek School has already been closed down. So where are we going to send those kids? And next is, if you purchase, is this going to be apartments or will it be homes? If it's homes and someone purchases low-income homes, when they sell them, will they be sold as a low-income home, or are they going to go up in value like everything else in the county? I don't understand some of the things that have happened here today, to be truthful. But those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, Taylor Alexander, North Auburn. I've been at this since November, trying to understand this whole thing, and it just seems to get more and more convoluted by the day. I've also never understood why the planner's proposals are at 20 units per acre when the RM30 zoning allows for 30. I'm still waiting on that answer. Apparently it's somewhere in the HCD, but I did skip ahead in their slideshow last night on page 89, I believe is what they're proposing to you guys today. I saw it doesn't include 26, 71, or 72, which is awesome. But if we take the rest of their proposal and base it off of 30 units per acre, that puts us at 1,476 units, which is obviously way more than the 1,219 that are needed. So now we're going to have excess acreage rezoned for just no reason that can't get unzoned, and it's just going to result in more devastation to our rural land. Number two, I don't understand why the county-owned Cincinnati properties are only listed at 200 units or 10 acres. I kind of spoke about this earlier, when they're between, I think, 20 and 30 acres combined. I really think we should try to do a little something more over there because the county got us into this mess in the first place, and I really feel like their county-owned properties should be maximized. Number three, this is also in their presentation, sites 8 and 34, they're presenting to split in half to minimize the impact. So they're included on the planner's proposal today, listed at 10 units per acre. If they're rezoned to RM30, then someone can build up to 30 units per acre on it, right? So then they shouldn't be rezoned RM30. Shouldn't they be rezoned RM10? Number four, I think that Auburn doesn't need 4 separate new high-density locations. If you're gonna make us take on X amount of units, can't you consolidate it just to maybe like 2 sites? We don't need to see 4 separate high-rise complexes all over our town. High-density housing is also coming down Highway 49 in North Auburn in South Nevada County. So the more north you allow this housing to creep up Highway 49 in Placer County, pretty soon the entire town is going to be high-density housing, which is not what any of us came here for. Finally, number 5, I've always been confused as to why the planners have said that the town's populations aren't taken into consideration in this rezoning. If a town like Roseville has 160,000 people and is almost 12 times the size of Auburn at 14,000 people, why are the 2 towns taking on similar percentages of this shortfall burden? Shouldn't a town with a higher population be taking on more of a burden? More people equals more of a need for affordable housing, right? It seems to me like we can narrow down this list much further. Please consider removing sites 34, 42, and 43. I also just want to close with this. The owner of property 71 and 72 and the developer is here today. He's probably going to tell you why, all the great reasons to develop on it. He came in and sat down next to me. He said, "Where are the supervisors?" I said, "They're not here." He said, "Well, who are these people?" He said. So does that sound like someone who cares about our community or someone who's just trying to make a buck? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think are we on 43, 42, somewhere around?
43.
43, okay. Sean Bay, Auburn City Manager. I know this is a hard process for you all to go through, everybody to go through. I appreciate the conversations that the city's had with county staff. I think that we are working much better than we have in the past. And I think if the city would have been paying a little bit better attention, we might not have been in some of the situation that we're in. I want to talk about specifically 42, 43, and I know that we're not to 71 and 72, but I got other stuff to do. And so I'm going to lump everything together quickly. The city has sent 2 different letters expressing our concerns about those sites. 42, 43 with the airport, we believe that the high-density housing conflicts with the airport's land use plan. That's a serious concern for us, obviously, because the airport is a significant economic driver for our city. And we need to make sure that we're not creating an issue where we have conflicting land uses and continual phone calls, which you already have about airport stuff. 71, 72, those 2 properties are right along the city limits, adjacent to city services, gain access from city roads. City staff, city services are going to be impacted by those properties, and we just have expressed our concerns about those. And I'm sure have read our letter, and I don't need to go further into that. Thank you for your time. I know it's a difficult thing, and the city has to go through the same process too. Honestly, I think that if anybody should bear the ire of community concern, it should be the state and not the local electeds or the local planning commission. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean.
Site 45. Site 51. Okay. Site 71 and 72.
Hello, my name is Nancy Nevelak. I'm a resident of Auburn for 39 years. I'm here to read a document written by Eric Peach. He couldn't be here today. Eric is the Park Conservation Chair, which stands for Protect American River Canyons. So he wrote, Protect American River Canyons Park is an Auburn-based nonprofit dedicated to the protection of the natural, cultural, and recreational resources of the North and Middle Forks of the American River. While it is after the fact that the ground has been bulldozed and the trees removed there is significant flora and fauna habitat at sites 71 and 72. For the first time, a northern saw-wheat owl was observed at the Stagecoach Trail in the Audubon 2023 Christmas bird count. It's just a stone's throw from these sites. The owl could very well have had a nesting cavity in one of the trees that was removed. We will never know. Park is opposed to the high-density rezone of Placer County Project Site 71 and 72, located on Lincoln Way, immediately adjacent to Auburn city limits. Sites 71 and 72 are in the headwaters of the Canyon Creek drainage that flows directly into the North Fork American River, just below Auburn. Easily accessed by trail, Canyon Creek Falls, aka Calcutta Falls, is the most popular waterfall in the confluence area of the Auburn State Recreation Area. In addition, the popular Stagecoach and Manzanita trails have scenic crossings of Canyon Creek. Grading and tree removal at lots 71 and 72 has already produced locally documented sedimentation in Canyon Creek headwaters, the potential for more sedimentation and toxic contamination from residential use of toxic chemicals and fertilizers if these sites are to be developed is a grave likely outcome of the proposed high-density development. Contamination of the creek could produce algae blooms and toxic chemical contamination of the creek, a catastrophic byproduct of undesirable development. Often in the hot summer months, hikers immerse themselves in the pool at the base of Canyon Creek to cool off. Oh, I'm not going to be able to finish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Tennell. I, along with many other protesters, understand the need for affordable housing. My biggest complaint is the way this project has been executed thus far, resulting in the widespread horror of residents. Instead of careful planning involving input from residents to identify appropriate sites, it appears that the keys to Placer County are being given to just about anyone willing to sell acreage and develop high-density housing. It's like handing over commissions to privateers, empowering them to plunder the ships of gold that represent our communities and allowing anyone in their way to be thrown overboard. Here are just a few reasons why Sites 71 and 72 must be removed from this project. These sites were late additions to the sites originally considered and were added without prior community notification. And residents have not been given reasonable opportunity to respond. It is not yet known how the addition of these sites changed the validity of the conclusions made in the draft environmental impact report. Instead of due diligence, there appears to be a rush to put this to bed. For these sites, it's proposed 148, I've even heard of 220, units are to be built on steep terrain next to a blind, sharp curve on Lincoln Way that is a narrow 2-lane road and a thoroughfare into the adjacent city of Auburn. This development will create congestion, cause dangerous traffic hazards, and significantly increase traffic accidents, especially collisions with vehicles blindly entering the roadway. The roadway is already unsuitable for cyclists and pedestrians, and it's treacherous for children. This problem by itself should be enough for these sites to be removed. Even Caltrans would have to agree that if approved, this will cost lives. Sites 71 and 72 are in a high fire hazard zone, right next to a very high fire hazard zone. Again, costing untold lives, not just lives in nearby neighborhoods, but it will threaten the entire city of Auburn due to flying embers, especially probably creating another Paradise Fire disaster. There are many more reasons why these sites should be excluded. I put them in a letter to the supervisors, and I will send that letter to your clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dean Clemencic, City of Auburn. So honored to be part of California's social engineering experiment. Site 71 and 72, I went to the city. The gentleman stole my thunder. He's dead against it, as is the fire department. When there's fire danger, I live right around the corner from that site, down on the canyon. Excuse me, you can barely get through. So 2 cars, if there's 3, you can't get through, like a fire truck, our street gets jammed up. Being a carpenter and a builder all my life, grew up, I used to ride horses in Whitney Ranch, where the golf course is, Whitney Oaks. You can't stop progress. Feel sorry for you guys, but you would never build high-density buildings in an area like this. You just wouldn't do it. It's being forced down our throats, and I don't think anybody likes it. But it doesn't matter what we like. I think just the fire danger alone and the actual fire department, City of Auburn, where the sewer and water is going to go, I think it has to get pumped out. It just doesn't work. It's a really bad idea, and I hope that's enough to make you nix that. Thank you.
Hello,
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Fasciana. I'm going to finish the letter that Eric Keach wrote. There's not much there, and then I have a couple of other things I wanted to just throw in. So his letter continues. He says, before the county considers any development of Sites 71 and 72, park requests that stream vertebrae and intervertebrae and riparian plant surveys be conducted to assess what flora and fauna there is and the potential for harm and loss to all species present, especially endangered species. Small foothill streams are well known to be that kind of thing. I don't know what the word is. Refigula for the foothill yellow-legged frogs that are federally listed as endangered species. The foothill yellow-legged frog occurs in a variety of habitats, including streams, riparian zones, and wet meadows consisting of hardwood and mixed other conifer vegetation types. This iconic amphibian, a cousin of the red-legged frog and Mark Twain's celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County, faces many threats, including altered water flows, toxic chemical contamination, as well as habitat conversion and degradation of the forest. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife listed Rana boilil as endangered due to strong pattern of declining stream occupancy, rapid reductions in occupied range, and predicted inability to survive a catastrophic event. In addition to the yellow-legged frogs, western pond turtles that share habitat with yellow-legged frogs are listed as a species of special concern. Given the potential for catastrophic harm to the Canyon Creek watershed, park requests high-density rezone site 1 and 2, or 71 and 72, be removed from your development list. Thank you, Eric Parks. So that being said, I finished that letter, and I want to say what everybody else said. We keep coming to you guys and saying, come on, just tell us what you're doing. Tell us what you're going to do, because we have all of these fears and concerns, and our questions are not being answered. They are not. And we keep getting these stupid little open-ended threats, like the contractors are just going to take over.
Thank you.
Do it for yourselves as well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Gary Johnson. I live on Forest Hill Avenue. 71 and 72 are up on Lincoln Way, close to our area, and the fire dangers and all the environmental issues with that development have already been spoken, and I'm sure you're aware of the city's against it. There's really no good reason to put high-density housing in that area. If there were a fire through there, we've got a couple ways in and a couple ways out, and Lincoln Way would just be a mess. The infrastructure isn't there to support it. Auburn, to start bringing in all this extra housing, Auburn doesn't have the facilities to support it. We don't have hospital facilities. Try to get an appointment with your doctor these days. Doctors are leaving the area. We've closed schools. A ton of reasons for not developing that particular area. And the other thing that kind of has always crossed my mind is, why do we need to rezone? Isn't there any land in Placer County that is zoned for high-density housing already? I mean, is that a naive question or what? I don't understand it. Why the rezoning? Every place, all the rural communities, everybody makes a good point for not putting these in these communities. There's plenty of land all over Placer County, you know, Lincoln, Roseville, you name it. They can put the high density units there. That's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
I think this, is this on? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sue Engel. I'm a resident of Auburn. I'm also on the ARD board, and I do appreciate you guys taking time to hear our comments. The last time I was in front of this planning commission was in November of 2018 when the Sunset Area Ranch was being heard. So that's what I want to get at, is why can't you meet your low income and high density requirements by rezoning properties not yet developed at the Sunset Area Ranch? You've got a brand new slate down there. If you need to open the Sunset Area Plan to do that, well, you ramrodded that through the planning and the Board of Supervisors at record speed. And so I know you can do it now. So please consider adding the Cincinnati properties and other Sunset Area Ranch properties to meet all of your requirements for this. I'm here asking you to remove permanently locations 71 and 72. There needs to be a separate EIR for 71 and 72. It's the worst choice on your list for all the properties for the following reasons. It's in an extreme, and I say extreme because it is extreme, fire danger. You have 1 to 2 lane narrow roads coming in and out. You have Russell Road, you have Forest Hill Avenue, and you've got Lincoln Way. None of those roads are suitable for that number of people to be taking during a fire and trying to evacuate. So I'm concerned especially about fire evacuation, because during the Paradise Fire, someone like me cannot get out of my car and run. So it's something to consider. We live in a high fire danger along that canyon. There's no ADA access at Lincoln Way. No sidewalks, no crosswalks in either direction at Lincoln Way, all the way from the new roundabout up to Forest Hill Avenue. So there's no services, no way for someone low income that doesn't have a car to walk somewhere. There's limited bus routes, and that's why these should be removed alone just on ADA. It's on a steep hillside, and it is not ADA friendly, that property. There's no services for water, sewer, electrical. The egress is for evacuation or emergency vehicles. The City of Auburn has spoken out against the county rezoning of 71 and 72 through letters to you, through the Board of Supervisors, at City Council meetings, and last week reiterated their non-support to Supervisor Gustafson on Thursday when we met at the property. There were about 50 of us in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Antoinette Fabella, and I live in the city of Auburn. So I wanted to say ditto on everything that has been presented today. However, I have a real life story that's happening right now as we all speak and as we are here. So while I left to come back after the lunch break, I sent Chris a video of what's going on in 71 and 72. There's a masticator and a crane working on the property on the back slope of 71 and 72 that are chipping the trees and the grade on the back property that cannot be seen from Lincoln Way. Code enforcement was sent over there today, and I was called from Nolan, from code enforcement. Apparently, they had a right to do this. However, what they were doing, right below what they were doing is the creek. It's a natural creek. I don't know if you had the opportunity to see all the pictures that I sent way back in February, I believe it was, that shows there is a natural creek that rises in the back of Alta Vista School, flows down through parcels 71 and 72 into a wetland freshwater pond. I had the topos rather, and that was sent to the Planning Department, Engineering Department, City Council, as well as the Board of Supervisors. So there is no straw wattles on the east side in number 72. So what's happening right now is, and it's supposed to rain this weekend somewhat, the runoff, the silt, what Eric was talking about, is going to happen this weekend, should we get rain. There's no straw wattles to protect that stream that flows into the American River. Do you care about what happens to the American River? That's a rhetoric question, of course. Okay. The other thing is that all these things that Eric talked about, we've already lost our bears, we've lost our birds, we've lost, all of them lived in where all those trees were cut down. I sent to everybody concerned all the pictures of what the land used to look like. If you, the Planning Commission, have not seen those pictures, you can get them from the Planning Department and from the Board of Supervisors. You know, everybody here has talked about, and I agree with them, you know, we need to talk about the environment. What are we leaving here? What are we leaving behind us? And the other thing is, if you all notice, most of the people up here that are being impacted are seniors. You know, we make up 16% of this county, which in the nation is only 14% of seniors. So, you know, why are you doing this to people? We've lived here, you know, we built a life here, we've had our children here, and we're the only ones being impacted here. Why does it have to be us? So the environment is important. Are you stewards of the land? My people, my ancestors, we are stewards of the land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone with other cards?
I am other, and my name's Leslie Davison. I live in Auburn, and we had a site in North Auburn, north of 49 and Dry Creek up there that was one of the first ones that we recognized. We hopefully got it off the list. We don't know. Mr. Pooley says currently it's off the list, so we're not sure. It's a horrible site. Nobody should really be building high-density housing up there, as none of them. When we formed our group, we wanted all of these sites gone because, as you can tell, they're all poorly chosen, extremely poorly chosen. First of all, what I want to say, which a couple things I did make some notes. As a healthcare worker, last week, and I've mentioned this before, somebody called for an ambulance. There was no ambulance available. I hope that person's okay. We don't have the healthcare services available here. Hopefully that wasn't anybody's relative in this room, because who knows? 8 ICU beds, 62, maybe 64 beds. They have no, they're not planning to expand. They also have to give food and clothing to homeless if they walk in. There's no way they could absorb 250 people, let alone, I don't know how many, whatever sites we have. When I asked the planners about whether or not they had talked to Sutter, they said no, but they had talked to Kaiser and they're not going to build. That wasn't my question. My question was, have you talked to Sutter and asked them how they felt about having an influx of 250, 500 people? Just not going to work. The other thing was, we were never notified. There were no signs, there were no letters, there wasn't anything. We actually had to go time after time after time and say, put these signs up. As you know, some people have said, oh, we just found out, or we found out, in January and February. We pushed for those signs, and that's how they got notified. So there was not adequate notification. I also spoke with Joe Patterson,
regarding these numbers, these HDC numbers and these folks and whatever. He said that if these folks would open up a dialogue and talk with them, that they might be a little more willing to give us a little more time and understanding that, you know what, there's a problem here. That was his impression.
Who's Joe Patterson? I'm sorry.
Joe Patterson is our assemblyman.
Oh, I'm not in your district. Thank you.
Okay. And also, I'm kind of wondering, we have the attorney who said that there were all these counties and cities that were fighting this and in litigation. Let's join them.
Thank you.
Why can't we join them?
Thank you.
My name is Pete Davison, and North Auburn is the turf I'm currently in. First time I came to one of these meetings was in November, and I was not impressed, but rather depressed about what I was seeing was a opportunity to turn neighbor against neighbor here in our county. And I heard the term no net loss, meaning if something dropped off, something else had to come on. I said, somebody's going to be happy and somebody's not going to be happy. And what I truly realized today, such as my wife said, apparently these parcels, they don't expire. They just hang around until we might need them to get some sufficient numbers in that somebody's going to appreciate and accept. To go back to the beginning of what I think this actually is this is big government coming down on us. And this really starts from somewhere on the other side of the world, World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, the United Nations, exerting their will, and we're playing into that. And of course, our state here, somebody accurately said our social experiment here, they grab onto that with both hands, like they did with the COVID situation here 3 years ago. They've weaponized this. They've absolutely weaponized this. And one of the things I started finding out since November, I started reading up about where this has gone wrong and where some of these numbers have come from. And they were being challenged, but we have this trio in Sacramento. Again, I said the ones who really grabbed on and weaponized this, Gavin Newsom, Rob Bonta, probably our next governor, unfortunately, and Scott Wiener. He'll probably rotate to AG, and then Bonta will be our governor. These folks are dangerous. They are not on our side here in Placer County, not at all. I heard the term watchdogs. I believe the lady here talking to Mr. Bahuli mentioned watchdogs. I guess that's Bonta's group of 100. Is that, well, I can't ask you questions, but apparently he's got 100 folks there. Kind of like Biden appointed the 80,000 new IRS agents to help our country. So now we've got 100 watchdogs here to watch us comply with this tyranny. And it even gets back, we didn't challenge the numbers. When SACOG handed them over to our supervisor, we did not challenge these numbers. We just accepted them. And apparently when Bonta got challenged with the numbers by a state auditor, he said, well, that's just the way it is. Yeah, that's just the way it is. So sometimes that's just the way it is. Don't
Thank you,
accept
Pete.
this, folks.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Good afternoon, Wayne Nader.
Wayne, can you step closer, please?
Sure.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Move that up a little bit.
You do squats.
I'm sure you're feeling the weight of the decision that's before you right now. I can say that I'm glad I'm standing here and not up there. The implications to these communities where these parcels are is profound. It has multiple impacts that I believe that the EIR did not sufficiently address. One that I could just address is certainly the visual impacts. If you think about the Mercy housing, that actually equates to 22 units to the acre. If you applied 30 to that, you would probably be at least at 4 stories, which I think we'll all agree does not fit well into our rural communities. And it changes the character of our communities pretty drastically. So do we need affordable housing? Absolutely we do. But I think it needs to be a much more methodical, longer approach than we're rushing through right now. I was glad Commissioner Woodward brought that up, that this has actually been around for a while, but the community didn't know about it. I think they just started finding out at the end of last year in November and December. And they really needed to be engaged in this discussion because of the implications to their community. And I think there's been a failing here in getting the community's involvement in this early on. This should have been happening, I think you talked about 21, this should have been having some really aggressive community outreaches back in that period of time so that we could understand and the community could understand what the full impacts are to their community and that we could ferret out where is the best place for these types of housing. And it's not just for the community, it's for the residents that are going to live in that housing. It needs to be in a location that gives them the best opportunity to be successful at whatever they're doing. And if we put them out in rural areas, I don't think we're doing that a favor for those people. And the last thing I want to address is we painted ourselves in a corner. What Clayton talked about as far as the implications that other jurisdictions are getting hit with right now is real. We don't want to challenge that. I know you're hearing a lot of people saying that, even I think one board member stated it. But those implications are ugly and would have drastic impacts on us. So my last thing I would say is that I've said this before when I was on the Planning Commission. We have a responsibility of first do no harm. That's a physician's creed.
Sorry.
And we shouldn't be doing harm to our communities.
Hello again. Cheryl Berkema, Granite Bay. First, I want to say we do not owe, us rural residents do not owe this bill. This was a performance problem with Placer County. Year after year, Shauna Purvines would come up and she'd say, oh, they have 10%. That was her pitch. They have 10%. She knew year after year, sending reports to the state. How can you not do the math? How can you lose 1,219 units? That is a performance issue. In 2019, they knew they were behind, and yet in 2020, Shauna Purvines, we just heard, volunteered to put rural residents' properties on the line to pay for that deficit. And nobody knew that. When Property 26, for example, all those properties should have had signs in 2020 listed on them so that the residents knew that. They didn't know that their community plans were going to be sold away. We have no zoning, and the problem statement isn't even clear. Are we trying to solve 1,219 units, or are we trying to put in a developer loophole so that RM30 and all the other parts of the amendment, those things should be capped at the 15 properties? Why do we need RM30 unless we're planning to fail again? It seems like there's policies that need to be in place so this doesn't happen again. Why are we planning for RM30 down the road? The EIR only has one real alternative. No build isn't an option. We're being forced to do it, right? So that's not even an option. Reduce sites willing and reduce sites with smaller unit buffer. One's a subset of the other. They're all willing sites, right? So the EIR basically said, here's your option, take it or like it. So there were never any options to include specific plans. In 2020, we had something that said, oh, we're gonna do all these sites, yet what we didn't do was we didn't have specific plans in there. We've had almost 4 years now. They knew in 2019. They've had so many extensions, amendments, variances. Never did planning reach out and say, you know what, before you get an amendment, you're going to have to do X, Y, Z and increase your percentage. Shauna never reached out and said, you know what, we need 20%. You need to do this now. This is lack of proactive planning. And to not have developers at the table at this point in time is not fair to Placer County residents. It's not fair for us, and the thing I wanted to end with was, I actually think that we should stand up because we have a $1.6 billion budget estimated for the year. We are one of 14 counties that are charter counties. What good does it do to be a charter county if you don't have local authority? That's what we're supposed to have as a charter county. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Good afternoon, Chair DiMattei and Planning Commissioners. I'm Jeff Short with North State BIA. We represent the home building community in the Sacramento region and in Placer County. We do not want a housing element that is out of compliance or decertified. We do not want a builder's remedy situation in Placer County. As noted, we have a strong plan for growth and development in Placer County, and we do not want to see that thrown out the window. The proposal that your staff has given you is the only path that protects local control, that keeps the state out of our planning process, and importantly, every property owner has voluntarily agreed to be a part of this program. That is local control. We don't know what choosing another path may lead to. We've heard some potential consequences, some things that have happened in other places. The state may disagree with the findings that lead to the extra year with 75%. They may say, okay, you have a year, but you have to now rezone all of the properties that the county's identified. We don't know the consequences of choosing another path. If we want to keep the governor and the attorney general out of Placer County planning, your staff has given you a plan. We urge you to adopt that staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Can I approach?
No, just kidding.
I have 12 copies. 5 for staff.
Thank you, Amber.
You're welcome.
Oh, please state your name.
My name is Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I'm going to, is this on? I'm going to start my comments while you guys are looking. So I have a couple of comments specific, and then I'm going to go into a proposal that I think could offer a compromise. First of all, HE 52 is just bad policy. Please ask questions about it. An alternative could be, because my proposal gets rid of Site 26 and then splits Site 34 in half, so they no longer really fall under this large lot development. Cincinnati properties make sense. Rockland is not an equivalent comparison to rural residential communities. So that's number one. It's not on your list. The second one is I just want to point out for public record verbally, I sent in a feasible or reasonable avoidance measure because there's a lot of oak woodland that would be impacted. The PCCP doesn't have good avoidance measures, and the PCCP staff would also acknowledge that. So I already sent those comments in. So let's get to the meat of it. Okay, so if you look at the sheet that I gave you, I've done an exorbitant amount of research into this, which I think everyone has. This proposal gets you to 75%. It compromises. It's not the winning solution, maybe, but gets us to a place where you can request an extension and actually fix the problems to stop the bleeding. So in the proposal before you, it removes sites 9 and 10 because they were out. It takes out site 13 because that was out. It removes site 26. It removes sites 71 and 72. All of these sites were very controversial. So you remove those right off the bat. The next two things are in the asterisks, so site 8 and then site 34. Those are also very large sites. So if you split the building footprint by 50%, lower the units, the sum of all of that gets you to 76.7%, assuming the Cincinnati properties are in there with 196 units, which staff presented earlier today. So this is a potential compromise. I personally think this whole rezoning thing is really unfortunate as well, but I'm a problem solver, and so I try to find a path forward that offers up sort of this compromise solution. If you look on the bottom right, you see distribution across supervisor districts. It provides a far more equitable distribution to fulfill this unmet need. in the current inventory, that's the staff proposal, you can see in District 4 and District 5, which is Granite Bay, Penryn, Auburn, we're suffering the burden of over 65% of the unmet need out of 5 districts. It's not fair. And go over to the proposed solution, everyone is 20% or lower. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amber.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Good afternoon, Chairman DiMattei and Commissioners. My name is Gary Flanagan. I live in the other district, and I want you guys to take all the properties out of the other district. It goes to what I'm going to say in a moment. First of all, done a lot of research, talked to a lot of people in the county about the in lieu fee ordinance. And I want to make it clear to the commission that this is a county ordinance. It's under the full auspices and control of the Board of Supervisors. At any time, they have the option of introducing and voting to remove it and not have it. Other counties in the state do not have it. So they don't need to go to staff, although I would imagine they probably would. They don't have to go to the state. They have the full choice to remove this ordinance if they want to. So I want you to be clear on that. This has come across from a lot of people in Placer County government as a NIMBY type thing. And it would appear that it might look like that everybody wants them to take something out of what is important and close to where they live. But it's really not. It comes down to a massive failure of county staff to represent the community and come up with better solutions than they're currently proposing. Amber Beckler, a single citizen in Placer County, has come up with, under the circumstances, a fairly elegant solution to this. If county staff would have been paying attention to the needs of the people, they would have included Cincinnati at the onset. We're looking at a deadline. We're being basically threatened. That's how I felt. The staff has reported things, given information, but they have been somewhat defensive, in my opinion. I could be the only person that feels that way. But the bottom line is if it was a real deadline for May, then Cincinnati should be looked at and included ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Sir, you already spoke. I could not let you speak again.
Seriously?
I'm sorry. If I let you speak, I got to let every 50 people speak, and we could be here till Christmas, and I don't think you're buying me a Christmas present. So unfortunately,
I just finally got my composure.
I understand. Sorry. I can't let it happen. We have people online who have been waiting for hours to speak. I need to get to them. So last call for anybody in the audience who has not spoken. Thank you. I will close the audience for now. Who's online?
I see 9. Caller, you can unmute your mic and give your comments. Janelle, are you able to unmute your mic and give your comments? Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes. What was your name, please?
My name's Ivan Ruiz. I go to school at Sierra College. I just wanted to speak up about this issue. This is the first time I ever come to a meeting, by the way. But I was just thinking about the state of California and how they champion so many things, like preventing urban sprawl, protecting environment, reducing climate change, and all of these things. But this new development that's being proposed goes against all of those interests of protecting agricultural lands and the environment. So I just think we have a lot of allies in the state as well who might be able to stand up with us. And I guess I just want to say that, you know, we can't always build new buildings. We can't always find new money for the county. But what's being proposed here is going to destroy something that's completely irreplaceable. We can never build these agricultural lands. We can never rebuild these open spaces. That's physically impossible. So it's our job as stewards to protect these lands for future generations and for ourselves. And I urge the county to look for other solutions. There's plenty of lots throughout California for infill development. We don't have to take on the mistakes of other counties. So yeah, thank you, and that's it.
Thank you.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, can you state your name, please?
Yeah, so my name is Ryan Pinder of District 1. Okay, so I'm of the opinion that just because something can be done doesn't really mean that you should do it. And if the state of California was really serious about this, I'll put in quotation marks, housing crisis, they would target all of the foreign non-U.S. citizens that own properties here in the state, because we all know that California really is a global real estate. Local citizens are competing with non-U.S. citizens and foreign actors here for property. I understand the comments made about all of the potential increased revenue from, high-density housing, more taxes, et cetera, more revenue for the state. But I do feel there's also a delicate balance that must be maintained, and there are real-life consequences that such high-density development brings. A study would likely find that the impact of continued unfettered urbanization has a far greater negative impact that far outweighs any revenue these high-density developments bring. These high-density developments create an additional burden to the existing infrastructure, think schools, fire departments, emergency services, health, et cetera, plus the harmful causes to the environment and its natural habitat. And you also find that if the developments continue to go through, as they have been, as a high-density development and projects, that the county would not find a surplus, but rather more of a deficit in these development projects into the county as a whole. Placer County needs to be protected from becoming another Bay Area or Los Angeles. I know many of you probably have traveled in those areas, and you can see what it's like to live in those cities. They're rife with crime and the like. And Placer County has become a haven for those who have fled those areas to live in a more serene sort of lifestyle with a better healthy state and mental state of mind. So I implore that all of you who have the ability to protect Placer County, to do so. And if you fight for the residents of Placer, you will find that all of us will be the ones who back you as well. Thanks for the time, and hopefully you do the right thing.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Holly Tomas, Holli-Tamas. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. There's a lot of information that's given out. I want to send out kudos to everybody, particularly Amber, who came up, I think, with a very good suggestion, and Cheryl Berkema and everybody else to understand what we're dealing with. But I'm going to go again just really quick. I've done several comments. I am very concerned that this EIR not be used or rubber stamped if indeed this is passed to allow whatever developers come in to develop this land, that they can say, well, Placer County said this is okay, there's no substantial impact, and go ahead and use that because they have so many different ways of in lieu fees and mitigating their permit responsibilities, that they are not able to use that. And it has been said on multiple occasions and today that this was not a comprehensive environmental impact study. It just wasn't. A Google Earth, a fill-in-the-line, online fill-in-the-blank document, and look at some historical documents. You know, what did they look at? How old were they? What was the policies at that time and the procedures of which constituted a viable EIR? So that all needs to be looked at and be made public to us. I'd also question, and my understanding that this was a non-biddable contract. It did not go out for bidding, and that I think in the future we need to look at that. Yes, time is of essence. I've learned a lot about that here, but the bottom line is we need to have everybody look at this and say, maybe we need to try to get an extension and take some more time and do that. I'm going on too fast. Anyway, the last thing is Site 26 is not viable, and that, you know, you never looked at the DMT, because I have. Past law enforcement experience, and if that was even addressed, even at a 5% increase to the comparison, without that 5%, it is not viable from a traffic or from a hazard like a wildfire situation. Any site that is like that should not be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to talk about Site 26 and planning in general. First of all, RM30 is an invention of the Placer County Planning Board. I mean, it's not a state requirement. Had the supervisors not said only volunteers can come in, we wouldn't have this problem, you wouldn't have these people here. So I maintain that RM30 should be removed, and you have time to do an RM10, RM20, and RM30. The supervisors may have to be told, because this is a responsibility you have to inform them, that we live in a new world, and allowing people to do what they want simply because they volunteer may no longer be the way we do business. In support of Amber Beckler's proposal, that proposal would allow an extension of time and allow the MACs to provide better input. The MAC in Granite Bay was told they could not do anything on the EIR. They were not even allowed to have a meeting to discuss it. I don't understand that, because you look to the MACs for input to the Planning Commission. Why they were told that they had no legal right to comment on the EIR, I just don't understand. As far as it goes, 26 signed up because it's part of the community plan for 10 units per acre. I don't have a problem if you live at 10 units per acre, so you don't lose your 200 or 300 units. You still retain 124 units at 12 units per acre. I'd like to see it all gone, but hey, I signed up for the 10 unit, I'll live with it. That gives you an opportunity to take things like the Cincinnati property and make up for some of the difference, and maybe make up some of the difference in some of the other areas. If all of those people that dropped out were told, hey, you could have a 10 or a 20, they might just come back in. I know a number of people were told, I'm scared, I've been threatened if I go through with this process. In addition, at Lot 26, it should require a full EIR. There's been sufficient notice to you that there's significant problems with that property, so a full EIR should be required. In addition, no more than 2 stories should be allowed, which is compatible with the area. You need a citizens committee, not a notification process, to review when the building comes up for planning. Right now, you're falling back on saying, we only notify people within 300 feet. Your ordinance actually says 300 or more feet. It doesn't limit you to 300 feet. So everybody that's written a comment to this should get a notice if and when that property is actually put together. In addition, clear cutting should not be allowed. Allowing people to simply spend the money in some other place so that you can clear cut a property like they did in 2 properties immediately surrounding here is ridiculous. In addition, you have not considered the fact that there are already 200 low-cost units in Granite Bay. It's called a trailer park. There's 3 of them within a quarter mile. Now you're gonna double that number with your current plan.
Can I get your name for the record, please?
Steve Irvine.
Thank you, Steve. Your time is up.
I've also given you,
Steve, your time is up. I'm sorry. I gave you over 3 minutes.
Caller, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Van Ecklenburg. I am a resident of Granite Bay, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and giving me a platform. I have children that have attended and graduated from Granite Bay High School. I have one that's currently a student at Cabot, so that site's very particularly close to me. I will say that virtually every site, based on the meeting today, has opposition, with no one wanting to see any real change in our community. But the fact is that change is necessary. It's necessary to comply with state law and to ensure future resources for our community and for our residents and for my children. I support the rezone effort. I support the sites. I particularly support the Granite Bay sites. The reality is, if we don't comply with the rezone effort and we become non-compliant with the state, we as a community lose a lot more control over what is developed. And I think that would be a huge issue. And the truth is, once the builder's remedy kicks in, and it will, builders will be lining up to develop plans and build. And will, as a community, have no control over that. And so I think that would be a real loss to the community. The more housing, there's going to be denser housing, and we'll have, as a community, a loss of additional public resources that helps our residents with new construction, with down payment assistance, with all the things that are necessary to building these developments. I also think there's a huge misconception about what low-income housing is and who the people are that would be able to qualify. In our county, a low-income household is, for a family of 4, makes $85,000 a year. The starting salary for someone who works at Roseville Unified School District is $68,000 a year. So we're talking about housing our workforce, making things affordable, and helping the people who live here and who love the community be able to afford and stay and be able to live here. So I'm in support of it. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Robin.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? James, are you able to unmute your mic?
Yes, good afternoon. Sorry I couldn't be there today. We had to pick up turkeys at the.
Can you
school
officially
for our
state,
kids.
James, I'll give you a second. Can
Yes, sir.
you state your name, please, for the record? I know it's on the screen, but I
Yes,
need
my
you to
name
say
is
it.
James Wallace.
Thank you.
My name is James Wallace. I live in the Dry Creek area in District 1. And I was just saying, sorry I can't be there. I had to pick up turkeys for my kids' next 4-H project. And I just had to come in when I heard my name. So I was out trimming goat hooves. So what I wanted to speak to, I came here to speak about my kids and the future of ag in our community. But then when I hear Mr. Singh, who owns parcel number 7 on Vineyard, talk, and then I hear the gentleman speaking about on behalf of the builders and talking about local control and talking about, especially Mr. Singh saying how he was not forced into any of this. None of the property owners were forced into any of this. That's amazing for them to say when they don't have to live here. Mr. Singh lives over on Aliso Viejo in North Roseville, and he is not signing up to have one of these apartment complexes put in next door to his house. He owns a blank piece of property that when he purchased it, had a zoning of 2 to 4 acres. Now he's trying to change that to make as a money grab because apparently he can't sell it as a single acre because there's a floodplain right next door. When he bought it, he knew what he was buying. Same with all of these property owners. When they bought it, it was zoned for 2 to 4 acres. Now talking local control, allowing these people who don't live here or who have no plans on living here, who aren't staying here, that is not local control. And since I apparently still have a little bit of time, anybody that's gone to any of the local fairs, we have the Placer County Fair, we have the Gold Country Fair in Auburn, and for a large part, the State Fair, all of those animals are raised in this county. A quarter of those animals are raised right here in Dry Creek, and you put an apartment complex. Now you've shaded over the top of it. You're going to have the smell of feces from our pigs. You're going to have flies. All of that, all of which our neighbors have all signed up for because they live in a rural community. You have all of that. That's all going to come to an end with complaints coming from people living in an apartment complex who want to live in the city, but they went where the affordable housing was, which was plopped right in between two rural farms. Right next to Lot 7, there's a retired rodeo bull who lives right next to the fence. That's not where you should be plopping down an apartment complex. Like Rick said, there's a house on the other side of that property that is going to forever be in the shade. That's not what they signed up for. And I'm going to cut myself short there. Thank you for your time. And please, please don't be afraid of asking for an extension. Like Dean Shanklin said, this is a county built of fighters. We should fight this. We're not afraid to go to court. They're not going to impose any of this crap on us. Excuse me.
Thank you, James.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Caller, unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, I'm Patty Knifer in Penryn and also with Preserve Penryn. And I just really wanted to address the scale of the project in Penryn on sites 13, 17, and 18. Sites 17 and 18 have already been bought by a developer, an affordable housing developer. And there's a preliminary proposal for 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, 8 tower structures with apartments in them on that acreage. So we're basically the first one who will be constructed. The issue is that with a density bonus and with those parcels, the number of units that could potentially be built is over 438 apartment units. If you take something like that and you put it into a town of 900 people, the folks living in those areas are not going to be able to be served by the community. How is a small community going to accommodate that number of new residents? How are the schools going to accommodate them? How is the fire department going to accommodate them? How are the residents going to be embraced by the neighbors and have a place where they feel comfortable? There's not a grocery store, there's no library, there's no park. There is no place to build a home for this many people by plopping the high-density apartments into an area that's just not ready for them. The other big comment I had is that the EIR that was done said that the impact on the services, on the schools and the fire and the law enforcement will be mitigated and is not significant because the associated taxes that these large complexes will be paying and putting into the community to help pay for more services. Well, that is completely false. The developer in the Penryn apartments is going to apply for the welfare tax exemption, which means that the project could be, I'm estimating, $100 to $150 million project and pay no property taxes. No money for fire, no money for services. It is their right as an affordable building to do that. There's one other in Placer County that already does that, much smaller, but every tax dollar is exempted. So the EIR is deceptive. It says that the services will be taken care of through associated taxes. There will be no associated taxes. And the other bottom line is that the planning department doesn't even know whether they're allowed to request an EIR for this massive
Thank you,
project.
Patty. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Caller, unmute your mic and give your comments. Diane Louise, are you able to unmute your mic?
Sorry, my device froze. Thank you. Diane Louise Alessi here from Christian Valley Park Community Services District and longtime domiciliary of Auburn. I've spoke to you on numerous occasions. I think the high points of which most people have addressed today. However, I just want to encourage the commission and the county in general to understand and course correct in terms of your fiduciary responsibility to protect our charter, which is our constitutionally protected right over our territory. I brought up Michael Gates, an elected attorney for Huntington Beach, city of Huntington Beach, before, and his greenlighting by his council and the mayor. There's a lot of disinformation and wrong articles regarding what Huntington Beach is doing. I listened to an hour-and-a-half town hall, which I would have encouraged all of you in the county to actually have a Discord back and forth town hall about this. But what he had stated was a mole had spoke to the state, and the state filed a suit against them the day before he filed a federal lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of incorporating charters. They are willing to take this all the way to the Supreme Court because it is one of our ways to stop the state from being the builder's remedy right now. That's exactly what's going on. Also, nobody's speaking about how HUD works. My mother moved into the Auburn Ravine senior apartments, and that was on a sliding scale. It was within walking distance for her for all of the amenities there in Auburn Ravine. Furthermore, I just want to quote from your own guidebook. Rezones due to a shortfall from the current planning period. A locality's ability to accommodate needed housing during the planning period required designated appropriate zoning as early as possible. Generally, however, the rezoning should occur no later than 3 years and 120 days from the beginning of the planning period. A 1-year extension to the deadline to complete required rezoning may be allowed if the local government has completed rezoning at sufficient densities to accommodate at least 75% of the units for very low to low income households. Also, the jurisdiction must determine after a public meeting that substantial evidence supports findings and adoptions of resolution that the rezone deadline was not met due to the following reasons. And that is in your
Thank you, Diane. Your time is up. Sorry.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi there. Well, first I'd like to say.
What's your name, please?
Jasmine Pinder.
Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you for the time that you're giving all of us to speak. We really appreciate it. But I wanted to start off with, I'm giving my support to to Dry Creek community, 7, 8, 9, and 10. When we came here, when we bought our house, like most people in our area, we came for the rural charm, right? For the cows, the horses, everything that we get to see. It's not fair that this is happening to us. You know, some people save their money and are able to buy a house on the beach so that they can retire or so they can live that lifestyle. It wouldn't be fair to them if one day they decide, you know what, we need a parking lot, so let's fill this. That wouldn't be okay. Everybody would be outraged and upset. So it's the same thing with here, with this case. There's plenty of other land in our community outside the county. There's tons of space. I'm very much against this. You know, the owner of number 7 is not looking out for our community, and it's really a shame. There are people that spend all their time working on this case, and I really would appreciate if you guys would really think about it and the effects that it's going to have on the people and the animals. The other thing I would like to say is, you know, there's a bald eagle. We've seen it. We've got photos of it. There's deers, there's turkeys. What's going to happen with those? No one is standing up saying, well, where are they going to go? That's not fair to them, you know? So I really would appreciate if you guys would take the time to really think of how this is affecting our community that we live in. We also, as of now, we were just at a meeting last week, and the sheriff's department is short-staffed. This is happening right now, and think about adding all of these apartments and people. How are they going to do this? They're, you know, it's very frustrating. So I really would like you guys to think about the people. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have about 5 more people online, and if nobody online raises their hand, I'm going to close it after those 5 people, so we can continue this. Thank you.
Caller, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, my name is Tim Dubose. I live in District 1. I'm here to oppose the rezoning of Dry Creek sites 7, 8, 9, and 10. I want to support all of those that have spoken before me. I think one question that seems to elude a lot of people is why is the housing unaffordable? Why do we need affordable housing? What caused this desperate need for this increase in housing in this area? And one of the things that I think people are missing is it's the taxes and the regulation in this state increase the cost of doing business for every single employer in the state, which is running away from the state in droves because of the taxes. The taxes drive up the price of everything here: our housing, our gas, our travel, and that's one thing we need to address about why we have unaffordable housing in the state. So that needs to be addressed as a root cause. So now gotten ourselves in a situation to where we have not complied with the demands of the state, and we have not stood up to the state to let them know that we don't want this increased housing in our area. I agree with one of the guys that spoke earlier. This goes from way top down. This goes from the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the UN, the Agenda 21, Agenda 30, replacement migration. Look it up on the UN website. This is a plan that has been in the works for decades, and I'm speaking as a former county planner and helped design one of the actually the first comprehensive land use plan in America. I've been aware of this process for quite some time. We were fighting urban sprawl, and what that really means in code is the unelected elites in this world want to concentrate all the population in 15-minute smart cities and get rid of all of the, or actually control all the rural areas of the world and all the resources that are in that. So this is all driven from way up at a higher level than we are, and it's working its way right into every city, county, and state and municipality like ours. So this urban sprawl is now being pushed in our county, and we're bringing in all of these people from other countries illegally. We're welcoming them.
Tim, your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
It's costing us way too much.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, my name is Brian Wall,
and I'm calling about lot number 29 at 3865 Old Auburn. I can't say too much more than what most of, or all of the speakers have said already, but I just want the board to understand what 30 units per acre would look like. That would be an obscene overbuilding of property, in my opinion. So I just want you to just try to visualize that. So please, don't be a rubber stamp and vote for this rezoning. Please vote against this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name, please?
My name is Jeff Caravelli. I live in Granite Bay. I'm just calling to oppose the rezone in that area. I guess my most pertinent comment is that if we're going to build affordable housing for low-income people, we need to try to ensure that they're able to succeed and perhaps no longer be low-income people. There's nowhere for those people to work or shop in Granite Bay, which is probably the most expensive place to live in Placer County, except possibly South Lake Tahoe. As an example of that, the Walmart neighborhood market that's on the corner of Douglas and Sierra College, which was possibly the only affordable place for low-income people to get their groceries, closed because they didn't have enough people going there. So there's really nowhere for them. And I just hope that we consider that not only is high density not a good fit for that area, but it's not a good fit for those people. And that we should be more thoughtful about that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name, please, for the record?
Yes, my name is Jan Dunn, and I am a resident of Placer County, I'm calling to talk about sites 23 and 26, and put my information in here. I live on Sierra College, right off of Sierra College, by the site at 23, which is right next to Bayside Church. And I think you need to reconsider rezoning that area because number one, traffic is already really bad with the church, and it's at the bottom of a steep hill, which is very dangerous. And the traffic is just unbelievable during church times and event times. They just approved a soccer field there, and now they have this small piece of land that is partially wetlands that they want to turn into affordable housing or some sort of low-income housing, I think. That's what I've heard. Also, I am very concerned not only about the traffic, but I'm concerned about the wildlife there. There's a lot of wildlife there, including bats, which I understand are protected. And also, there are many other forms of wildlife there, coyotes, deer, etc. And we all enjoy that. And it's right on the Miners Ravine bike trail. Also, this property is, and which is enjoyed by many residents in this area. And the more people that you try to put there, the more higher the chances of a fire because it's right on the Miners Ravine Trail. And I think that's something that also needs to be considered. I hope that you will reevaluate rezoning Site 23. As far as Site 26, my family and I have lived in Granite Bay for a long time, and we used to frequent that area and hike that area. I'm sure you're aware that particular parcel is right on Folsom Lake butts right up to Folsom Lake and the bike trail and the walking trail. And this is going to be a burden also to the state park system because they're going to have to, these people will all have access to Folsom Lake. So at this time that area is open, but that is going to mean that they're going to have services, they're going to have entries, and there are also, that area has a lot of high grasses, which is also a very large fire danger. I respectfully request that you consider approving site 23 and 26 for the rezoning. Also, I wondered if a QR code should be.
Dad, your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Andrea Glassberg. I live in Auburn on Lincoln Way, directly across from sites 71 and 72. And I'd like to just bring up an additional reason why it would be irresponsible to allow any development of these sites. And that is the unavailability of fire insurance. My fire insurance premiums tripled this year. And when I went to investigate other options, I found that California Fair Plan is the only option for people looking to get insurance on, new insurance on properties. And so I don't know how we could responsibly advise any type of building on those sites if the people that would be living there wouldn't be able to afford insurance. And that ends my comments.
Thank you. Anybody else? I am not seeing any more hands online. I will now close public comment. I'm going to give us a break, 15 minutes. So it is, say, 5 after. It is 4:03. I'll go to 4:20, and we can come back and re-adjourn. Thank you. I wanted to see how far you were going to jump. Hold on, can we do that again? Okay, we're going back now. Thank you. Thank you for that. You helped wake us up. Okay, commissioners, questions or comments to staff? Or would you like to answer the questions to the general public first?
Yeah, I think we'll take
You
a
gonna
first we'll take a first stab at
First
at
half
providing
hour?
some first half hour, right,
Okay.
of providing some responses to some of the questions that came up. I do think that wanted to start with just thanking everyone, thanking the crowd that is still with us today and moving into the evening hours. Really appreciate all of the comments. I think we received, by my take, a little over 50 comments this afternoon. So again, thank you for your comments and thank you for your participation in this process. Much like our presentation today, this will be a team effort in responding to some of the comments and questions that came up during the public comment period. We have a number of things that we want to respond to, and I'm going to start and then hand it over to different team members. So I'll start with, there were a number of comments made about public comments and the ability for the various MACs to participate and in the process. I just wanted to call attention to, there were slides that were brought up, particularly related to various MAC meetings that that staff has gone to, provided information at. They've had the opportunity to provide comment along the way through the process, as well as on the environmental document. We made multiple presentations specifically to the Granite Bay MAC that was referenced in one of the comments, so wanted to point that out. There were also comments made about the specific plans and not enough being done in the specific plans in terms of the units that are needed to make the shortfall. I do want to point out, and was referenced during our presentation, that the housing element does take into account a fairly significant number of units in the specific plans. We have 1,190 units that are planned for in the specific plans. It's important to note, however, that with the specific plans, as part of developing the numbers that work their way into the housing element, that those are units that are anticipated to be developed over the housing element cycle. And so I know there's been comments that we've received, emails received from members of the public where they were trying to do the math and trying to understand why we're not counting more, particularly in the Placer Vineyards area. But again, it's because we have to look at what is reasonably able to be developed during the sixth cycle. And that is why we do have numbers for the specific plans, but it's not as many as will be developed in the specific plan areas. Certainly, if there's more development that occurs on a faster time pace, then we will be able to count them as production as part of our annual progress report, and that will have a positive effect on production.
And you made those assumptions around what could be accomplished or reasonably accomplished in the sixth cycle. Was that a conservative estimate or an aggressive estimate?
I'd say it was a reasonable estimate using all of the information that we had available at the time. And so, for example, Placer Vineyards, we have a first phase of development that has been approved. All of the affordable housing sites that are projected for the phase one are included. There are developments that may occur during this cycle that are not part of the phase one project. I think one of the commenters mentioned that there is a project that has been filed and is working its way through our system. It's property 2 in Placer Vineyards. That is not part of phase one. They do have an affordability requirement as part of their project, and if that were to be developed, that would be something that would be developed during this cycle. That would be something that we would be able to take count of with our APR, our annual APR. Also wanted to mention there were a lot of comments about the transition of areas from agras to more of an urban area. We do have the Dry Creek rezone sites development map up. I think it provides a good visual of the areas that staff went through when we were looking at adding areas to the rezone program for consideration in terms of areas where we were seeing significant areas of growth. As you may recall from previous conversations, previous meetings, the list of 36 candidate sites that were that are in the housing element were heavily concentrated in the North Auburn area, with some outside of that area, but by and large, most of them were in that area. And there was quite a bit of discussion about looking at placing sites where there is growth occurring. This area, for example, there is a few hundred acres that has been converted already from ag res to either low density or medium density residential. So there has been over time a conversion of ag res land or res ag land to low and medium density residential. I should also note, as part of that discussion, that none of the sites that are that have been selected for consideration are under a current Williamson Act contract. None of them are active farm sites. And then also, if any of these sites are developed, there is certainly the county's right to farm ordinance to protect activities that are happening on adjacent properties.
Quick question, on parcel number 8, where they are actively farming strawberries and corn, I was out there yesterday. I toured all the properties yesterday. I never thought I'd see that much in Placer County.
Mhm.
But they are actively farming that, so would they keep that as a right to farm that particular piece of property and take it out of the zoning?
Yeah, they absolutely will be able to continue to operate, if the property is rezoned, continue to operate until such time that the site is developed by the property owner.
Okay. Or sold or whatever, or they can keep it
Correct.
there for 16 years and it stays there forever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
There were comments made about why there isn't greater coordination between the cities and particularly Roseville and the ability to add some of the units or burden or obligation with the cities. As we've talked about before, each jurisdiction, each municipality, counties and cities have their own obligations to prepare a housing element, and they have their own RENA obligations. And so the city of Roseville, all the other cities within Placer County have their own obligations as well as we do. There were a number of comments made about about 3-story development, 2-story development, high density apartment development. I do want to point out that as drafted, the RM30 zoning district has quite a bit of flexibility. I know that we've talked about this in prior presentations to you, but we do have as allowed uses in the RM30 zone district, again, as drafted, single-family development as an allowed use. There's certainly the ability under our drafted zoning district to have tiny homes, row houses, development of that nature that could be built out at that 20 to 30 unit per range. There's numerous examples, even in our immediate region, of development at that density that is not in a multifamily multi-story development. So it is certainly possible that some of these sites could be developed again as tiny homes or as some different type of maybe more creative housing product to meet our affordability requirements. I think with those comments, I'm actually going to direct traffic a little bit on my end, but we have multiple staff that are going to provide responses to some of the questions and comments that came up. And so I'm first going to look to Katie Jackson to provide some responses on traffic improvements, especially in the Dry Creek area and VMT.
Thanks, Chris. Katie Jackson, Engineering Manager with Public Works. I wanted to provide a little bit of clarity. There were some comments regarding the planned widenings in the Dry Creek area. So first, Vineyard Road. I wanted to clarify that there's no widening for a new vehicular lane planned on Vineyard Road. However, there is some pavement widening planned for a potential bike lane, as well as a multi-use path along the frontages of the approved and proposed developments along the south side of Vineyard Road. I also wanted to note that there is some intersections that are planned to be improved, so you might see some minor widening just around the intersection itself for a turn lane or something like that. I also wanted to address Baseline Road that came up this morning or this afternoon. That is planned to be widened to 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, plus a center turn lane from Brady Lane to Willarga Road. That would also include the addition of a bike lane and a sidewalk on the south side of the road, the Placer County side of that baseline road. There were some questions about VMT analysis. I did want to reiterate that VMT analysis was conducted for all 72 sites that are covered in the draft EIR, including sites 25 and 26, and those results can be found in Chapter 8 of the draft EIR. And then there was a number of concerns about traffic congestion or increased traffic levels specific to certain sites, and wanted to reiterate staff's earlier comments that during the conformity review process, there would be a site-specific transportation analysis done for each individual site that happens to when or if any of these sites happen to develop, and that transportation analysis would cover things like congestion, bike and pedestrian facilities, on-site circulation, site access, and then VMT for any sites where mitigation is required. If improvements are needed, they would be identified during the transportation analysis for the site-specific development. And I did want to note that in addition to that, all development would pay into our traffic fee program per unit of development, and that would go to pay for any development's fair share of new planned transportation improvements in the fee district in which the project is located. With that, I'll hand it back to Chris.
Okay, there were also a number of comments made and actual proposals made related to a 75%, 75-20 option. And so I think we're going to start with Crystal Jacobson to provide some responses to those proposals.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So we did hear a lot about extension, and I know, you know, it sounds good in the sense of kind of trying to narrow the field, right? And then taking some more time to look for other properties. I did want to say, you know, I really appreciate the proposal by Amber Beckler. I think it's obviously a lot of thought and time went into it, and so thank you for that. I'm going to let Chris speak to kind of the details around that, but I do want to just, you know, sort of state again our concerns with the 75%. As I mentioned at the top of the meeting, you know, we believe it comes with a lot of risk and cost associated with that. We feel like we've got a mix of properties here today to get, you know, to get us to 100%. It is, you know, the commission's discretion to forward a recommendation as you wish to the board, but it is staff's position that we think we have what we need here to get to 100%, and a lot of time and effort has been spent by our team to do that. And so that really is our proposal, is what's here before you today.
I think perhaps just to add on a little bit to what Ms. Jacobson just mentioned, as we talked about a little bit earlier during our presentation, our understanding is that if we were to head down a 75% extension approach, that we would have to identify all of the sites that would be considered for a rezone within that additional 1 year period. And so, again, given the challenges that we've had with property owners as we've worked through this process, that level of uncertainty is about their willingness and ability to participate over that year or however long it takes to get them through a rezone, particularly ones that aren't currently subject to the environmental document. That has a certain level of or we have a certain level of concern with that approach. As it relates to the specific proposal that was handed out, I will note that there are a number of properties, or a couple of properties, I guess I should say, that seem to either imply that they would be split zoned, which has not been something that we have been contemplating, to split zone properties and have some part of the property zoned RM30 and the other part zoned either you know, Res Ag or whatever the current zoning of the property is. Alternatively, if the approach is to, even though the entire site would be zoned RM30, but to just count a smaller number of units, that would then have the impact of then needing to rezone additional properties. So if the site's going to be rezoned, just using site 7 site 8 as an example, if it's rezoned to RM30, it has a potential yield of 138 units. We would request, or we would suggest that it be counted for the full number that we would be able to count under the under HCD's guidance. From there, any questions about the extension before we move on? I know that we'll come back to that conversation. Next, wanted to move on to Nick Papani to provide some responses to a number of the questions that came up regarding the preparation of the environmental document and the document itself.
Thank you, Mr. Pahuli. Again, Nick Papani, Rating Planning and Management, EIR consultant for the county. Wanted to touch on a couple items. We heard some comments that the aesthetics analysis for the environmental impact report was insufficient. Wanted to make sure it was clear that an aesthetics discussion was provided in the initial study document. That was a component of the notice of preparation. That combined document is Appendix A to the draft EIR. It's also summarized to some extent in the introduction chapter of the draft EIR. A couple points there perhaps that we can emphasize is that in evaluating impacts to views under CEQA, though this can cause some frustration, the courts have emphasized or clarified through case law that the focus is on public views and not on private views. And so when we come to our aesthetics discussion and analysis, we do focus on potential impacts to public views where the public in general may be affected. The other thing that we are careful to address in our aesthetics analysis is that the CEQA guidelines also does distinguish between urbanized and non-urbanized areas. Obviously, some of these are in non-urbanized areas, but there are many sites that are in urbanized areas, and there's kind of a different focus depending on that area. In the urbanized areas, the focus is whether the potential development could conflict with scenic regulations of the jurisdiction. So our kind of emphasis there was that the RM30, this designation that we're talking about, it does require compliance with the multifamily design guidelines that have been adopted by the county. That design manual includes various standards related to height and setbacks and the character of the buildings. And so any future residential development project subject to this rezone, whether it's in urbanized or non-urbanized, would be subject to those multifamily standards. And so that would be a mechanism through which the county can ensure cohesive design to the extent that the standards address that. And then, of course, through the design review process as well. And so I wanted to just kind of emphasize that that analysis is in the initial study document, and I wanted to make a few points related to that. Another thing we wanted to touch on was naturally occurring asbestos. That was raised with respect to rezone site 34. That is addressed in the EIR. That is in the air quality section. And what we did was we looked at Department of Conservation mapping for naturally occurring asbestos, and we identified those potential rezone sites that may have naturally occurring asbestos. We identified several sites that do have, are believed to, based on that mapping, have naturally occurring asbestos. And mitigation measure 4-3 requires a detailed analysis prior to any construction on those sites. Site 34 is included in that list. And if naturally occurring asbestos is confirmed through actual ground evaluation, then the applicant would be required to prepare an asbestos dust mitigation plan in compliance with the state's asbestos control measures. And that has some pretty rigorous requirements for dust control and watering soils and so forth. And then the third one would just be, it would be air quality more in general from a health effects standpoint. Concerns were raised related to that. This is addressed in the air quality chapter, the EIR. And I would point out that the Placer County Air Pollution Control District's thresholds of significance were for air quality emissions were established with consideration given to health-based air quality effects, which are related to the ambient air quality standards that the state sets. And so to the extent a project complies with the air district's numerical standards for emissions, it's a reasonable inference that that project wouldn't result in health effects. Now, as I mentioned during the presentation, we are looking at the totality of the build-out, which is over 7,000 units in the CIR. So we do identify that there's a potential health effect from that combined development. Now, in reality, as we look more towards a reduced scope effort, then those health effects obviously are much reduced. So the significance conclusion in the EIR related to air quality health effects is, again, that conservative analysis. So wanted to touch on that, and I think that was it for now.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Last section that we have is Callie's going to respond to perhaps a potpourri of questions and comments that came up.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to address the comment from the City of Auburn manager regarding sites 42 and 43 and the statement that they are not compatible with the aircraft overflight zone district. I'd like to note that rezoned sites that had the AO combining zoning district were evaluated by the Placer County Airport Land Use Commission to determine consistency with the airport land use compatibility plan. That hearing occurred on February 28th of this year, and at that meeting, the Airport Land Use Commission took action to determine that the rezoned sites within the aircraft overflight combining zone district, including sites 42 and 43, are compatible with the Airport Land Use Commission plan, subject to the conditions contained in the letter dated February 29th, 2024, to prohibit residential development in a small portion of Site 43 that is within compatibility zone C1 of the Airport Land Use Commission plan. So the Airport Land Use Commission plan establishes compatibility zones around the overflight areas of the airport. This is very important to the airport and obviously to the surrounding residents to ensure safety. There are, I guess it would be a series of compatibility circles that the closer you get to the airport, the more restrictive they are. So there is a small portion of Site 43 that is within compatibility zone C1, which is the an area where planes begin to descend. And the Airport Land Use Commission says that in that specific compatibility zone, multifamily residential uses are not permissible. So there are conditions that would be applied to that site if it were to be rezoned and developed, that you would not be able to do residential in that small portion of Site 43. However, you could do a park or a parking lot or other non-residential uses in that particular area. I would note that at that meeting, the City of Auburn disagreed with the determination of the Airport Land Use Commission. I believe that they continue to disagree with that, but I think it's important to note that the authority over that decision did determine that it is consistent. The other thing I wanted to note is we did receive a couple comments regarding PCCP habitat fees. Those fees are determined by nexus studies that are done to ensure that the fee is appropriate to mitigate the level of the impact. So those fees, they're not necessarily imposed to deter development so much as to get fees so that we, being the PCCP, the Placer County Conservation Program, then takes those mitigation fees and purchases very high-quality, large-scale habitats in the reserve acquisition area. I think it's also important to note that all of the rezoned sites are within the potential future growth area of the PCCP and have at a very high level been identified as an area that would eventually be developed. I believe that that's everything I was going to touch on, so with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Chris. Thank you very much.
And that will then conclude staff's response to the questions and comments that came up during the public comment period.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Thank you, staff. Amazing job. Now I'll bring it back to you guys. You have questions for staff, comments, deliberate?
I have a question for staff about the 2 different RM30 zoning text that we saw today. We saw one for the Sunset Area Plan. It had certain things in it. We saw one, we've seen one, for this effort that we've been looking at that has lots of uses outside of housing. We're trying to get to housing. We have lots of uses outside of housing. Why are there 2? Why can't there be 1? And I know a lot of these owners that agreed have already signed affidavits agreeing to this new zoning. So if we did go back, we would have to say, we're going back and eliminating these things. I get that it's a legal issue, but why are there 2? And why were they both presented today?
Yeah, well, I think the reason that they're both presented today is that we had both items on the agenda today as we were trying to move forward with the Sunset Area Plan amendments and the Cincinnati rezones. But again, I think as Mr. Schmidt presented earlier today, the Sunset Area Plan has its own zoning districts as part of it, as part of the plan area with their own development standards, use requirements.
So why didn't we copy that? Why didn't we use that when we were going to do RM30? If it already existed in the Sunset Area Plan.
It didn't exist. So the RM district in the Sunset Area Plan that you considered earlier today was a new district for the Sunset Area Plan. It was newly established.
And the one that we proposed to HCD, when we proposed this whole process to them, if it would be acceptable to them, we developed a new RM 2030.
It's an RM 30. It's called the RM 30 district. Yes, and it was modeled, as we mentioned earlier, after our existing RM district in our existing zoning ordinance.
Okay, I'm still confused.
I would like to just follow up on that, and maybe it'll assist, maybe it will add more confusion. But so the allowed uses in residential zones, there is a list of them identified in the staff report. Some of those uses may be legally required to be included in residential zones. For instance, houses of worship may need to be included in a residential zone. There's statutes that may require daycare centers as well. That's something that our office will review in the interim time between the Planning Commission and the board to evaluate to make sure that all legally required uses are included in with the residential zone district as needed.
And on the flip side, the ones that aren't necessarily legally required will be eliminated? Sorry.
That is not currently part of staff's proposal. That is certainly something that during the commission deliberations, if that's something that you'd like to discuss and recommend, it could be evaluated by the board, but that's not staff's recommendation.
Because the goal is housing. I understand there should be some things in there that are legally required. Got it.
And I did want to touch on one other item that's come up a few times. It actually came up with the Sunset Area Plan rezone, and I just wanted to make sure that that the commission had a response. And that's, there was a question about whether we can use the 30-unit density to count towards our RHNA numbers. And I know Commissioner Dahlgren, you had asked a question about that earlier. It's actually set by state statute that we would need to use the minimum density, and that state statute is Government Code 65583.2. So that is required. It did, and you were asking about the guidance, it did come up in an HCD guidance memo dated June 2nd, 2020 as well.
It just wasn't in the recent guideline that we got. But you're saying it was in the June whatever.
That may be, yes.
Okay.
And
And it's state
statute is
statute.
the one that requires it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just a quick question, if you don't mind.
In reviewing earlier the paper provided by Ms. Beckler, I think that's the right name, there was the discussion about site 34 as well as 8 being looked at as a smaller parcel for purposes of this exercise. And I kind of understand that it was in the order of 12 acres, but it was a finding by the development staff through a constraints analysis. I was just wondering if you could help me understand that constraints analysis. I have not come across that in the year I've been on board here. So.
Absolutely. Happy to talk about that. So Site 34 is one of 2 sites on our proposed list that are over 10 acres. HCD says sites that are 10 plus acres, which they call large sites, are not suitable to accommodate affordable housing unless it can be demonstrated that the jurisdiction has, that there have been projects that have been successfully developed that are lower income on sites of similar size. HCD also says you have to provide information on the feasibility of the development and other additional information. So in addition to the programs that were identified in the housing element and the feasibility discussion, we also did a constraints analysis. So on Site 34, there are some constraints that we are aware of through the mapping through the Placer County Conservation Program. And so we netted out those constrained areas to produce a potential buildable area of, I believe it was 5.6 acres. And so the unit yield that we've used for that site is based off of the constrained area, which is the same thing that we also did for Site 26.
Could you give me one example? What would be something that you would rely on to say, well, that's going to include the ability to develop?
Can you clarify what you mean by what we would rely on? Do you mean
Well,
what information?
your
we included?
analysis
Yes.
said, yeah.
So for both sites 34 and 26, we used the constraints, or not the constraints, but the on-site biological habitats to identify the constraints. So for example, on Site 26, that would be the stream system corridor along Linda Creek. There's a stream system setback there, as well as the mapped stream system habitat on the north central portion of Site 34.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Should also just add that if the commission does head down the path and the board of adding Cincinnati, given that that site is a large site and over 10 acres, a similar type of effort will need to be done, a constraints analysis, similar to what was shown in the PowerPoint and in the materials for the Sunset Area Plan Amendment, to do a similar type of analysis.
Cincinnati has some wiggle room in it, though, doesn't it?
I would think it has some wiggle room, yes. As I mentioned earlier during that presentation, there's certainly an ability to reduce the buffer to industrial areas pretty significantly. I think the bigger constraint, and in our conversations with our consulting team that's helping us with the housing element amendment, the bigger constraint will be conversations with HCD about what would be an appropriate number of units to include in that calculation for the minimum yield. Okay. And in conversations with them, they believe the 200 to perhaps maybe 250 might be feasible in working with HCD. So I think conservatively, we would probably look at a 200 unit number, but it could be perhaps flexed up to, a little bit more than that.
And what would be the 2575 PFE Road has come forward and said they'd like to come in? I know it's too late to add it in right now, correct? Like we can't, unless we do even if we did an extension, could we do it or could we amend it to it? How, is it a possibility to add those units to it if we kind of swap some stuff around?
It's not possible to add it to be part of this rezone by mid-May and submittal to HCD. As I mentioned before, it could be part of a Phase 1B type effort if that's desired.
Can you turn on your mic?
Yes, the question was, are those Brown Act concerns? Yes, you would need to notice those properties to be added prior to taking action on them. And I should note too, since those properties were removed, they have not had the same level of public input as to the viability of those sites. So it is possible there may be public opponents to it.
Okay. The properties you're talking about, I guess I want to clarify. Since the supervisors are going to be reviewing the Cincinnati Street, that could be included in this effort?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got two questions. The first is, could you all do a calculation so we have a staff number on this? I did it myself, but I just want to make sure we have what you believe is the right answer. Total number of units with Cincinnati, and 75% of the requirement, and the delta between the two. And I love the fact that Clayton's going to have to do this, it looks like. Makes me feel good.
I should note, you know, we anticipated that that there might be some math involved today.
Yeah,
and,
I'm not paid enough to do that.
And so if I can ask our AV team maybe to bring up my laptop. Maybe just give me 1 second. We can run the calculations as we start moving numbers around. I will say that the 75% number is 915.
Yeah. Okay, I could even do this in like 10 minutes, so
And I have the number total, if you exclude the ones that are no longer voluntary, and you add the Cincinnati site to be 1,450.
1,450?
So if you subtract the 915, and yes, math is not my strength, I think you have 535 units.
535, right?
What did you use for Cincinnati? 200?
I used 196.
196.
And I was using 196 units for Cincinnati.
Right, I know. So the total number with Cincinnati is 1,450.
Correct.
And the delta between that and 915 is what I'm asking here. So
I believe that's 535.
535. Okay. So that's decision space theoretically. I know that's not what staff wants to hear.
And this doesn't include properties 1 and 2.
Does not.
Correct, yeah. So, okay, so, and I understand that's not your preference, but that is decision space. My second question is kind of unrelated to all the things that have come up recently, but I go back to my favorite topic, which is streamlining. And this is on page 266 of the staff report, HE 52. And I'm just going to read this real quickly, just a portion of it. County will prioritize processing subdivision maps containing affordable housing units on parcels suitable for 5150 units, while offering expedited review for larger site subdivisions contingent upon alignment with relevant plans and EIRs. Could you define the words relevant plans?
Relevant plans would refer to the community plans and general plans. In those instances where the general plan is different than the RM30 does prevail, but there are other considerations in those plans. So when it's saying applicable plans, I should also note it would also mean specific plans if one of these properties were in a specific plan, for example.
Yeah, but really the community plans have no bearing here.
I would disagree with that statement.
Okay, go ahead.
The density and design is different, but there's other relevant policies of the community plans that are also mirrored in our general plan. And an example of that would be general plan policies for development in or near floodplains. That is a policy consideration that carries over through the community plans. And as an example, that is a consideration that would be required to be considered for a future project.
Okay. And then the next sentence is, incentives for affordable housing development on large sites include streamlining land division processes, ministerial review, et cetera. why is streamlining considered to be an incentive for large lot development?
Because it includes, fast tracking or moving a project through as a high priority. So the sooner that the project moves through the process is an incentive to the applicant. I should point out that this program, and again, we haven't gotten comments back from HCD on these programs. They may take exception to some of the language. They may suggest some alternative language. But it is specific to developments that include affordable housing. So if a project were to come in on one of these sites that did not include affordable housing, then that project would not be able to take advantage of any of these incentives.
Okay, so you said fast tracking or streamlining, I guess. So what does a fast track proposal look like versus a normal proposal? What process would be used for those things?
In many ways, I don't think that they would be much different in the sense that these developments would be subject to SB 330 streamlining anyway. And so it will be prioritized, it will be moved through the process consistent with our SB 330 provisions.
Okay, let me just get real specific then. So is it true that streamlining essentially limits the number of public forums?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it's considered an incentive to developers. It limits the amount of public opportunity to influence a proposal.
Correct. It would be limited to no more than 5 meetings.
Okay. I think that's an important point, although there are not a lot of citizens here that don't understand streamlining and what the impact is to their ability to influence these proposals. But there is a significant impact, actually. All right, thanks.
I do want to just add one other thing to that. Commissioner Dahlgren had asked about, I believe it was Commissioner Dahlgren, but there was a question about other jurisdictions that have the same program or similar. Staff has done a review, not of all of the housing element proposals, but of the ones that staff did have time to research. We found 8 total. Again, this is not the full review of all of the housing elements, but there are, of the ones reviewed, 8 total, including 2 in our region. So I did want to note that this program is not unique to our housing element. Thank you.
Comments? Suggestions? If we took out 7, 8, and 29, put in Cincinnati, obviously we can't put PFE, where would our shortfall be?
You said seven.
And what? And add 1 and 2?
You said to remove 7, 8.
And 29. My assessment, take it for what you want. When I drove through all the properties yesterday, it just seemed to me that those were in areas that may not even pass the test when they came up for review maybe, or come up for their own challenges, and they are ag residential.
If you were to add Cincinnati, I assume I don't know if I heard you say to add Cincinnati.
Yes, to add Cincinnati.
If you added Cincinnati and you removed those 3, you would be at 1,162.
So it'd be short 100, no, 90.
And add 1 and 2.
Let me throw in a counter.
Can we add 1 and 2?
Anthony, how
Yeah,
did
I'd like to throw in a counter.
How did you come up with these options?
Location, when I was driving around, I think yesterday, I think everything else that I looked at looked like it would be a good fit for the properties that you guys picked. In fact, some of the properties I looked at, I think if this project was to go through in the future, that it would actually enhance some of the areas and make it better, in my own opinion. From what I saw, I think that the improvements to the roads, the sidewalks, the amenities that are going to have to go in to make these projects work would actually increase the benefits to those areas. The Sheridan area, I got a lot of feedback when I went to Sierra Pacific Industries, the mill right there in Lincoln, that those guys who work here can't afford to live here. And they live right down the street from Sheridan. So I guess another thought is, I think we're getting confused on who needs to live in these houses. This is not Section 8 housing. These are people who actually work for us. They work for me. They work for my friends. They need a place to live. The firefighters that I've talked to, they live in Lodi. They live in Chico. And we talk about having traffic problems. We talked about moving here. Everybody wants a better quality of life. Well, we're making these people, teachers, nurses, and et cetera, drive into our community, and hopefully this would reduce it. So as I look at these areas, I felt that they were close to the amenities where these people work. So we would actually be reducing vehicle miles traveled and hopefully reducing traffic as well. You know, some of my employees live in Sheridan and have to drive back and forth. If they could live closer, absolutely they would. So I think that's why I came up with those 3 sites to come out, just because they were ag residential, and try to preserve that as much as possible. But keep the other sites, add Cincinnati. She mentioned 1 and 2, but I don't know what 1 and 2 would give us as far as numbers go.
So I just want to note quickly, property 2 is not in play. Property 1
Nor
is.
is 1. Is 1 in play?
Well, I shouldn't say in play.
One's not
sorry.
in play, right?
The owner of property 1 approached the county and said he is now interested in participating in the rezone program. It's not part of the mix of properties that are before you today.
Yeah.
We did outreach to the property owner of number 2, who was adjacent to the south of property owner number 1, and he has been unresponsive. The other potential property would have been site 35, and I still say potential because that property owner has not made a solid decision one way or the other.
Where's property 1 and 2?
1 and 2 are in Dry Creek. Off of
Oh,
PFD.
okay, yeah. So, those are my conclusions driving around yesterday, just my thoughts. You know, growing up, I guess around ag, watching it get demolished and see what we could protect here as much as possible. I guess that's, you know, part of my job being here today. So I don't know, that's just kind of what I guess I struck them out.
You got a clap.
Yeah, right. More than I got any other. So I guess that's what my conclusion was, is I know who needs to work here. I've talked to these people. I employ some of these people. So I think the properties that you guys have listed were fantastic. I think they hit everything that you needed to hit. I would just like to see if we can pull out some of those still prosperous ag properties and try to keep what we have intact here. So if we can come to that number, getting those properties out. I know the owner of number 7 is here. I know he would love to do the project. Maybe it's a good project for that piece of property. And I obviously didn't go walk his property and trespass on it, but so those are my recommendations. If we can make that work and get that through, I know we may not be at 100%, but if we can try to get to 100% with those numbers. And you said there was room to grow on Cincinnati, so that's why I was wondering if we, even at the minimum, you said there was room for expansion when we talked the other day, to widen that lot out, and if that would help us get to the 1219. I don't know if it would or not, so that's my ask.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, let me see.
I guess I'll just say, there's 7 of us up here. And, you know, as a representative of District 4, I can tell you that there's not a lot of, there is much more interest in Site 26 than in Site 25, and they live there. And I believe it's 8 is directly across the street, whether it's Res Ag or not, from the city of Roseville. So, you know, I just think, Anthony, we need to kind of talk to each other before we start talking to the staff about a specific proposal.
I think Clayton's going to tell us right now, we're going to have to look at the recommendations and vote on them, and then make motions and then vote on those rather than horse trading individual properties, because we're all going to have different opinions potentially.
Yeah.
and we can't talk to each other, so.
Yeah, no, I've wrestled with this, how do we move this process forward? And I don't know that I've got any great answers, other than, at some point, I would suggest that a commissioner make a motion if they feel like it'd be appropriate, and perhaps we make tentative motions if there is an interest in removing sites off and adding them. Tentative motions indicating that removal and addition, and then testing those out. And then once we have that tentative motion done, then I can walk you through the formal motions that are included in the recommendation to match up with that tentative action.
If I could just say, before we make a motion, and I know, Robin, you've got some ideas as well, we have decision space of 535 that takes us to the 75%. Now, I wonder if we should just kind of step through this 1 through 7 and articulate our views on which sites we think might be better suited to be set aside and see where we are. I'm confident we'll be below that 530, or we'll be above that 535. But at least then we would have a position on the table, and Anthony's just basically stated his. So that at least gives us all an opportunity to kind of provide a feeling on what parcels we think are an issue.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Because everybody here has a view in their own perspective.
Correct.
And we're getting run over. There's folks here who wanted to talk about what they might want to see in, so I thought maybe we would require perhaps asking permission to speak and then present.
Yeah, for sure. I thought everybody was done talking, so I waited till the end.
Yes, I'm not,
So that's why I threw out what I threw out. I was just writing my notes down, but I would love to hear everybody else's opinion for sure. So thank you. So whoever wants to go next, please
Okay,
do.
well-
I don't want to try to take turns.
Well, yeah, I tend to agree with you on the ag part of it, particularly this number 7. Number 8, to me, looks like it's right next to the city, but I think the two properties that are the worst of the bunch are 71 and 72. When I look at those properties, I really doubt whether they're going to be able to meet the total numbers that they're showing. And the problems with developing them are going to be pretty high, just relationship to the creek and the fire potential, and the difficulty developing them. They're down the hill from the main road, and so at any rate, I see a very high priority to drop those two and add Cincinnati. And I would, looking at the ag part of it, number 7, I thought that. I drove the Vineyard Road myself, and that's a very busy road, and access to that road is going to be difficult. And when you're going from east to west on it, you really enter the agricultural scene at that point. And so, at any rate, I agree with you on the number 7, but 71 and 72, I think, are real bad choices.
if I might go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm just going to express, I have a concern about number 34. I don't have a solution for it. 34 has been bugging me since I saw it on this list, because when you go through there and you think about what that corridor is like now, it's much improved now that they got the lights fixed 2 years ago and all that, but it's right there is right where the point, kind of an inflection point where you go from 6 to 4 or 4 to 6 going the other way on the roadway, and I'm not aware of an adequate series of transit system supply on the 49 corridor is in play. So I'm a little concerned if we had a full build-out, according to this, somewhere between 112 and 170 units, built back up against the hill, then how are people going to get around in an adequate, safe manner? So that's been my trouble, and I've been looking for a way to put into play, but I can't figure it because these numbers are too big and they get in the way of an easy solution, which was why I was very interested in how the constraint analysis works and all that. And I do understand it. I'm not going to make a motion on that right now, but I just want to put that issue out there. It's troubling to me that from the transportation perspective, that it may not be adequately served. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Richardson, or sorry, Johnson. 71 and 72, I just don't see a practical opportunity to develop those properties without, well, I just don't see it being a viable solution. If you take those out and you add Cincinnati, you're at 87 surplus. I don't think there's any of those other farmlands that you're going to be able to back out to meet that wouldn't take you under that. Just a brief comment on 34, from what I could see of it, is a fire hazard in itself, and there could be some remedies there to help prevent that. And same for 71 and 72. Coming up the canyon would be a significant possibility. And anyway, that's my recommendation, my thinking.
For me, I've been saying, I think since November of last year, that I wanted Res Ag out. I didn't think residential agricultural should have any multifamily, especially multifamily 30, maybe multifamily 10, but not multifamily 30. And I would ask that the Res Ag lots and the farm district combining lot, which is 7, 8, and there's one more, be stricken. They just don't belong there. They just don't belong there. I understand the constraint you're under. You guys have done an amazing job, but that's my personal opinion.
What's the other one, Robin?
I think it's 10, 29 or 10.
What is it?
I'm sorry,
29 's the
just
one
for
it's on.
clarification,
Sorry.
Commissioner Dahlgren, you said Res Ag and farm?
And farm.
Yeah, and just to note, the Sierra College, the Bayside one is zone farm, so would you include
Farm district
that?
combining, farm DC. There's only one that's zone farm DC. I think it's 8 or 7. It was on the list.
I think
So
that's a
site
safe-
23 is, and as was noted in the slide, I'd be happy to go back to it. Site 23 is zone farm with a combining minimum building site of 20 acres. It
But
is zone farm.
Farm is different than res ag.
I thought there was one more.
Right. And that, so I guess I look at it as, you know, as a person who's been in ag my whole life, it's a piece of property that can't be farmed, can't be done anything. It was zoned farm 100 years ago when they grazed cattle on it. And that's why it was farm, I think, and not ag, but that can easily be changed because they can't grow anything there, so that wasn't a concern. Going back to 71 and 72, the reason I didn't take those out, not that I think that they're buildable sites as well, but after the properties are put in, they would still have to go through their own study of compliance. And I didn't feel that those would even make their compliance. So to take those out and get our numbers low, I thought that was, you know, not a smart thing to do. But if we can keep those, you know, 100 and something units in there to get us over the threshold, when it comes down for the compliance, when it comes back to us or goes back to the board, I don't believe that they're even going to make the mustard, and they're probably going to get kicked out. And 8 years from now, we're going to have to come back and go find something else. And that was the reason I didn't take those out, is because when I drove there and walked down there, I didn't think that it was going to be a viable piece of property. So to take that out, I thought it was not a smart idea. That's why I left it there, because it would help us get our RENA numbers. I didn't think it was going to be compliant, knowing that they have to go through the whole compliance and their own due diligence to see if that would work, and I didn't think they would work because of many restrictions there. So that's why I thought about leaving those in and not taking them out to get us to those numbers. So
just for clarity of Commissioner Dahlgren's comments.
I can help you. Res Ag is 8 and 25. The Auburn Folsom Road site is Res Ag B20, and Rena Site 8 is Res Ag B20.
What's 29?
I've got it too here.
I believe there's an error here.
Oh, I'm sorry, 29.
On
It's my
site
error.
25.
It's my error, it's 29. It's my error.
No, it's
It's 29, not 25. My bad.
Well, no, but on the, if you're going off the zoning that was on the proposal from the citizen.
Yes, I was.
Site 25.
Yes.
At 8950 Auburn Folsom Road is noted as being zoned Res Ag. That's not zoned Res Ag, that's zoned
It's not.
Okay.
something, let me find it.
If you could, Page 255 of your agenda package, Table 3 has the current zoning for
Awesome.
all of
Thank
the,
you.
all of the
259.
properties under
Yeah,
consideration.
she's like, do this.
I was reading the wrong paper too.
Sorry, we were using the cheat sheet. I
Thanks,
apologize.
Amber, we were using your
My
cheat
bad, my bad.
It's okay. We're not, we're not.
So
it's our own
based on
fault
that
for
table, Res Ag and Farm would include sites 7, 8, 23, 25, and 29.
And the reason I'm saying that is I was going through the general plan, which I know we're doing an update of the general plan. And there are many, many places in our general plan where it says, in Placer County, we're going to protect agriculture. That it's a part of our history, it's a part of our culture, that it's important to us. It's so important to us, it's mentioned in our general plan. So I'm trying to follow the general plan that has been set forth long before I got here and will be here long after I'm gone, that in Placer County, we try and protect agriculture. And so Res Ag is something I think we should take off the list. And I know that puts us below 75%. I know it creates a whole bunch of other issues, but I'm willing to make a motion on that later.
Let me see, now,
So-
20, did you include 23? Huh?
So those properties would be 7, 8, 23, 25, and 29. And my rough math says that that would be roughly around 1,064 units.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I'm
guess
off a
my
few.
question with 23 would be, it's zoned for agriculture, but it's really part of the church property, and it's
Yeah.
adjacent to a soccer field that we just approved not too long ago. And so it doesn't seem like it's very viable for agriculture anymore, to me.
You know, I kind of agree with Rich there, you know. I don't think we should blanket remove Res Ag. For example, 8, which is right across from Roseville, may in fact be an appropriate site, whereas 7 may not be. I agree with Rich again on 23. I don't see a farm starting there. So we can deal with these individual sites rather than kind of blanket, remove. Plus, when we do that, we remove it for all future consideration, theoretically. The board would remove it from all future consideration. I don't think that's a good policy either. Yeah, I know, Robin, I'm aware. Okay, so the way I see it then, we've got concerns with 71, 72, 26, 34, and 7, 8, 23, 25, and 29. That's a lot. So, over to you guys. We're done here.
You could, just
What
as a
if-
way to move through this, you could go through each of those sites that are, I guess, more controversial than others and take tentative votes on each of those to see where that puts you.
What if we added Cincinnati and just pulled 7 and 8?
Make a motion.
I want to know what the numbers are first.
If you,
I can't make a
if you just pulled 7 and 8,
If you pulled 7 and 8, left Cincinnati, where would that bring us?
1258.
So 1258 gets us over by
About
13,
40 units.
40 units? Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Can I ask a question for, you can make a motion, Rob, if you want to, but
No,
just
go
let
for
me
it.
make a, I think we still have some work to do here, but, we can throw motions around if we don't want to, I guess, but does anybody have an objection here to going to 75%?
That's another motion.
I do.
I know it's a motion, Robin, but I just need to know, is there an objection to being at 75%?
I would prefer not to go to the 75%.
As would I.
Question on the 75%. If we recommend 75% today, that doesn't mean that the board is going to accept the 75%, correct?
That's
They can
correct.
change.
We will take forward the planning commission's recommendation.
Right.
But ultimately, the board will have an option to make an alternative decision.
And we could also propose an alternative to a proposal. In other words, if we offer a second alternative to the staff's position, you could present both the staff's position and our alternative, correct?
Right, so staff will bring forward the planning commission recommendation, whatever it is you provide. Yeah, in the event that that does not get to the 100% amount, there may also be a staff recommendation brought forward with the 100%, just so that the board can evaluate both of those.
I mean, we could sanction that, we could approve that, right? So you wouldn't have any conflict there, we could make a motion to do that.
I'm sorry, are you indicating that you'd have a alternative proposal that would get to 100%, and a
All I'm
and
asking,
one at
all I'm
75?
asking is that based on the list of properties that we have problems with here, we're clearly gonna be well under 100%. So the question would be, staff, you can present, typically it's one recommendation, right? So we could say to the staff, you bring forward your current proposal to the board, but you offer our recommendation as well.
Yeah, that could be done. I do think, to the extent your commission can decide on a single recommendation, the board would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can you put the recommendations on the screen, please?
Can you go back to, okay, perfect.
Dan, when you were asking if we went over, we were in between 75% and 100%, what properties would you feel that you would want to be pulled off of here that would keep us above the 75% but under 100?
Right, so, you know, Amber's proposal is reasonable. It's intriguing because it actually cuts a buildable site. Therefore, it cuts a little bit of the burden in terms of traffic, et cetera. So that's an alternative. I'm not advocating for that right now. I'm
Okay.
simply saying that's one of those things.
Okay.
Right? So there are, listen, I think there's compelling arguments being made, particularly about Dry Creek. I'm not necessarily a fan of, and I'm not a fan of blanket res ag being pulled, but I get Dry Creek. I've listened to the people. I understand that. So, you know, I would be very comfortable with that. I have certainly listened to Auburn and 71 and 72. I get that as well. I ask that people listen to the people of Granite Bay in District 4, which has 35% of the burden right now. And we're going to plant this thing right, which is the largest development in the list, at 250, right next to a school. You know, the congestion there is insane, and this is not going to make it better. So I would ask that people also consider that as a part of this discussion. 34 may be relevant via drive-by or whatever, but I don't know that that's one of the top priorities here. But anyway, I think I would be very willing to consider Dry Creek, certainly 7. I don't know about 25 and 29. 71, 72, absolutely. 26, I hope. And, you know, that we're getting a little closer. Now, I don't know what that would work out to be. I bet it's below 75%. So we're probably still making sausage, but, you know, again, we do have a decision space of 550 if we're willing to go to 75. By the way, that's not my preference, but, you know, we got to be real here.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, I kind of have a problem with 75% because it really is, it's kind of kicking the can down the road. And, you know, if in a year we're still having the same discussion and dragging the public through the same process, and what do we accomplish with 75%?
Yeah. And Rich, I agree with you 100%. I do not like kicking the can. Here's the thing, though. We have property out there we have not properly considered that could impact this decision and may be a more viable approach. And as I said before, and as Clayton agreed, I think, you know, they gave us a year to do this. So they're offering us another year to consider some of those other properties. Imagine if we could put...
Which other properties are we talking about? Are there specific
well,
properties?
the two, for example, the two that, you know, they decided to, we would have to do in a subsequent proposal. We can't even fit it into this one. Those two, one of which appears to be very viable and one of which maybe not. So those are two examples. There's also county-owned property at Tahoe. May not be viable at all. I have no idea. But imagine if we could actually, remember we did the Tahoe Region Plan, right? Just recently. And that focus was to put affordable housing in the city centers. That was the whole point of that particular region plan. And now we have county-owned property in Tahoe, I think at Kings Beach, to my knowledge, has not been evaluated. Now, that's why I asked that question about, are you telling me that you think you're done with county-owned property? Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. I don't know. But we could possibly put some affordable housing at Tahoe where they really need it. So we don't know some of the things right now that are potentially out there. That's all I'm saying. So I'm personally very comfortable with going to 75%. I agree with you 100%. We're kicking the can. But we are not kicking the preponderance of the can, and we are trying to solve this problem. But we have to deal with the cards that have been dealt, and I think we've got some challenges here to try to get to 100.
May I? I agree with Commissioner Woodward in the fact that I don't like kicking the can down the road. I don't think that always gets you a better result. I'm afraid it's going to be very much a whack-a-mole where this project pops up and this project gets out and this project doesn't want to do it and this property does. And it's going to create havoc. However, there have been some really creative solutions that other communities have come up with. We don't have all the time in the world to look into all of them. But for instance, Monterey County did some residential housing on top of restaurants and bars and things because they didn't have land to go out. They can't go out, they have to go up. So they looked at some really creative things. We've got all this farmland, so hey, let's plop stuff on farmland. It's easier, but some of the creative stuff is harder. They're actually even using right-of-way areas that are next to freeways, which I don't approve of. But there are some creative things that are happening out there trying to find this kind of zoning, and I don't know that we got that creative. Ton of work. So impressed with the work. I know how hard this was, and I don't want to keep going down this path because we will keep noticing and having meetings and people, coming for us and being upset, rightfully so. I think if we took off 7 and 8 and what were the other two? 71 and 72 that we keep talking about?
Well, 71 and 72, again, the reason I left them there is because I think they'll never be built out. It's going to be one of those projects that's going to sit there for the next 8 years. This is like, here we go, and then, oh, great, we met our numbers, but we'll never meet that. That's never going to get built on, I don't think, unless there's a miracle out there and fills up full of dirt. But I just don't think it's a viable piece of property, and it's not going to meet the constraints that they've already talked about in the EIR and what staff has presented to us. So I think it's something, it's just a paper trail for us to get us to our numbers so we don't have to continue to kick the can down the road. Is there possible other properties out there that the county will have to go look at in the future? Probably. This is just going to get us to this threshold today. We have what year are we, 2024. In 6 years, 5 years from now, we have another census that's going to come up, and we're still going to have a shortfall. And so we're going to still have to come and look at this again, and we're going to have to add in properties. We were hoping to get over that number of 1219 so we wouldn't have to go push this and try and do it again. So to me, this was a paper trail just to leave, and the state said, oh, great, you met your numbers. The 2, 7, and 8s, I just think that they're pieces of property that are still vital to the community. It's thriving there. They love it there. I don't know what the landowner of number 8 wants to do. I don't talk to him, never met him. Maybe he wants to keep it strawberries forever, and we put it in there, and he'll never take it out. So that's, again, it's up to the landowner's discretion. But I guess my thought was, let's just get to the 100%, because in 5 years from now, we're going to be here again. We're going to be a shortfall unless the Board of Supervisors changes the demands of the builders to put these in the future. I think the EIR, which did its job. It showed us what we needed to do. I think it met what its criteria was supposed to be. So that was perfect. But again, I thought number 26 was a good piece of property because it's close to a school. Again, if we look at the demographics of the people who are going to be having to live here, our teachers, our firemen, they're all young families who are going to have kids, and they could walk to school. Yes, is it going to look bad to have a 3-story property there? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not an architect. But I just looked at it as, I know the people who have to move here. They're not going to be Section 8 housing. We're not going to have parked cars on jack stands with no wheels. We're looking at people who have to commute into our community because they can't afford to live here, and that sucks.
Listen,
You know, I think
could I-
where I disagree is, if today we can think that 72 and 71 are not viable, then we shouldn't continue with them. That would be the proper way to go with them. I hear what you're saying, you know, that they're paper tigers and that we meeting the numbers, but I don't think we're being honest with ourselves if we don't want those properties, don't think those properties fit, then we shouldn't put them in the process.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a quick question? Did I
Yes.
hear you say through the mix and match, still retain 100%? Or did you say go below?
I would like to stay at 100% if we can, just because I know we're going to be in a shortfall in 5 years from now.
Is there a
anyways.
mix that you can suggest that would do what you need, other than 71 and 72, and get the other ag res retain or out, and then get close to 100%? 'Cause
Well-
I don't want the risk the day that the HCD says, no, boom, and it's builder's remedy all over the place.
Right, no, I agree with you. And that's why I suggested and asked what number we would be if we just took out 7 and 8. 9 and 10 are already gone. They're not even on our list for the 12-19. If we added Cincinnati, which is not in here, and we added 7 and 8, or we took out 7 and 8, added Cincinnati, we'd be at 41 plus. Is that correct?
Yes, the number is 1258. Sorry, it's not back up on the board. Can we bring back up the, yeah, so there it is on the screen, 1258.
I'm ready for you to.
Yeah, if you take out 71, 72, and 7, then at least my brain-dead mathematics tells me it's 1252.
Let's see.
So if we just take out 7 and 8, we're 39 ahead.
No, oh, yeah, okay, 7 and 8.
Yeah, 1252. If you take out 7 and take out 71 and 72, you're
Yeah,
at
that's what I
1252.
have, yeah.
See, again, I'm of the thought that that's never going to get built. Like most of Auburn, and that's why we have to continue to change our district lines, is because unless you're a goat or an eagle, you're not going to live here, and you're not going to build here. And it's just, that's the way the lay of the land is. And we've had this conversation 4 years ago when we had to go do the census, when we went with the census. You're not going to get the demographics and the population in District 5. And that line is going to continue to move down into District 3 and District 4. So that's why I think it's one of those properties that, hey, great, it was identified, but unless you're going to build on the side of a cliff like you do in Italy, I don't think that's going to happen on that piece of property. And I think there's other constraints that are going to come up during its review that when it comes to us, we're going to probably tell it no. So that's why, again, I don't mind leaving a paper trail to get us to the 100%, because I think we're going to come back here again. So that's why I'm like, okay, if we can preserve a little bit of ag, 7 and 8, I don't know what 8 wants to do, and I know 7 is here.
How about just 7?
Well, I think 7 just sits there. It's a piece of grass that just grows. It's good for, look, I couldn't grow anything on it, and I could probably grow things that people can't grow. It's cattle ground. The other piece of property, it brings in customers. It's vital to, I think, their community with their strawberries there. When I was there yesterday, there was a plethora of people there. The one out in number 7 that's out in the middle of nowhere, not in the middle of nowhere, but it's grassland, it's farmland. You're not going to go grow and move that strawberry plant there. So that's why.
How about just 8 then?
Just keep out 8?
Yeah.
So Anthony, you're saying, by the way, I can see the logic, although I also understand Rich's point. I can see the logic of leaving 71 and 72 aboard if, and we're taking a calculated risk. If we don't take calculated risks, though, we are never going to get anywhere.
Correct.
So personally, I like that logic. And if we leave 71 and 72 in there, it gives a little more decision space to us.
Well-
I get it, it could be a challenge for the people of Auburn, but if it's going to be extremely difficult to build, what the heck?
Yeah, that's my thought. And, we have, the landowner of number 7's here, and, you have the right to do what you want with your piece of property, any of us do. So whether we take it out or not, he can always add it back in, I would imagine, and come to you guys and say, hey, I want to rezone my piece of property outside of this, and then it doesn't count for our numbers.
So Anthony, are you saying, and on 7 and 8, you said which one would?
I think that 8 is probably more viable to the community. I know 7 is right in the middle of where all these people live and have their 5-acre parcels. It's a beautiful community out there. But again, it's going to be to the discretion of the landowner. We could take it out, if I'm not correct, and he could come and go apply for a rezone himself, and it would have to come to us again, and we would have to make that decision.
That's
We cannot
correct. He'd have to
continue
file
to
an application.
Right, so he'd come up with his application. So, you know, again, if we even left 7 in there and took 8 out, it could be, 7 could be like 71 and 72. It may not even meet the standards. We don't have sewer systems out there. The roads, that's irrelevant. You can build roads anytime you want, but if it doesn't have sewer and water, maybe those are 2 of the elements that would stop that. And I don't know if it's, you know, how close to that would be. But according to the environmental impact report, I think that we just take out 8 and leave the rest of them in there. And I think was 29 on Old Auburn, just because he does do there does some farming stuff out there. But again, I don't know what the landowner wants to do. It looks like it's half of a wreck out there now. So I don't know for sure. But I just thought it was ag. It looked like they were using it. Again, we could pull it out, and that guy can come here and ask to be rezoned on his own, and then we lose it in our RENA numbers. So again, we're back in a deficit. So, you know, now that I say this out loud, maybe just try to save 8 for now and leave everything else in there. Add Cincinnati, and now we have a positive. You know, we're net positive, and when we have to do.
You're probably not going to get mine if we leave 71 and 72.
I understand that, but again, I don't think 71 and 72, you're going to ever build on it. When I walked it yesterday, I
agree with you.
I don't think it's a buildable space.
I don't think it's buildable, but I don't think we should leave it in either.
So if we took out 8, 71, and 72, where does that leave us?
And I just want to say.
And add Cincinnati.
I just want to say, I'm.
Doesn't give us enough.
Well, look, if we have essentially parcels that are unbuildable or potentially unbuildable, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to consider either the removal of 26, but if that's insufficient or we're unable to get there, which we may very well be, and I have no issues, the Dry Creek people, I get that, you know, and Anthony, I also defer to you a little bit on the ag part of this, and also to Robin. But I do think that we shouldn't just discard the issue of 26. So if this commission decides to keep 26 in, my question would be, can we do what was proposed on 34 by Amber, and can we cap that a little bit? Because while I understand the proximity to the school is a good thing, there are other elements there that are pretty significant. And so if we can drive down that number a little bit and alleviate some of the concerns that the community has with traffic and all of those other things, I think that we would have a potential, I mean, I can't speak for Suzanne, but we would have a potential favorable viewpoint from a person who has 35% of the burden of this entire proposal right now.
So help me with my numbers.
Yeah.
If we did take 26.
Sorry, just before you do that, because you asked before, if you removed 8, 71, and 72, you're at 1168. It's
So
on
we're
the
short.
screen, but 1168.
So we're short.
Before you go, Anthony, can you
Yes.
remove 7 and add 8 back in?
I think you did. Oh,
I did not.
Yeah, so that's 1307.
If you put 7 in and take 8 out?
No, 8's in there.
8 in, 7.
Oh, take 7 out. Okay.
And that's 1307 then. No,
Now, honestly, that's the grassland discussion, right? So, but
Right.
to me, honestly, that makes more sense. But I'm not somebody who looks at it from an ag's perspective, so.
No, that makes sense to me. But going back, so if we took out 8, left 7, is that correct?
If you remove 7, you're at 1253.
No, we're taking out 8. Pardon me?
Sorry,
I'm
remove
dyslexic,
7,
so this is really
remove
confusing
7,
me.
71 and 72. So 7's out, 71 and 72 are out. It's 1253.
Okay. 7's in,
Okay?
8 is out, and 26 is reduced to 10 acres.
That's under.
Well,
And
what we
leave
really need
71,
to do is get
72.
to the number.
I'm
So
trying to
if-
get to the number.
Yeah, so if you were to do that, I just changed it to 200 units, so you said 10 unit, or 10 acres. If you remove 26 to 10 acres, it's 1122.
And we can't use 30 or 25 units, right?
I gotta look at this. The way I understood it, we had 500 and, something like 550 in the decision, well, no, I'm sorry.
That was before, right?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yep, I
People
got that
took
wrong.
properties
That was to take us to 75.
What about that wiggle room What about the wiggle room in Cincinnati, the little orangey area
Yeah.
that we could squeeze some more out of? What, if we were playing around with these numbers like we are, and we're gonna squeeze a little more out? I think we said 220. That came up in a conversation.
Yeah, I think somewhere along those lines, we obviously would need to work with our consulting team and create significant justification for it, but somewhere in that maybe 225 range might.
Because that's a zoning setback, so wouldn't that have, when it came to fruition, doesn't that come to us and we would have to make that recommendation to change the zoning setback
Yeah,
on that?
there's sort of two things at play, and I talked about it a little bit earlier. There's what could be just physically developed on the site, and yeah, there's probably much more than 250. There's probably capacity to build maybe even a couple hundred more units on that site. But there's also what would be reasonably, in terms of counting them for our lower income units, HCD is going to be looking at overconcentration of affordable units. There's going to be that affirmatively furthering fair housing, which was part of the draft housing element amendment that you saw as part of your package. There would be concern with going much above like the 225, somewhere around their range.
So if they're concerned about going over a limit of 20, why would they allow us to put 30? Why would they put R30? Why don't you just leave it at R20 and let us go find more properties? Of course, I guess we're doing with the state, so of course I can't answer.
And they are concerned about putting 250 in Granite Bay.
Right.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
thrilled with that.
Yeah, and we have the 240 in the Pembroke. So again, I think that those are kind of those more higher numbers that we might be able to get on the Cincinnati site, but exceeding that range, so somewhere around there would be something that we should be looking at as a possibility of going
Yeah,
above
go ahead,
this
Mark.
200 number.
Can you remind me how you would be able to take credit for the Cincinnati site, given the Brown, well, I guess that's moving forward. Will it be able to be done in time to put it together with our meeting in May?
Yes.
And get
Oh,
credit.
I'm sorry, for the board meeting in
It's
May.
for the board, not us.
We are going to be having the
So
board take
that's where the
action.
merge would be at the board meeting, not from us.
So
Yeah, it will be at the board meeting, so it's part of, and it's
Okay.
part of this discussion too. Again, the recommendation that we're looking from, one of the actions that we're looking for, a recommendation from the commission is on the submittal of a draft housing element amendment. That draft housing element amendment will have the list of properties,
Yeah.
and so, including Cincinnati in that, it would be appropriate.
Okay, I just didn't want to see something happen whereby HCD could say, that's still that's not robust and done yet, it's not ready, it's not cooked.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I mentioned it earlier during
Yeah.
during our presentation, but because we have not submitted through a housing element amendment the Cincinnati sites, there is certainly the possibility that HCD will scrutinize the Cincinnati sites. We will be required to put it through a fair housing analysis. They will be looking at all of the amenities that are proximate to the site. I think as you saw with some of the exhibits that we provided, there aren't a lot of amenities that are proximate, but there will be things built out over time. So I think we can make a
You
justification.
return me to a comfortable position that I was earlier on Cincinnati, but thank you.
Can I have a math check? Somebody? If you reduced 29 to 10 acres,
26.
26, oh my God, I suck at this. It's late.
I was dyslexic.
It's so late. 26, sorry.
26 to 10 acres.
Take out 8, bump Cincinnati up to 250. Did I have anything else?
No, where would that
What's
bring
that
us?
number give us?
1320 is what I'm seeing.
Okay, now take out 7.
266? Or 1266?
1266.
So we're still up by 50.
Let me just make sure that that math is right.
Dude, that's it.
I might have a motion.
But you got 71 and 72 still in there.
I know.
Because
If it's a paper if it's a paper
It's a
issue, I'm
paper
fine with
trail.
it.
We're using it
This
as
is
a
just
paper
for this, for HCD. Well then,
Because I don't think we'll ever build on it. I think it's a way for us to get to our arena.
Right? Looks right.
It is what it is.
So we're at 1266 with Robin's ask.
That looks right. So that would be removing 8, removing 7, increasing Cincinnati to 250, reducing Site 26 to 10 acres or 200, or just reducing it to 200 units. And then, yeah, that's it.
Can I,
So-
Sure.
if we're going to do this on units, can we take 26 to get us to the number? You know, in other
Like,
words,
take it out?
no,
Oh, reduce it.
no. I mean, I'm going to lose that
To
fight.
reduce
I get
another,
it.
to reduce
So-
another 40 units or so from
Yeah.
that? So,
Let's cut the congestion down on this road a little bit.
Well, we
and
have,
take it to where we give HCD, I mean, I've lost the 75% discussion. So let's take it to where HCD will get us, or we'll get to 100% with HCD and put a nail in it.
can I ask for a clarification on reducing reducing Site 26? So is the intent to reduce the number of lower income units that we would take credit for, but still rezone the site to, the entire site to RM30?
Well, it has to, isn't that our, we don't have a choice, right? If it's RM 20 through 30, right? Max is going to be 30, right? So if we left it there but reduced it to 10 acres, we get our number.
We would just be, again, for all intents and purposes, it'd be rezoned to RM30, so the site, whenever it's developed, we'll be looking at the site proposal and whatever the project is, but for purposes of what would go onto the site's inventory, we would be undercounting the amount of units that we could count. And that's fine, I just want to make sure that I understand.
Yeah. Is there a method, Chris, to put some teeth into this, such that if we're going to reduce it to 10 acres, if we reduced it to 9 acres or whatever the number would be, then we would be able to essentially tell a project that's going in there that, you know, we're going to be at whatever the number is, 160, 180.
Do you mean affordable units or
Yeah.
or affordable?
Yeah.
No, I don't see how that would be the case. I mean, if a project came in as a affordable housing development, they wanted to build out per the, whatever density is allowed, we wouldn't be able to limit the number that they could build.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if we go to 10 acres, we claim 10 acres, then we're saying it's 200, you could put 200 residences there, right? 200.
That's
On
just
10
for the calculation. Again, the site, the site is 17
12 point-
acres or?
No, it's bigger than that,
12.3.
isn't it?
It's 17.5 in the housing element, 18 and some change on county.
But buildable's 12.3,
Right,
right?
so in terms of how we're running the calculations, it's based on the developable area. That's the methodology that we're using to get HCD to understand how many units we're taking credit for on our inventory. As far as what could actually be built there, it is, the entire site is available. There's certainly constraints on it. They might not be able to build out the entire number of units.
It may not comply.
Correct.
At the end of the day. So we can give 10 acres, it may not comply even to the 10 or 12 acres, so, but we have our number.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'll see if I get a second. May I?
Go for it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that we do the following. We add 200, we make Cincinnati property 250, we add it to the mix. We eliminate properties 7 and 8 in Dry Creek, and we reduce number 26 to 10 acres. Do I have a second?
Well, I second that.
Can you turn on your microphone, please?
For the record, I do second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Of course. Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts? Commissioner Runtine?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Alves?
No.
Commissioner Woodward?
No.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
I tried.
So as of right now, you have, I believe, 3 yeses, 3 nos, and 1 pass? Did I get that right?
I thought I got 3 no's and 4 yeses.
Can I add back on?
Mark seconded it, but he passed. Commissioner Watt.
Right, so yeah, I think I had
So it's 3.
Commissioner Watts is a pass, so we have 3 yeses, 3 nos, and a pass. And a pass would operate as a no essentially here, unless,
Am I allowed to change the potential outcome by adding back on one way or the other?
yeah, so
We'd
this
have to make
motion, this motion didn't
This
pass.
motion failed.
So
We would have to
you
make
could make
another
another
motion.
motion with the same thing and then,
Right.
and now change your
So-
vote, and then you would have the same effect.
On further reflection, I make the same motion that Commissioner Dahlgren did.
I will second that motion.
We have a first and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Runtine?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Alves?
No.
Commissioner Woodward?
No.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
So that motion passes.
Passes.
That motion passes. So what that would mean, what that would mean for implementation on the recommendations is recommendation number 3, which is the rezone one.
Can we bring back up the, yeah,
You're gonna have to walk us through these.
yeah.
Yes, no, I was going to lay it out just first, and then I'll walk you through each one.
Perfect, thank you.
So for action item number 3, it would be to adopt an ordinance to remove sites 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 45. 9, 10, 13, and 45 were recommended by staff for removal already because they are non-voluntary sites.
Correct.
And then on action item number 5, you would include that the amendment would bump the Cincinnati sites to 250, and site 26 would be reduced to 10 acres.
Correct.
So, on the recommendation, items 1 and 2 would remain the same. And 1, 2, and 4 would remain the same. And then we would modify items 3 and 5.
Okay.
So if you're taking a motion, items 1 and 2 are good to read as noted.
As is.
In addition to what Clayton mentioned, just for the commission's consideration, should you choose to want to provide any additional guidance on the property 1, that's something for you to consider as well.
We can add that to the recommendation? No.
We make another motion?
For property 1?
After you get through this.
Oh, through
Let's
the
get
whole
through
thing?
it,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Don't confuse us, Chris. I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Please do.
Staff requests that the Planning Commission provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for the following. A resolution to certify the Housing Needs Rezone Program Final Environmental Impact Report, SCH 2023-100-581, prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt the Mitigation, Monitoring, and Reporting Program,
And that would be subject to the findings contained in the staff report.
subject to the findings contained in the staff report.
We're doing them one at a time?
Yes.
I'll second that.
I have a first and a second, and roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Rentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Alves?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors a resolution to amend the general plan, including Table 1-1, relationship between the general and community plan land use designations, Table 1-2, development standards, and Table 1-3, general plan land use designation and consistent zoning districts, to create a new land use designation, high-density residential 2030, HDR 20/30, and amend the housing element.
And that would be subject to the findings contained in the staff report and resolution.
And subject to the findings contained in the staff report and the resolution.
Second.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Rentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Alves?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
And the next one, I'm going to ask Clayton to
Yeah,
read it into the
I'm
record.
happy to and I can read all of the following ones if
Thank
you
you.
prefer.
Appreciate it.
So, item 3 would be recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt an ordinance to rezone the properties as shown in attachment B of the staff report, modified to remove sites 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 45, supported by the findings in the staff report and the ordinance.
I make that motion.
Any second?
I'll second it.
First and second, roll.
Excuse me, just a second. Does that require an amendment for Site 26 or not?
So site 26 would be included in for the rezone, but the housing element amendment would reduce it to 10 acres.
Which is number 5.
Okay, sorry.
Goes on the 5th one. So we have a first and a second for number 3. I need a roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Rentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Alves?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes. Number 4.
Okay,
please.
number 4 would be recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance to amend Placer County Code, Chapter 17, Articles 17.06 and 17.48, to incorporate amendments to the same and create a new zoning designation, residential multifamily 30, RM 30, and to amend Section 17.60.120, nonconforming uses, as shown in attachment C of the staff report and supported by the findings in the staff report and in the ordinance.
I make that motion.
I will second.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Rentine?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Alves?
Is this going,
This is for number 4.
he said this is what we voted on first.
No, that'd be number
That would be number
5. That's the one
5,
where-
okay.
The 5 is where amended.
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Commissioner DiMattei?
Yes.
And then the last,
The property owner is 71 and 72, we want to pull it.
I cannot have you just throw comments out in the middle of our thing. You should, people needed to come up during public comment, and that should have been addressed with staff way before we got here today. So we are going to continue to go what we're doing right now. Thank you.
the last item would be, the last item on the list here would be recommended the Board of Supervisors to authorize the Community Development Resource Agency Director to prepare an amendment to the housing element amendment based upon the sites approved for rezoning, with the exception that Cincinnati would be bumped to 250 units and Site 26 would be reduced to 10 acres, and then submit that to the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
I make that motion.
Second.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Runtine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Alves.
No.
Commissioner Woodward,
No.
Commissioner DiMattei.
Yes.
Then
Excuse me, Anthony, could I get one minute? I have another motion I would like to enter in before you bring the gavel down.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, if you could bring up slide 88.
They should know.
So while this is being brought up, just so everybody, a little bit of background here. You know, there's been a lot of discussion here. I know we're very tired. This won't take long. But we spent quite a bit of time talking about an issue that, 5 years from today, we don't want to have people deal with again. And so I think, contrary, frankly, to what was said over here, to be honest about it, that the housing element is going to take care of our issues potentially and all that. We have pretty much failed in Placer County over the last few years to get affordable housing in place. And so this motion asks for the Board of Supervisors to direct the staff to do a study to analyze and, do a comparative analysis perhaps with other counties, but to analyze our in lieu of fees and our other incentives to bring affordable housing into Placer and study that and then bring a recommendation back to the board early next year for consideration.
I read the 2018, excuse me, went down the wrong way. I read the 2018 fee study. It's on the website, and it was illuminating. What I found interesting is that we're in the lower end of the fees that we collect. We're with Elk Grove and a couple other municipalities. The high end in the study that they did was Davis, City of Davis, and they were way up here. I urge everybody to go read it. I don't know if it's way out of date, if 2018 makes it way out of date. I don't know how fee studies work, but I like your idea.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, and by the way, it's not just about fees. It's about what are other counties doing? Like Sacramento is apparently doing something completely different than what we do right now. And the fact is, if we really don't want to be here 5 years from today dealing with the same problem, we ought to have a study done that actually looks at this comprehensively, and brings recommendations to the board so that they may be able to act on something early next year. So that's.
But the motion as I read it is kind of vague.
Yeah, listen, I'm not a motion writer, so I turn it over to the staff. You guys can tell me what I'm supposed to say.
If you want to make a motion, we'll vote on it.
Yeah, okay, well, so I'm glad to do that. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, it's okay. I just have a couple of questions that you bring this up. Of course, we don't want to be here in 2030 when we have to go redo it all, but. Not me, I'm gonna be 100 years old.
I will not be here in 2030, I can assure you.
Well, I may not be, well, it depends if I get elected or not. Counting on you guys. If we don't keep up with, I guess we'd have to put in the element, which would have to come into the general plan, which has to be done, that we keep up with housing in the general plan, because we have a lot of properties coming online all the way down Riego Road. And unless we put that, I believe, into the general plan, we can recommend them to do this, but until it's done and the in lieu fee is changed by the Board of Supervisors, nothing would change. We'd still be in the same situation unless they change it. We can recommend them to study it, I agree, but I think
well,
that
they
will
would,
have
right, they
to
would bring
change.
to the board, so the staff would bring to the board a comprehensive review of incentives that are done across the state or wherever, and, compare it to ours, which, I'm sorry, are failing.
Right.
And figure out what package of incentives and, to include in lieu of fees, but not focused exclusively on that, what package of incentives would legitimately bring more affordable housing into Placer so we don't have to deal with this next time?
Are you talking about Nikki's lasagna?
I'm hungry, by the way.
I think we're talking about Nikki's lasagna.
Are you cooking dinner?
Oh, perhaps.
It's all of the incentives and the programs and the
and it
community
honestly could be
development block grants and all of the things.
Trying to get more specific plans to recognize and then actually execute. And right now, we aren't doing it.
I would agree that go ahead and make a motion.
All right, so.
I have one question that is following this conversation. I would just like to know from either Clayton, Chris, or whoever is appropriate, is if we do this, would this help bolster our argument with this, not the Cincinnati, but the 10% on 20, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm tired.
I think before, just as, before you take action or before you make the motion and before you head down that path, perhaps Nikki can provide an update with sort of recent conversations in front of the board and what's currently being asked from the board and as part of her work program.
I'll just add some context from the annual fee adjustment that I took on Tuesday. Both Supervisors Gustafson and Supervisor Landon had mentioned that they would be interested in taking a look at directing staff to evaluate both the ordinance and the fee. That is not currently in our work plan. We didn't budget for that in the next fiscal year, but Supervisor Gustafson said maybe they would be looking at allocating funds to that. But just noting that it isn't something existing in our work plan.
Yeah.
Pardon me. We certainly will rely on a consultant to do those studies. That's the kind of expertise we need. And we didn't budget for that this year, so just adding that context.
You can have the discussion with the Board of Supervisors that controls the purse strings. So our recommendation would be that the board direct this, and if in fact you present a compelling argument that says we need to do it a year later, the board can vote on that, right?
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion here.
Do we know how much the fee study cost?
It's going to change next year anyway.
It's going to change next year anyway, you're right, never mind.
Okay.
Oh.
So,
Well, I can just say, I think it's been several years since we did the last one, and it was a little under 100, I think, so, yeah, it would definitely be over that.
all right, so that can come
Is the
out of
fee
Chris's
study going to
salary,
come
it'll be fine.
with the new general plan anyways? They're going to have to do a study anyways, right?
This,
No, there
yeah, this
wouldn't
would be
be a-
separate.
Completely
would
different,
be
okay.
separate.
Please make a motion.
Yeah,
I'm going to stop talking.
Okay, so I move that the commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they direct a staff study that analyzes our in lieu of fees and other incentives to provide affordable housing in Placer County and provides a recommendation within or by 7 February 2025, provides a recommendation to the board for further action.
I second that motion.
First and a second, can I have roll call, please?
Commissioner Woodward,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Runtine,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Alves,
Yes.
and Commissioner DiMattei.
Yes. Motion passes.
I have
Any
5
further
more
questions? I'm adjourning this meeting.
motions. Done.